Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Boston. And, of course, with that, the Challengers Open number 4, the final one of the regular season. And very appropriately so, we're here on what is considered to be a kind of championship Sunday, so to speak. 4 teams remain. My whole chip with me, I've got Proper. And after the days yesterday, I think we could probably say that we're in for what will guaranteed to be probably the best Open we've had so far.
Top 4, and truly said, anybody can beat anybody on this championship Sunday. The competition has been so close. I honestly think we're going to get a new champion, man.
Oh, bold claims already start this stream. Let's take a look back at the bracket in case you missed any of the action from yesterday. And I'm telling you, there were some pretty incredible matches to get us going. Some of the big names that were coming through in the day, obviously Ultra Academy NA, one of the more consistent rosters, and with that also performing rosters throughout all of Challengers in the North American region. They were tested by their Academy counterparts from the European region. Ultra Academy EU able to take them to map number 5, but really after that point, not much of a contest. It was a pretty clean Berlin search and destroy for NA to get in towards the grand finals. But down in the lower bracket, surprises and upsets really awaited us as Boston Academy made their way through Ironblood, and also Sensor got his defeat against Glacier again. The second time in a row, that Team Exposed team dropping in 5, leading to this semifinals, Boston Academy versus Electrify Steel.
Yeah, and you can just see the routes of how tested everybody was. I mean, those lower quarterfinal matches were where we got to see how battle-tested everybody was. Obviously going map 5 versus Clay & Co., that Team Exposed roster definitely bringing the heat. And now that gives Sensor a 2-0 up on Clay through the entire year. But that map 5 grew around 11. I believe it was a true 1v1 there for Electrify Steel versus Team War. Now find themselves here. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, that was a near reverse sweep as well by Team War. They were down 0-2 and really made a show out of it. So the competition could not have been any tighter, not only with the 4 that we have remaining, but really dating all the way back to really the top 24. There were some really major upsets that were coming through. But of course, with that, our schedule for our final day here, we've got Boston Academy, as mentioned, playing up against Electrify Steel to kick us off. The winner of that will then move immediately on to play Ultra EU in the lower finals before we get our grands. And the big thing to remember here, if you're familiar or maybe unfamiliar with watching the Challenger scene, we do best of 5s here in the grand finals as well. So if there is a defeat of Ultra NA in the grand finals in the first best of 5, whoever is playing them would have to still win a second. Just keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, it almost feels like every single time that we have gotten to grand finals with Ultra Academy North America just waiting in there, we have gotten a bracket reset.
That's
both
facts.
in
That's
Toronto,
yeah.
and it also happened in Elite Season 4 as well. So it'll be very interesting to see. Obviously, winner of this match goes to face Ultra Academy EU. Who's going to be the one to go to grand finals and potentially see that bracket reset?
Well, let's get to know the rosters just a little bit more here in case you're unfamiliar. I know a lot of people have been following along with what this Boston Academy team has done, not only because it's a quote-unquote home event for them, but the waves that they've made in now 2 back-to-back Opens have been extreme. Sensor, obviously, kind of the big name that I'm sure everyone's familiar with when it comes down to this roster. But the biggest thing about it is, you know, with Toronto, it was Volans and Ghosty who really stole the spotlight and were the reasons that a lot of people were like, this team really could do some magic here at the tournament. But this weekend, and yesterday in particular, all 4 of them are really playing at a high level. They're looking really dangerous.
Yeah, it's interesting how the dynamic works for this team, right? Because people see Shawnee, you know, you date all the way back to what he was doing back with the Royal Ravens during Modern Warfare. That same anchor, yet slay-heavy mentality is absolutely still there. And even Doug would tell you, too, like he plays with one of the best, if not one of the upper echelon players in Odan Ghosty. I mean, the kid has been absolutely frying. He bounced on the scene with that whatever it takes roster back in Season 1 of the Elite, has not slowed down ever since.
No, not at all. And in fact, it's been kind of a weird storyline. We'll talk more about it where I think he's always been one of the more consistent players whenever he finds himself on rosters, but he kind of keeps getting moved out in favor of recently dropped CDL players. So there's more to talk about when it comes to that, but when it comes to this layout in particular, this is actually the first Bocage hardpoint that we've seen, I think, on main broadcast all weekend long. And we talk about players like Volans and you talk about players like Ghosty. You need to see them show up here because on the opposite side, that Electrify Steel roster is one of the more versatile ones that we have here at the event, and largely due to the fact that anyone can pick up a sub and do really well with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, when it comes down to this Electrify Steel roster, they don't like Gavutu. They never want to see it in their best of 5 series, both for hardpoint and control. It is gone. But Bocage is going to be a very interesting one, to say the least, because, you know, going back again to that narrative as far as with Ghosty is concerned, this guy feels at home with this specific map. When they were down about 70 points playing on the floor yesterday, Ghosty picked up that 3rd SMG, and the pace got picked up sufficiently. He was frying.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, a really big key in this matchup. We talked a lot yesterday when we were watching over Ultra EU. They were probably the last team in the mix of these Final Four that have a more controlled, disciplined play style, whereas these 3 North American teams, let's be candid, like not to make it sound uncultured at all, but they like to run at you a little bit more. They love to kind of pick up the tempo and pick up the pace. So I think this could be a really interesting way to kind of kick off our morning here with Bocage. And then, of course, we've had Desert Siege in every single series so far. A lot of teams have kind of found a way to, I don't want to use the word manipulate the map, but more so use the map as a way to kind of be more covert when it comes down to what you're trying to set up. And these late kind of aggressive bursts of energy that we start to see in the rounds have been beneficial for both of these 2 teams on stage.
And that'll be very, very interesting again, because the 2 matches that you and I covered yesterday was Electrify Steel. Desert Siege was that map too. And we got to see what they look like. Again, that 6-0 versus 7-5, just constantly able to win gunfights. Just all the first bloods were coming through. But then you go back to that matchup that they ended up losing to Ultra Academy EU. And all the way through those 10 rounds, it was both fast-paced, trying to read the enemy. Their adaptations got tested. It'll be very interesting to see how deep the bag of tricks do go on that map.
It's going to be really curious, I think, to see through the first 2 maps, will it be a 2-0 advantage for one of these 2 teams, or are we going to go back and forth and just be hitting haymakers at one another? It kind of feels like the latter, if I'm being completely honest with you. But, the thing that, and I have to bring this up, we had the same question about this Boston Academy team when they were in Toronto. Was it just a hot day on the first day that we saw for them on broadcast? Because the same thing happened at Toronto where Ghosty and Volans were lights out. I mean, they were making everyone essentially bow down to them in certain ways. Can you keep the hot hand going into today? In what is an earlier start time, the venue is still getting people waking up, trying to come through from the hotel. Can you inject just the same energy that you had late yesterday when you're putting together this longer, lower bracket run into your first map today? Because you cannot start slow against this Electrify Steel team.
I guess that's what you're going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable with when it comes out of Bocage. It's going to be constantly mixing, but you cannot afford to wake up around P3. It has to be just right out the gates, and you have to be completely swinging, because that, again, that narrative has to get echoed one more time, because at Toronto, it was the same thing that we were all speculating. Going through Saturday, everybody from Boston Academy were just flying and frying, but in this Champ Sunday, kind of deflated a little bit. That was a little bit earlier in the morning,
it was
so
a really quick 3-0.
Got themselves a little bit more of a warm-up coming into this. You better hope that it's enough.
I guess we'll find out. I mean, the bold prediction already out of you that we're going to crown a new champion today. I mean, well, to be fair, we are going to crown a new champion today because the Shady Kings, whatever it takes roster is not here. So technically,
thank you for understanding the joke. Now.
But I know for you're thinking Ultra NA is the heavy favorite because of
they're number 1 seed.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to lose number 1 seed. Their pro points are way too out of reach for anybody else. Yeah. But I honestly think that there's going to be an interesting dynamic that's about to be coming through. We got one EU team out of the 4 that are left here, and they were bringing the fire yesterday. Was that Ultra EU roster?
It looked good. They really did. And then even on top of that, kind of we were watching while Spaceman and Dream Crazy were casting over that matchup between both Ultra teams. We were like, how weird would it be if Ultra EU were to win both hardpoints and Ultra NA were to win both Search and Destroys? Considering that had been like their weaker points throughout the season of the Elite, and that came through. So as far as building out a complete look at map sets, both teams are looking pretty primed to possibly meet up against each other once again. But of course, who knows? Because I said it yesterday, I think our best 3 teams that were here were both Ultra teams and this Electrify Steel roster. So could be surprised because this Boston Academy team, trust me, we were watching over the shoulders yesterday. They were clutch. I mean, the hard points against Clay's team yesterday were all really tight. They're like 250 to 228s, and then the Search and Destroys were all, I think, round 9 pluses. So these guys are fighting, man. They're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, again, you got to take a look at what's going on in the back of house as well. Like, I know Mike is getting these guys just well prepped, just making sure that the VOD is always looked over, making sure that every single inch of that map is as clean as possible for all 4 of these players.
We'll see. We're getting close to getting ready to go here for map number 1, Bocage Hardpoint, as mentioned, followed up by the Desert Siege. And we haven't really talked much about the control, but I will say, as far as the outlook is concerned, just to let it marinate for a moment, I think whoever wins this control wins this series. I think it's going to be a big pivot point in this entire series.
It's a fair shout, because we were talking about this yesterday, right? You know, in Toronto, we were saying the best Search and Destroy team is probably going to walk away with it. I think the control is a little bit more influential, specifically in this open tournament here in Boston. In control specifically, when it comes down to Tuscan, that has been a map mode combination that you've been practicing for a long time. There is no inch for any sort of errors to come through.
Well, you mean like no missed glide bombs? Something like that?
Yeah. I rewatched that last night, and I felt the pain twice on over. It hurt.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking, to say the least. But, hey, I mean, that's the thing. We've seen streaks cost teams in the past when it comes to major challengers finals.
Team kills, misusing them. Yeah, it all just comes back to bite you in the rear, man.
Jerry's up early. We remember.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's not what you want that streak to go to. P2 Garrison? Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh. If you know, you know. If you don't, just ask. Just at Slack right now on Twitter. See if he remembers. I imagine he does.
So mean.
I know.
Why don't you do Jerry like that?
Well, Jerry and I got this thing going on.
All right.
You know, we're a little back and forth. With that said, though, hey, a couple of small issues. We could podcast all day long, but I know a lot of you are still waking up. So go refresh that coffee. We'll be back in a little bit. Take a little break. Welcome back, everybody. We're straight on in, busting down doors on Bocage for map number 1 of the lower semifinals. Boston Academy, little home field advantage possibly against Electrify Steel. And just so you guys know, Kaiwin, also known as Volent, a lot of people very familiarly, and released the Kraken. We're just going to call him who he is. That's Dan Ghosty.
We know who it all is at the end of the day. You'll see it in the gameplay. Goofy Block 824 is Pander, and there's a lot really on the line when you're thinking about the how P1 is going to play out. Obviously, you can see how Boston Academy are setting themselves up. They spawn on the more influential side. That means they can get barn control first across that P2 lane, but Electrify Steel are bringing the heat.
Yeah, looking pretty solid, honestly, even though, of course, you expect a lot of 50-50s to come through, but just retaining the correct side of the map has been, I think, the biggest key to victory for a lot of these squads early when it comes to finding advantages here and there. And, well, as Pander finds the double, now all of a sudden the threat comes through. Pentagram already bursting on in towards Tin, but it's a nade that comes out of Shawnee's right hand. That will at least delay things, turning this into a really undecided affair here, the backside of the barn. things will start to neutralize for a moment, and as the takes fields opened up, looks like Boston Academy will hold at least the most advantageous positions for now.
Yeah, mostly going to be looking at what Doug's trying to do inside a barn. Would have been a big kill, at least open up the middle of the map. But you want barn control when it comes down to this P2 hill. It can really pay dividends to be able to turn this into a lot of time, because now that Pentagram's able to find 2 on this life, they will be able to push out a barn and get in the backside of 10.
Yeah, you know that Pentagram's going to be good for moments like this, but how about Ghosty? Nade over the top and then deals with the initial threat of Pentagram. Opportunity to go in for a retake. 28 seconds still remaining on the hard point, so even though Electrify Steel get a moment to breathe into the hard point, largely it comes right back to Boston Academy's direction. Next fight up, looking pretty solid for Boston as well, as they're already cleaning up the front doors. Pentagram still on his normal demon ways. The first one forward, he re-neutralizes the point and has some opportunities here to re-win barn. This is good stuff here from Penna.
It really is. I mean, you can see what Boston Academy are looking at as well. They don't want anything to do with that scrap time. They're trying to go all in for the rotation on the backside of that tower to get in the hedge spawn situation ahead of Grandma's, and it did not pay out. GodRx off screen was able to find 2, and that means that Boston Academy are going to be spawning all the way to the backside of 10, so they're going to have to break this from the front if they want in.
Questions, though, for Electrify Steel. You can see Pentagram's actually watching down towards trench side. They don't know where Boston's coming from at the moment, but as the hit starts to unfold, the awareness is made pretty darn clear. Boston's hitting all from the interiors of Grandma's house. Pander very aware of this. Is a little bit stuck into a corner, looking to gain some space by way of utility, but it's his teammates who come in to help and re-clear out the middle of the Grandma's house. No problem. Ghosty trying to re-break on in, but the trade's too good as Electrify Steel start to win over this third hill.
Close hedge spawns, very difficult to deal with. You really need to be able to win these gunfights outright. You need a full 3 dead, and you need to be able to flood all the way in towards the back, or you can try to spawn trap, but Electrify Steel are not budging. They are winning gunfights in tools from the front door as well. Nice sliding coming through there from Ghosty, up at 10 and 8, but it's not going to be good enough for the break. You're down to 7 seconds. You really got to set yourself up in the middle of the map ahead of 4.
Oh, and you got GodRx already dominating the middle of the map on 6 in a row, looking for the glide bomb. And he seems to want to go red dot chasing a little bit, gets stunned up. Shawnee from the tank side field is the culprit for it. But GodRx has retained his life and is waiting for a little bit of help as Pentagram's hitting a long route at the bottom side of your minimap. Sensor just waiting from the side doors. Here comes the hit from Electrify Steel. In fact, they've already pushed Dan Ghosty out for a moment, but GodRx thought that it was safe to move forward, and they didn't realize the spawn-out situation came through, but Pentagram gets the double from the backside, and there's an opportunity to flip the spawns and now recontest the hill.
Just going to come to Kai inside the hardpoint. He needs some help. Here comes Doug through the stairs. It's going to be good for at least 1, but it's Fame off screen that's able to find 2. Not going to be good enough going forward. GodRx off this respawn, close spawns, sure, but don't have the numbers to fully break on in. Contested time is still good as Electrify Steel still hold the lead.
Tight game, largely speaking, but the advantages are starting to really kind of rear their heads here for Electrify Steel, manipulating the map just really nicely in the first 20 seconds of these hard points. Shawnee going to give this one more good go. Pistol in hand, lots of damage, but can't confirm the kills. It's going to be Sensor trying to work in for the final 1v1, but GodRx just sneaks aside, forcing Dan Ghosty to have to make a play, and well, he's good for a couple of kills to at least delay the exits from Electrify Steel, and with that, of course, it means Boston Academy will have a very comfortable rotation to the early time at River.
Yeah, the transition needs to be clean for Boston. Middle of the map is going to have to be at least conceded after losing Ghosty there off the gunfight. Well, Boston are actually already deal with Pentagram, trying to at least push over by the AS&D. So Electrify Steel really taking their time. This is already 20 seconds. Boston is soaked up here at 5.
And this is all just a threat for Electrify Steel trying to win back the middle of the map, and it's being denied. I mean, everyone off respawn is focused on this position. Pentagram trying to get on through, but once again, shut down as Ghosty gets the 3 in a row, but has to start to re-challenge the hard point as there's really no one else available, and no, not going to work out whatsoever. It's Pander who holds on and locks in what's going to be a guaranteed flip and break for Electrify Steel.
Wonderful first set of hard points coming here for Electrify Steel. They made sure that if Boston Academy were in for the hard point time, they really had to fight for a contested time. Kai's at least going to try to make an argument for these back 8 seconds, and it would be good to be able to do so as well. You can see what they're already setting up for the second set, trying to basically reset the map. The lead's not too far gone. 75 v 112 when you got Ghosty at 19 and 15 is definitely some headway ahead of the second set of hardpoints.
The thing about it is you cannot allow the trends that we've seen in this first set of hills to continue as we get through this second piece of rotation. Fame dominating inside the barnyard where it was on 3 in a row, but Kaiwin will shut him down. 3 straight kills come through in green, favoring Boston Academy. It's GodRx the last one up, and he's done well to create some space, guaranteed the spawns for his teams, and neutralize the hard point. It's just everything going right at the moment for Electrify Steel when they're called upon.
Yeah, I mean, for Electrify Steel, with this lead that they currently have, you can really take the Optic Texas route. You just want to make sure that nobody is touching the hard point, keep it neutral. You're going to slowly chip away that game clock and make sure that you have the influential spawns. But Boston Academy are still slipping through. You got players that are already pushed up through that A lane. They're trying to battle for these tin spawns. You got Shawnee in towards the back. That's after Ghosty has already found 2, but they did not flip out the spawns.
Yeah, I don't think they realize that. Look at the green arrows. They're all looking towards the right. They have no idea, but with that spawn up from Shawnee, they're going to quickly realize the woes of their mistakes. The quick turn back around, but it's a little bit too late as Fame will take down 3 from the backside of 10. Spawns will flip. The hard point opens, and it's Electrify Steel in a very good setup here as we get through 2.
Barn control, middle of the map as well. They're trying to read where this is all coming from. Look at how Boston are setting up themselves up in the mini-map. All coming through River, more or less. This is all setting themselves up that Ghosty is the one player trying to hit through the A lane, but they go down.
Pentagram's got an idea about this, but Sensor over the top of the brick wall will be able to at least re-flip the hard point, or pardon me, the spawns for now. You need to flip the hard point. That's the biggest thing, because as we mentioned, these advantages we're seeing from Electrify Steel are really starting to grow into the territory of a hard comeback for Boston Academy. And as Electrify Steel read the play from the back, they deal with it in kind. And with 20 seconds to play with, Boston Academy are kind of split-focused here. 3 members towards ult, 1 towards new. The kills are coming through as Volans is able to find the double, and that will lead to a little bit of scrap time here for Boston.
It'll put him over 100 points, sure. Pentagram actually going to deny that as he's able to find 2. That's scrap time secured for Electrify Steel, and well, that's a lot of heat underneath Boston Academy. 167 v 97. We're reaching that margin that Electrify Steel are playing so fast-paced that Boston Academy need to wake up now, and they need to deal with this pressure.
Yeah, they really do. It's just a little bit too piecemeal, though. It feels like every time we see a good moment come for Boston, it's been off the backside of a double from Kaiwin or a double from Ghosty, and how Sensor wants to get involved. Spawns will flip, though. Once again, Electrify Steel just manipulating the map to an absolute T. But how about Ghosty? Reworking back their tools. Has a good read on the spawns, but doesn't predict the correct angle. And now it's Electrify Steel with the numbers, trying to come back through for the break. Kaiwin needs to get into a corner, but you can't quite get to a position where he could be sneaky. And with that, the full wipe comes through, plus extra from Fame. The break back in, and once again for Electrify Steel.
Fame playing much better here in this opening hardpoint comparatively to what we saw them at the end of the day yesterday. He was not very happy with his performance, leading away from that best of 5 series versus Team War, and you can see that he is lighting things up. 29 and 21 for Kev. He is on a 5-3 right now. To be able to get some streaks, just surely be the snowball, but he gets cut down trying to get inside a barn. But what an influential amount of time that Electrify Steel have gotten here in 3.
Absolutely. And now you have to have a full 60 on Barnyard if you're Boston Academy. You just have to have it. And if we're being honest, you also need to win the rotation to River. Famer on the backside takes down Shawnee, opens up a route to possibly hit, but has to wait for not only regen, but also a little bit of assistance from his teammates. Boston coming off the respawn, trying to isolate, and they do a good job of it. Now the hit all pretty much from the front, and the kills look good to start for Boston. Can you clean up the final 2? It's just got Rex, the last one left. He'll be stunned up. Teammates there to keep him safe, and things will be at a delay here as we get to the 30-second mark left in the hill.
You have time to play with, right? You're waiting for Pentagram to come through the middle of the map, and we hop on board with him. There's the pinch coming through from the opposite side. Fame got her X, able to find 2. Pentagram looking for the last. Let's go see how much time can he buy.
Maybe just a little bit. You have to get these kills off spawn, though, and Pander, able to cut down 1 to the pistol he wanted to go, but decides to instead play the backside of the barrels, and, well, the help comes out just in the nick of time for Pentagram as the scrap time will be confirmed. 2:05 to 1:23. And what was a pretty tight affair through the first set of rotations, those trends we talked about have not been re-flipped back to Boston's favor, and this game has become a little bit of a blowout.
Second set, Reapers are Electrify Steel on hardpoint. We continuously talked about it all day yesterday. Look how they're setting themselves up in the middle of the map. They know that they have time to play with. Early 10 seconds gone. Fame finds 2, and Electrify Steel are in.
Yeah, they're just getting absolutely outslayed in all these key moments. First 20 seconds of hardpoints. Last scrap time rotating into new. It just feels like these map manipulating moments for Electrify Steel have been so clean and polished. Really saved this River hardpoint. That's been the only one that hasn't really gone their way at the moment, but once again, you see what the idea is for Electrify Steel. Win over Grandma's house, reflip the spawns, and then just overwhelm. And it's just a straight white kill feed. Everything going Electrify Steel's way as they get another break. What feels like the 18th time I've said that so far this game.
They can't close it out here, but they're going to put themselves within striking distance to be able to do so. There comes to a point in time when you take a look at the score, and it might just be too far out of reach. But, hey, you never want to count your chickens before they hatch, as Ghosty is already inside that barn looking for them eggs, trying to push all the way through and towards the back. Pander will find him. 3 dead, though, so Boston Academy do have space provided for them. There's still ample time on the game clock here, Alan, but to play flawless hardpoint on a map like Bocage might be asking too much.
Well done for Shawnee to kind of instill a bit of a spawn trap, if not maybe a full-on flip, especially as Kai went able to get through, but no, the spawns will stay in the same status that they were. 237, 152. Desperate times call for desperate measures now for Boston Academy. And as Sensor tries to re-clear out the river stairs, there's an opportunity to refocus towards barn and just hold kind of a buffer and really just a perimeter around this hard point. But just as soon as I say Electrify Steel make their move, trying to get back over towards Courtyard. The team shots are great, and they're right back in, looking to win the game right here.
You gotta get the kills fast here, 244. You gotta be able to get your nades in towards this hard point. You're forced to contest if you are Doug. He is here by his lonesome. He's able to at least get some help across the gate side. So we'll at least maybe extend to another hard point if these kills continuously come through. But Electrify Steel, again, leader's advantage in a nutshell. They came all the way in the back. They have the spawns for 2.
Sure do. All it takes is 6 seconds. And the only player that could really break this up is Volans. He's sitting in the top corner. Ghosty watching over the top of him. Here comes the play forward. No, oh gosh, the prediction was in, but the kill was not. 248, 161. Spawns will flip though, and Boston Academy will have a lifeline, but they have to get onto the hard point and stay there.
And they got to slay out as well. Barn control is there. Fame's trying to push up further forward. He does have AR assistance from the back of the AS&D, but the kills are not there. Pander finds 2. That's going to call for Fame to push up. The last player is going to be Shawnee on these barrels. You do have some help from Kywin and Tin.
Just able to sneak on in time to contest. The kills come out, but not convincingly enough. Electrify Steel will absolutely be letting him know about it. 250, 165, map number 1, and it just goes back to what we were saying in between the first set to the second. Even though the score was relatively tight, you could feel how the map was going, and it just came down to just sheer map manipulation presence out of Electrify Steel. That was win condition from start to finish for me.
It's just how lucrative the SMGs were, right? I mean, you look on the opposite side as well, and we'll get stats here in a moment, how influential Ghosty was as an AR. He was locking down a lot of different lanes, but we didn't see that swap up, maybe barring a couple different hills where Ghosty did break out a submachine gun to become a little bit more creative for a lot of these different routes that, players like Fame and Pentagram were getting away with continuously. The second set Reapers is what I like to call Electrify Steel here in Hardpoint. They always seem to find a way to find that next gear, turn it up, because when you have God RX that's been slaying out the way he has been, overwatching all these different SMG routes, well, it becomes very, very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about it is, here's the thing, like we really see it evident as we start to rotate from barn to river, that Electrify Steel is focused on spawns first, hill second.
Yeah.
There was never a moment when we got to P5 where they were trying to break from the front. It was all the way around through tanks, get towards the hedges, and then come back to the hard point. And it just felt for the large majority of the map, Boston Academy were kind of trusting that individuals were going to stop the full team of Electrify Steel. And that absolutely was not the case. And you can see that represented not only off the fact that the slaying between Electrify Steel top to bottom was pretty darn even, but the hill time was almost exactly a copy-paste from all 4 players.
Yes, it was. Again, 30 non-traded kills from Fame, 41 at 34. But you got to look at the damage category again. This does kind of speak volumes with the amount of damage.
Dude, I mean,
exactly. Everybody was doing their part, specifically from the ARs. You take a look at it, even Pentagram was there as well, 15, 17, 16 respectively between the 3. And Fame was just that guy cleaning up on a whole bunch of kills. That's where the creativity comes in. And when they were in the hard point, they were absolutely frying. Yeah. Fame got 14 objective kills, 15 for Pander. You just felt like the consistency was always there, and they had the room to do it with such a big lead build.
I said this yesterday, and I think we really need to keep the focus on it today. The team that is the most versatile in this tournament is going to win.
Yes.
And I think that for Boston Academy, them trying to run this, what I like to call the Atlanta Phase 2-2, 2 ARs, 2 SMGs throughout the entirety of the map, it didn't really find the value that you expect when you kind of consider that setup on paper. Where on the other side, Electrify Steel, sure, there were times where Pander was running a second AR, but in the key moments when it comes to breaking, he's pulling out a third sub.
That's right.
We didn't really see that as a consistent guarantee from Boston Academy, and there is a major difference maker into what that meant for this map score, I think, in particular.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that how early the desperation got set in through the second set of hardpoints. Yeah. The moment we got over towards P2, it just felt like continuous attempts from breaking from the front. We never saw, again, that versatility, the creativity from Boston Academy to really try to manipulate this map and get their way in.
Yeah, I agree. All right. So that's map number 1, and I think if there's anything to be kind of learned about this weekend is the playtime on Desert Siege Search and Destroy has been extremely consistent pretty much across everyone's series. I feel like every time we're watching over someone's shoulder or if it's on broadcast, we've had Desert Siege as map number 2. So that will be the case here once again. And the easy thing for us to do, since we saw Electrify Steel play this map not once but twice yesterday, was going back and forth and comparing and contrasting what they looked like versus 705 versus the problems they had versus Ultra EU. I think the biggest thing, the biggest key that we can really kind of point to was speed.
Yes.
In 705's game, they were playing quick. They were getting away with it. In Ultra EU's game, it was a back and forth affair until Ultra EU said, no more of that. You stay there.
705 just simply could not deal with the middle of the map pressure and just both the lane AR pressure that was coming through from players like Pander and God or Rex.
Yeah.
But you talk about the stark difference specifically from Ultra Academy EU. They feel right at home when it comes down to the pace swap that is Desert Sea Search and Destroy. Are you going to end up seeing Furious and Vortex try to hit very aggressively up the stairs? The mental warfare in that chess game that we watched yesterday was insane.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I think if you're looking at this from the perspective of Boston Academy, you have to replicate that same idea that Ultra EU was able to successfully pull off versus this Electrify Steel team.
Yes.
And if you really consider how that happened, it wasn't just necessarily keeping them at distance, it was how they were kind of guaranteeing free intel without giving up any of their own. Their utility usage was great. I need to see that from Boston in the first 30 seconds, no matter which side of the bomb they spawn on.
Yeah, it really does come down to, and this goes back to the conversation of the difference as far as even down to the game mode for Search and Destroy, how EU and North America do play.
Yeah,
North America, they
huge.
get their information, they try to collapse on it immediately, where EU are a little bit more reserved in that manner. If you just get the information and you wait the play to be forced towards you, we do need to see that little bit of discipline coming from Boston Academy.
Yeah. So I think that's the biggest key. And I think maybe the other question where we can really kind of see if that's going to really be a factor early is, will Shawnee snipe? And on the other side, does Pander bring out the scope early? Because he's flexed into it a couple of different times when we were watching him play, and he found, pretty good success with it. So who knows? Maybe the sniper battle could be something that kind of sets the tone for us. We'll definitely wait to see. And then, of course, with that, we hadn't really talked about the map combination, but it is Tuscan for the control for map number 3, which we've seen a lot of this weekend as well. I mean, Toronto was like all Gavudu control. This weekend it's been all Tuscan control, feels like.
That's because nobody wants to face Toronto Ultra and on Gavudu
Well, that's true.
It's a lot of AR presence. I don't want to try to gun Scrappy across Gavudu control. So yeah, Tuscan really does seem to be the venue of choice for map 3 as far as a swing map mode combination that could be set up for ourselves. Will be very interesting to say the least, because again, the pace differential between 1, 2, and 3 are all over the place. So
outside of the series, I kind of want to get the conversation started here, because as much as, of course, we're focused on crowning or masking a champion today, the other thing to keep in mind is, for both of these two teams, it really is LCQ runs that have to come through, because as you mentioned, it's Ultra NA, the only North American team right now that's guaranteed a spot at champs.
Yeah.
This is a major placement for Boston Academy to get here in the first place and finish possibly top 4 or better, because their seed coming in is still relatively low and they were on the bubble, but this will pretty much guarantee them a top 8 seed. In your mind, how much are you believing in the hype that this Boston Academy team has been able to put together on this weekend?
Not gonna lie, I was a little skeptical at Toronto. I was like, okay, maybe they're just playing super hot, but they have made me a true Boston believer throughout this entire weekend. I think their consistency has absolutely been there. I think that their adaptations, again, from everything I talked about from their back of house, I do truly think that they could put together a very deep LCQ run. I put an asterisk on it just because specifically online tournaments have not been good for them comparatively to LAN. I think the environment certainly does play a vibe check for these 4 players, seeing just how they are feeling across the venue.
The LCQ is going to be unreal. We have to get 1 team from each region to finish off our final 8 teams for the first International Challengers Championship ever. With Challengers branded. It's the first Challengers International Champion that we're going to crown this year. It's going to be nuts.
That is actually crazy. I don't think I've actually processed that fully.
Yeah.
The International Challengers Champ. We did regionals last year.
And Modern Warfare.
Woo!
Yeah.
Put the gunning on the line.
Dude, I'm pumped, man. This postseason's going to be hitting a little bit different. And who knows? I think there's going to be magic. When it comes down to, we talk about this every single year, when we look at teams that are making these kind of last-minute roster changes.
Yeah.
You're really kind of flipping a coin. And you get teams that have been sticking together for the last 2 months going into a Challengers Championship weekend. They find ways to do some crazy stuff. So who knows? But that's outside of the realm of what we have as we're loading on into Desert Siege, map number 2. Electrify Steel comfortably through Bocage hardpoint, find themselves up 1-0, and it really kind of tilts our heads over to the direction of Boston Academy. What do you have up your sleeve ready to go here for our second map?
Is it going to be that normal run and gun mentality from both of them? How aggressive are we going to end up seeing these quick B plants? Electrify Steel love to get university control and really force their hand from there on out. So at least as it's starting out with the offense first, Boston Academy immediately getting aggressive inside university.
Yeah, looking good for it. We'll hopefully change the cinematic into the in-game play. There it is. automatons already coming through, but no one has fallen as of yet. Boston really putting on the pressure early as they look to try to maybe quickly exit and rotate to A, but that fragment will stop Sensor in his tracks. And I don't know if Boston really realized how close up Electrified Steel are actually playing this defense.
And they're waiting for the exits as well, and they're trusting that Fame's going to watch all of the B-Dune side. And even if they do try to push over towards A, you can see on the minimap specifically, Panda's there line of wait.
Yeah, this is a really solid setup. And Pentagram with actually an automaton will kind of just bust through the door, find first blood, and then, oh yeah, this just completely flushes him out. So the exit strategy is not successful for Boston Academy. It's a 2-for-1 exchange, leading to a 3v2 advantage for Electrify Steel. Bomb collected down by Sensor.
That's going to force Shawnee's hand to try to take a look at this A lane and maybe try to help out Doug with an exit. But you can just see the overall look for University. There is no single inch of the middle of the map that isn't being looked at by Electrify Steel.
Yeah, this is, okay. I was going to say this is a really tough 1v1 for Sensor, but he does get his way in, and the MP40 just sings a different song in close quarters. That's information on to Fame. Watch Shawnee. He's going to try to follow up on this and see if he can flush out Fame, but good awareness from Kevin as he will shut down the potential threat and leaving Sensor to 1v2. The quick hit comes through, but Sensor finds the first kill. He has just barely enough time to get the bomb planted, but Fame will not allow it to happen. Good awareness on the clock for Kev as he finishes off the final 2 kills, and it's Electrify Steel who strike first.
It needs to be talked about. Electrify Steel, we did see that quite often versus Ultra Academy EU. The 4AR setup. There was a reason why they didn't brute force their way inside a University. They didn't have the weaponry for it.
Yeah.
They wanted to force the errors out from Boston Academy, and they got them.
Versatility and variety, man, I'm telling you. In Toronto, I said it, Search and Destroy was going to be what essentially gives someone an advantage to win a championship. Today, the more versatile team that can switch very quickly between different metas and comps, I think is going to be the most successful. So, already a unique look on Electrify Steel. But for Boston Academy's defense, a little bit of early pressure being established over towards B, but they use that as kind of a little bit of a head fake and then back right up as they expect a hit to come over towards A. And Electrify Steel are not going to give away any intel. They're just holding hands, essentially, through the middle of the map.
There's still so much time to be able to get information. Does that nade connect on anything? Seems just a little bit long.
Yeah, Shawnee's playing really far forward on this cart. Sensor just a little peek and a push. That works out for first blood, and now Electrify Steel feel a little bit stuck here at the 3v4.
Sensor's that guy. Says there's a lot of space here. I'm just going to go ahead and throw a shoulder real quick. Find a kill, 3v4. Where do you go from here? There's still ample time that if you are Electrify Steel, because you need to force out a pick, you need to force the 3v3.
So many question marks here for Electrify Steel and where this defense is set up. And the thing about this is Shawnee being in a bit of a weird spot should be able to deny an exit. Yeah, sure will. Pentagram gets the bomb planted, but it's not going to make much of a difference. Sensor now moving forward, putting a threat on towards the bomb, takes down Fame, no problem. It's just down to GodRx, and he's slurking his way up through the dunes, but Shawnee over the top will be able to track him down, find the kill, and it's a flawless round for Boston Academy as we tie it at 1 early.
Yeah, very unorthodox setup when you're thinking about it offensively for, or defensively, excuse me, for Boston Academy, right? You know, I mean, obviously, you know, Sensor, we've seen a lot of people play that specific spot on the B bomb itself and then try to push up through the staircase and find first blood, but normally they have some help. It takes a certain amount of stones to be able to make that play happen and get out with your life, but Shawnee was really the guy that threw the wrench into the system, playing it in a very unorthodox position, pushed up a little bit further forward rather than playing against that tower. Really denied a lot of information that Electrify Steel were looking for on their offense.
And I think the biggest thing about that position from Shawnee is with him not being tagged up, Electrify Steel is going to have a lot of question marks like, how did we not tag Shawnee with all these nades we threw?
Yeah.
So there's going to be some really mysterious moves around that B site when we eventually get to round 4, but we'll hold our tongues on that for now as Boston start to spread the map. Sensor just very dryly, with no utility being thrown really whatsoever, is going to go for the plant. Counter nades come through, but Sensor does live to tell the tale. GodRx able to push back Shawnee initially, but the first blood still goes the way of Boston Academy as they stop the potential flank from A.
And how do you work your way back in?
I don't know.
The post-plant setup is so good. The nade setup as well. Sensor throws the shoulder, finds Pentagram. He's on 3, and the immediate communication comes through. GodRx is up top. Fame 1v4 plus the defuse. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, man.
He goes down.
That's it's hard to say if that's another 4AR setup or not, but if it is, which I'm led to believe it was,
I'm pretty sure it was.
You have to stop the bomb from being planted first. There is very limited amounts of success if you're playing full retake with full automatons at B. So that's 2 great rounds in a row, I think, when it comes to Boston Academy understanding what Electrify Steel want to do defensively.
We'll have to see adaptations in their next attempt on that side. Maybe bring a sniper over towards that lane, just deny all that space.
Yeah.
Get an SMG down there as well. We will see.
I like that call. Yeah.
5-1 for Doug through 3 rounds worth of play. And now there comes the question, are Boston Academy going to slow things up? It seems so. I mean, Vogt just brought out the sniper.
Yeah, I like this call for Boston Academy to once again change the look defensively up towards B. But as we kind of framed up with Electrify Steel kind of curious, how do we not get any team nades over towards B? They're just not even going to bother with it this round. Gotarex revealed mid-map, tagged up down to 60 HP, but he'll be all right to get the regen off. And now the nades will come through as it looks like Electrify Steel want to make their first move to try to threaten this A site.
Oh, Ghosty is just basically on the outskirts of this map. That stun didn't connect onto them. They're just waiting for the exits. Electrify Steel are just inside University, but they have little to no information.
Oh, double peek's going to come through, though. They know Ghosty's here. The nade comes out. I don't know if he actually gets tagged by it, but Fame actually loses his footing on top of the wall, so he has to wait. That was supposed to be team nades, and they don't actually come through. Meanwhile, Volan's able to find one. Wow. Finally, Fame's nade will get there to connect, and that will allow him a chance to get the plant off. Sensor and Kaiwin looking to come on back. Counter nade's already being cooked up, but Sensor doesn't like the look of it, and he loses his teammate. So now it's just down to Doug. We'll find out if the motto of no Doug, no dub really does pay off in the 1v3.
Yeah, but he's got a submachine gun, so he has to brute force his way. He will see Fame cross. The sun actually connects, but he needs to try to get to this challenge immediately. You would assume that Panda's going to be right here to help, but Fame doesn't see him. The Sensor's at least able to find one, but 24 on the clock.
He's got Automaton to work with now as well. Thank you, Fame, for that. Oh, through the wall, just pre-firing to see if he can get someone on the plant. Oh, gosh. We've seen some crazy things on this map when it comes to just pre-fire wallbang spots to deny any diffusers. That's a different look over towards A this time from Panda initially. Pentagram to finish.
Yeah, bring it all out, man. This tournament is about to be everything. And you got to see at least an adaptation from both teams. Again, you saw the slow-up pace coming through for Boston Academy, at least defensively. Again, yeah. Kaiwin bringing out the sniper. They were playing for exits, comparatively to Electrify Steel, who got inside University, but they didn't get too far. They didn't want to push all the way through. They were just waiting to see if Boston were in there waiting.
So now here's the real question. Does Boston have a better read on what Electrify Steel are trying to do defensively, and do they have a recipe to kind of break this down? Kaiwin once again going to bring out the sniper rifle. And he may actually catch Pander on the jump. Yeah, he's seen him. Pander does not have this intel. So Kaiwin's going to sit here, and they're going to play for this pick. That's the first point of contact that you need. Nade comes through. There's the peek, but Kaiwin misses. And in the same moment, Fame actually secures first blood down towards Sensor on B.
And he has help over there with Gotarex, who's playing a very forward position, just to deny that quick plant to come through at B once again. 4v3, numbers in favor of the defense. Kaiwin will recover that bomb. But again, he's got a sniper rifle.
He picked up an MP40 though.
He gets the MP40, so this becomes a little bit more feasible with 45 on the clock.
The question is, you don't have really an entry. You know for a fact that Pander's playing up top towards A, and now you don't really know what's down defensively at B. This is the only option they have, is to force something to the middle of the map, and Pentagram was watching it the whole way through. Ghosty still trying to follow up. 2v4, 30 seconds on the clock. And honestly, you find one kill here, you may be able to swing back over to the backside of B. The problem is Electrify Steel are just completely enveloping the entirety of the map, and they've completely isolated Boston Academy.
Collapse, but I think that Pander might get some very unfortunate timing trying to get back over towards the AS&D. 12 seconds remaining, trying to push on up. A Fame is right there for the trade. Again, flipping the map, not exactly easy to do, but Ghosty does find another, but there's just not enough time to get over towards the bomb plus the plan. He's just going to take these 2 kills. The smile on his face as Electrify Steel win 2 on the bounce.
Man, this has been a really peculiar search and destroy so far. I think both of us were going into this one expecting to see some fireworks, and we haven't really gotten it. It's been sparklers. You know, it's been a really reserved start to this show when it comes to the search and destroy. And I think the biggest thing about that is who's going to be the first one to really just change the tempo? Who's going to set off that first big boom whacker and get in there?
A lot of fireworks reference. I love that.
I didn't get a chance to see any fireworks on 4th of July, so I feel like I'm getting it out here.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay.
But we did see at least a pace change, ever so slightly. Our Boston Academy going to go back to what has worked and their aggression early on. It seems at least one player is looking for it. It's going to be Kaiwin.
Different look here for Electrify Steel, sneaking their way into University. And I use that word very selectively. Pentagram is just inching his way forward. And there really isn't anyone to deal with this pressure except for Ghosty up top if he catches intel through the window. Sensor making a route. He's re-cleared out all of B. Shawnee's behind him, and he's saying, well, if Doug is forward, I can actually remove. But first blood comes out, and Electrify Steel going to use that to try to manipulate this map back over towards B and stretch this defense real thin.
That's going to force Kaiwin to reposition themselves. Take that position that Ghosty was at. Shawnee is at least able to find the trade, and they know exactly where Sensor's at, forcing out a 3v2.
Shawnee's still in the position to try to deny this, though. The bomb's not even over towards B yet. Shots coming over from the top side of mid. Kaiwin's trying to follow up, but gets caught. Not quite with the weapon in hand. And so now it's just down to Shawnee 1v2. Bomb going to be planted here at B. Good information on where Gotarex is positioned, but just such a tough gunfight. Electrify Steel just really calm and collected. This is a very different look for them, and I would say for the good for Electrify Steel.
Starting to look a little bit close in relative form of what we saw versus Ultra Academy EU, right? I mean,
yeah,
you got
honestly,
to see the 3-1 setup, Pentagram just getting all the way through University, waiting to try to get some information. And although it was very slight, they know how much time they have to work with on the clock, just throwing shoulders, long-range gunfights, getting the information, learning, and adapting as these rounds develop.
This is the round Electrify Steel try to full flood, I guarantee it. They're not doing it, just kidding. Next round. I mean, whenever there's a cushion of 2 rounds, I feel like Electrify Steel are good for 1 aggressive round, but not this time. It's just off angles. Oh, and Pander, who tried to just be sneaky, laying prone over towards the backside of trains, will be naded out. Free first blood. Pentagram looking for a counter nade, but it's not going to get there in time. So that'll be the plant, and Sensor escaping with his life. It's a 4v3 post plant for Boston.
Yeah, look at Shawnee all the way in the back. He's going to be covering the middle of the map. How do you try to get all the way through if you are Pentagram? I'm pretty sure he's got a submachine gun in there as well. So yeah, he's going to have to try to brute force his way across his train tracks.
Gunshots start to echo across. Pentagram, the first one to move, tagged up and finished off by Kaiwin. Yeah, great post plant for Boston.
Shawnee all the way in the back, watching the middle of the map, just getting that information. Even although it was just 1 bullet, that's all they needed to know. And again, although Pentagram probably wanted an AR for that situation, I don't think you swap things up. I think just going forward, you just have to change at least 1 position. I mean, Pander kind of inchworming, jimming their way up towards the AS&D is not going to work out. It was a great set nade that came through from Kaiwin to be able to clear out that position.
All right. Back and forth we go, but it's really onto the owners of Boston to have to win 2 rounds in a row eventually. And I think just based on the fact that we're getting into round 8, you would like to do it here. Not wait till round 10 and 11 to do it. So we'll see. Electrify Steel very reserved. Once again, not giving away too much information, but this aggressive setup from Boston, the nades do connect. And with that tag, look at Sensor and Ghosty. They're pushing so far forward. This is the first time we've seen aggression through A for the side of Boston Academy. It works out for a clean first blood.
Roommates in a duo, pushing up across the A lane. But even more so than that, you're still stuck in a 3v4. Bomb being carried by Pentagram. Has to play on this island by himself and has to secure the flank. But again, Boston Academy are not setting this stuff up for that. They still think it's all going to be coming to A.
The thing about this, I'm okay with this. Just stack up and play full retake to B if you need to. But as you're trying to set up this aggressive defense around A still, you have to be very careful. You don't want to get down to a 3v3 because things could really turn around quickly. And Sensor, very aware of this, has repositioned back over towards B. Pentagram with the bomb in hand is starting to lean that direction. And help is on the way. It's Pander who's going to try to duo hit this with them. Volan's trying to regress back over towards the backside of the B tower, and I think they saw this, and yeah, that's enough for Pentagram to say, I can't go out or I have to go inner.
And they found Fame as the island player over towards A, trying to get a little sneaky peeky like. Pentagram does win that one across the B lane.
Kaiwin can't chow. Kaiwin can't chow this. The bomb's going to get planted. And oh boy, Pentagram has to stay on top of the site. And no, it's not going to work out. The flank from behind will work out, and Boston will get back-to-back rounds, tie this thing up at 4.
That was the setup entirely for Boston Academy. Again, or for Electrify Steel, excuse me. Fame was supposed to play the island play, and then he was slowly going to inch his way back through the middle of the map and deal with any lurking players that were going to flank back through. You called it out wonderfully. Kaiwin cannot chow because he was also being overwatched by Pander across that Bean Dune side. It's just such a difficult setup. You know, it's all just a plan at the end of the day, but to be able to win the gunfights and being snuck all the way back out, and Shawnee finding Fame over by that flank as well. It's just way too big.
Boston's figuring out where the line in the sand literally is here. I mean, it hasn't been super reserved.
Sure.
There have been kind of mediated forms of aggressiveness on their setups, and it's worked out well. Electrify Steel with this really slow kind of playstyle has been really caught off guard, and this time it's a different look. It's a 3-man hit over through the A alley. Works out for the defense. First blood. Sensor drops. That's also the bomb now down to the ground.
Pentagram with an AR again. Forward positioning across that A lane. Boston Academy have been taking a real keen focus on that side of the map.
Good information here for GodRx. You see Shawnee, big 1v1 here. GodRx is going to just default and back off. Maybe an opportunity for Volans to push forward, but teammates come back over the top. Well positioned as Fame finishes off Shawnee. Leading this to now a 2v4. Bomb still down in between both of the Boston members. Information has been seen on the Volans, but he still takes down Fame. And that's a huge lifeline. Now a 2v3, and the defense has to feel a little bit more stretched just due to the fact that that kill came through mid.
And they know that they're inside University as well, but they're not going to be able to have an angle to be able to watch this cross all the way through. It really comes out of Pander. That's good damage.
They push him back. This is going to be a collection of the bomb and some real estate to work with. And look at this. Off the damage, they're going to make the call to try to go back over towards B. If they can find a way to get Godorex out of this position, maybe there's a chance. And whoa, the shots from Ghosty are clean. Has to stick for the plant. Pentagram looking to play off the clock. Not going to shell initially. Here comes the move forward, but Ghosty gets out. Not far enough, though. Pistol in hand for Pentagram will get the job done. And we've got map point for Electrify Steel.
Really well played off again. Pentagram finding that first blood across the A lane. Really did throw Boston Academy into a little bit of a tizzy, didn't it? Because they had no idea what was going to be the retake. And even when those last two players were able to collect the bomb, you saw that little moment of hesitation. Do we go back through University? Do we think we're going to be able to catch another player on the flank? Or do we just try to commit over towards A? But they make that call down over towards B, where, again, as you called, Godorex is watching that position. All he needed to do was find one, and he did.
Yeah, there's really, you have to force the square peg into the round hole there if you're Boston Academy. You know that you've probably pulled someone defensively over to help out Panda at A, so you have to kind of force what would be an isolated 1v1 towards B. Have to respect the call. Doesn't quite work out, though. And now Boston trying to get us to a round 11. And Electrify Steel, I could not express enough how different this vibe is from them on the Desert Siege. Not just because of how they played versus 705, but even in their match versus Ultra EU, we never saw passive setups like this on them offensively.
No. They were just waiting for information, and you really do feel like that was the turning of the moment when they didn't get any information on Shawnee a few rounds ago.
Yeah, I agree. Well, this time Boston is trying to set delayed nades, maybe catch somebody off guard. They've read this kind of measured approach by Electrify Steel, but I don't believe any of those nades actually connect. So now Electrify Steel feel a little bit more comfortable to make their move. Fame from the top side of the trains to the left, trying to get Pander forward. Oh, good shots on the pre-fire location where Ghosty was, and that will lead to an opportunity to get a plant off.
And he's got players overwatching him as well. You can see Kai went on the minimap as well. He's just waiting for the confirmation from anybody across the A lane to chow out.
Pander gets the plant. Nade's just a bit of miss. Bolins with a sub through mid-map. Oh, he cannot go that way. But he does keep Godorex relatively planted. So now Sensor on the outside. Tough 1v1 versus Fame. Once again, it's 4 ARs from Electrify Steel, keeping them more than at arm's reach. And oh, how about it? Last player up. Pentagram able to finesse with the pistol, and it comes down to Shawnee. 1v2 situation, also needed the defuse, and there's not a lot of time to do this. Gets behind one, kill comes through, trying to stick this, and it's just down to, does Pentagram have the ability to get over the top? And yeah, no problems there. It's gonna be a 2-0 affair early as Electrify Steel take the search 6-4.
Electrify Steel again, you got to see it. We called it out firsthand. 4 AR setup. More often than not, through the 10 rounds worth of play, we saw that a lot through Ultra Academy EU. What little time that they had in between leaving the venue, getting back to the hotel, studying that VOD, making sure they understood what worked. We only saw maybe 2 rounds total that Pentagram broke out a sub, and he got inside University. But the immediate switch happened again. If you do have to retake, I would much rather have an AR looking at these very long lines of sight rather than have a submachine gun. The submachine gun's good for first blood, but outside of that, I feel like you're just kind of off creek without a paddle.
Look, this is going to feel weird because I'm going to kind of criticize Electrify Steel even though they won. I don't love that approach versus a team like Boston Academy or potentially Ultra NA. However, I think that's the required play style if they find themselves playing Ultra EU again and bring this map back up. It just felt very uncharacteristic from start to finish, and the depth that we saw them attempting to do versus Ultra EU and 705 was just really not there with this more measured kind of play style from them.
The aggression, I mean, looking at all these names on Electrify Steel, yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't see more consistent aggression because it worked out versus 705.
Yeah.
Being able to force out those first bloods. I think it was just the lack of information that they were able to get from the nades and being able to collapse on that very early on, as you can see from top to bottom. Again, first bloods were all pretty spread evenly.
The one that I hate to cut you off, but the one thing that I'm noticing is actually the fact that it's Pander who has the first 4 deaths. That's a very different, and that's what I mean when it comes to like this measured approach, not feeling super comfortable. Like, it's forcing 1v1s at range, and that's an important stat line. Do not overlook that. Pander falling first is major when it comes to what Electrify Steel can do. So I feel bad because like I'm sitting here talking about Electrify Steel like kind of negatively, even though they won, but I don't know.
It worked here, but I agree. I don't really see it being able to work versus Ultra Academy NA.
Yeah. Maybe I have too much foreshadowing coming into the mix, but for Boston Academy,
2020.
Yeah, it's interesting because now, you know, we have to try to frame up how do you reverse sweep this squad, and it does feel like there is a difference in trust and chemistry right now between these two rosters.
It really does feel like that. You know, you go back to the immediate conversation that we were talking about. Both of these two teams are one of the very few from North America that have been sticking together, really grinding things out. But I mean, this Electrify Steel roster, I mean, they've been through hell and back again together from one another. And leading into the Control has been a very good game mode for them, even in losing format. Going back to Season 4 of the Elite, you know, the fundamentals are all there. They're really good at forcing out these kills and really good at just keeping the tempo upbeat. You just really do hope that Boston Academy going forward are just not, the demeanor has not been shut down, that they can just come back in, Ghosty can play his game, fly and fry, and we might be able to see at least a map 4.
It feels like someone needs to just inject some instant energy to this Boston Academy team, and then who knows, anything is possible. But for us, we'll take just a brief break. It'll be a Tuscan Control when we come back. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We're through 2 maps here in the lower semifinal. Boston Academy finding themselves down 0-2. Electrify Steel, largely speaking, have been comfortable, even if their play style has been at times critiqued by me. I really got to get, I got to get over it, honestly. But with that in mind, it's Tuscan Control. I really do feel like if there was a venue for Boston Academy to get right back into the series, I said it at the top of the broadcast, whoever wins this map 3 wins this series, and I still think that could actually hold to a reverse sweep narrative.
Bold claim, Cotton.
I'm still holding on to it.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll have to see, because, I mean, again, you go back, if there's anything one specifically to look at, it is the beginning of that Bocage hardpoint. Ghosty was having his way. He'll be that first player at least watching that A-lane early.
Holsey, right on into the action we go. All of it focused over towards A. Electrify still do have the numbers to try to contest this, even though the first blood is found by Boston Academy. And as Ghosty makes the step forward with Kaiwan, it's Fame who gets the double, eventually put down by a stun. But as Pentagram retakes over the middle of the map, there is a chance to stop this second tick of progress, and so it will be with the kills that come through.
1 tick of progress, that is just more than okay. 2 life lead off the rip. Definitely things you want to be looking at. Not the heaviest focus, looking at the middle of the map, because they're so worried that you could go over towards B for Boston.
Oh, and Pentagram has seen Kaiwin's route through the middle of the map, so as the mid still tilts in favor of Electrify Steel. Kaiwin, wait. Pentagram should have seen Volans around the back, but maybe not. He sneaks all the way back through Church. No one was even looking for him. That turns into one elimination, but Fame comes through to deny any further progress on towards the point. Ghosty trying to fight back, but it's Fame who has the final word. Boston stretching over towards B now desperately.
Only 6 kills. Yeah, you got to be able to try to stop this clock. Could come down to the construction man. Shawnee trying to find space on the backside of Column. He has some help from Doug on the opposite side.
Oh no, he doesn't finish his food! Pentagram gets the reload off, finds the kill, now moves forward. It's a weak side of Ghosty in front of him, and eventually the trades come out. But, woo, we talked about sparklers to start things off. There's our first instance of some fireworks.
Fame will get the easy trade. No further antics across that B zone. Won't even be able to get that first take of progression. Fame on a 6, going to be looking for that glide bomb. How influential would that be ahead of the offensive round?
Well, we've seen the glide bomb before for Electrify Steel on this map, but all right.
Not Fame's.
Well, that's true. But Boston with 30 seconds remaining, down 7 lives, get the second tick of progress at A. And honestly, if you can get the third, you'll feel okay about how this round has gone, considering the circumstances around it. And look at this, it's actually Electrify Steel. They want to try to deny, moving around the backside. Fame, he does get to kill number 7, so he'll have the glide bomb. Things will cool, though, as an extra 60 seconds is put on the clock.
Yeah, maybe you could add 60 seconds, but you're still down considerably when it comes down to the lives. A 5-life lead here for Electrify Steel. You can essentially just play this southern part of the map, especially with GodRx pushed up towards rooftops. You know that the flank isn't totally secured, which is why you're seeing those white arrows in the minimap. Just look that direction.
Sensor the first one to drop up top towards Church Alley. Quick move here from Ghosty. Getting on to stop the clock. Shotty also pushing through P5. Oh, good kill from Ghosty coming through. Also finesses getaways with the life. Fame on the bottom side is actually just kind of trying to keep the position of headquarters in their favor, and the defense will reign supreme with 3 straight kills coming through. Last lives for Boston Academy.
Middle of the map will be considered here for Pentagram. How many times have we seen them flank on this map mode combination? Now, Fame is under pressure inside of P5, but he's playing on the windowsill itself, expecting the push to come through.
Good first kill here from Sensor. This is still doable, especially as the second one comes through. Pentagram's looking to re-hit the pinch. And the timing of this actually may not be as good as you think it is. Yeah, that's going to be great from Ghosty around the back, finding the kill, but it's a 2v8. It still would be miraculous to say the least here, as the last one up is Ghosty, and with this little pushback, he's going to have to fight off all 4 lives at the same time. Not going to even get out of the radio window. Defense comfortable through the first.
Whether it was picked up or it was the class that was selected for at least a life or 2 for Ghosty, one of the best attempts that we did see was when they had that triple SMG setup.
Facts.
The pace was fully set up for them. It was just maybe 1 or 2 more kills away from fully just existing in towards the backside of the defensive spawn. But you really do have to talk about how Electrify Steel just did a bang-up job of just making sure that clock was being depleted, kills were always in their favor. It always held the life advantage from the beginning of that round.
Yeah, it really was. Okay. Well, Electrify Steel, we talked to them. They said, how do you do offense on this map yesterday? And they figured it out, winning their opening against Ultra EU by way of eliminations. Fame 14-3 on another 2 spree. First tick of progress looks good. Boston not really attempting to contest as of yet. Kaiwin going to change that as he comes around the back looking for reinforcements, but doesn't even bother with the player on the zone. Finally gets the information, and it's an unfortunate panic melee that comes through. Fame for 2, GodRx another, and that's going to be a full team wipe, leading to Electrify Steel getting this A zone and moving over towards B at the same time.
Boston, via that tick progression, when it was slowly moving up, they knew it was only going to be 1 player. We know Electrify Steel love to just put 1 player as they search for more kills.
Oh gosh, Fame triggered this one trying to get around the backside of this Boston setup. Panda right behind him will at least keep the exchange favorable for the offense, and right onto the B zone they go. This will force Sensor to come back looking for the kill. And the kill will be there. Unfortunate team nade will take down Doug, but largely speaking, the defense has restabilized.
How do you try to get yourself back into it? Says you need to wait for Pander to come back through the middle of the map. He might just go back through the backside of Church while the rest of his teammates are sitting up on patio.
Great shots to the backside from Ghosty to keep this essentially an even kill affair. 3 life advantage for Electrify Steel. Plenty of time to work with. Still a minute 50 on the clock. No need to rush this. Make sure your team nades are hitting, and then refocus up to try to take these key positions away from Boston. But the fight lives on with Boston Academy. Nades on the respawns coming through and keeping GodRx at 20 HP for what feels like 10 years. I mean, goodness, he is just getting littered with explosions. And it looks like with that damage, Boston, they want to try to make a play forward. The glide bomb does come out, as you mentioned. Fame will find Sensor. That's going to open up the patio. 1v1 at the top side of Church will work out. Bullets only able to get one from inside the zone. Electrify Steel, a chance to get the first tick at B.
Oh, what a read there from Panther, at least trying to extend themselves on the top side of Church. They will be traded out, so now the ramp is open.
Goes to the first one forward, but no, does not clear out the high ground. It's on the Sensor. The first one comes through, trying to get back up towards patio, and Shawnee able to help out by re-clearing the zone. I said it yesterday, I'm gonna say it again. Keep that glide bomb in the back of your mind. They don't really find too much, but that one tick of progress could be major when it comes to at least guaranteeing around 5
It absolutely will be, because at least you do have that segment progression. If you are Electrify Steel, if it does come down to around 5 fair trading, defense for defense is surely something that you could look at for Tuscan, but you still have time to be able to do this. 1 minute and 4 left on the clock, 18v13. You have a whole 5 lives over your adversaries.
The thing about it is with 60 seconds, that 5 lives is pretty negligible. First 2 kills, though, do come through in Electrify Steel's next attempt over towards B. And straight onto the zone they go. Kaiwan's the last player left. 2 players on, stacking for a second tick of progress. He loses the 1v1 topside patio, so now we focus down towards Shawnee. He's got to make a move. You got to get here. You have to find a way to clear off these players. He gets caught a little bit on top of the pillar, and Fame will find the kill. Offense looking good for Electrify Steel. Kaiwan in the middle of the map, able to find one elimination, but cannot clear the contestants off the zone, so now you got to just dive on forward. 1v1 for Fame, which he takes, and Electrify Steel able to secure their opening attack.
So, how do you feel about that glide bomb now?
I'm fine.
All right.
I had a light breakfast. I'm willing to eat my words.
Yeah, man. It's again, I was mostly just looking maybe a segment or 2, get that round 5 defense closer towards your favor, but it was truly always something more than that. Fame is 23-6.
Yeah, he's
through
different.
2 rounds worth of play right now. He is looking so much better on this map mode combination than what we saw all day from him yesterday towards the end of the day. And when you're just finding 3, 4 dead like that continuously, Boston Academy struggling to even find a trade.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if our mics picked it up or not, but he did have a very casual request for Boston Academy after the round. Can someone please trade me?
Oh.
He said it with maybe a little bit more vigor than that, but
yeah,
hard to say. Regardless of it, I mean, 24-7 is, Lord, yeah, takeover mode to be sure. There's kill number 25. GodRx re-trending over towards the middle of the map. Shawnee desperately trying to hold on to the second tick of progress, but the nade comes through, and Pentagram and Fame will re-clear once again. Depletion ensues on the second tick.
Stunned up, Pentagram still feeling rather comfortable. I mean, just look at how fundamental the setup is as well. GodRx going to push through over by the rooftops. He will go down, but still, middle of the map, at least being looked at off of these 2 kills that Boston have been able to find for themselves, but you still have to deal with the 2 players on A.
Yep, sure do. And the pressure forward is significant, to say the least. Oh, Fame felt the gunfight, wanted it versus Shawnee, but not able to tally up the final kill, so GodRx pushed forward to secure the trade. 20 plays 20, even lives so far, but with Sensor actually finding an elimination down towards B, he's going to try to stretch this defense out. The problem about it is none of his teammates are finding kills from the front. Fame gets another double, and things start to trend very heavily in favor of Electrify Steel's defense.
Yes, they do, indeed. Trying to split the defense surely might have been able to give yourself a little bit more space, but that trust needs to be there. The other 3 players need to be able to deal with the players over by the A zone, and Fame's found themselves a little bit of an opportunity. He's got a submachine gun. He's going to be able to find one, has a read on the second in the back.
Able to take down Sensor, no problems there as he was pretty weakened up. 3 straight kills coming out, but you feel like Fame could be the one-man army. There's kill number 5 on the corner. Oh, if he gets that one, we will definitely hear about it. 17.5 seconds left, 13 playing 15. Clock being stopped by way of both zones trying to be captured at the same time here. Panda will take the focus of the defense back over towards B. The kill comes out. That will deplete the first tick of progress, but Boston will do well to get the extra 60 seconds in 11v14. This is still doable.
Very doable. Gonna be bouncing back up a little bit, but these kills need to be there continuously. They need to consistently being able to find these slays. They need to get a 3 dead and only lose 1 along the way, but you're always having these lurking players in the middle of the map. Pentagram top bunks trying to be that guy.
Yeah, you need Volance and Sensor to double hit this out. You need your subs to re-win the high ground. Nades will actually be the product of the win. Panda just holding backside of the staircase. Oh, he could completely foil this if no one checks him. First kill comes out, turns, but no. Kill will be there for Ghosty. Now Volance in from the side. 2 kills do come through. Hold on a second. 9 plays up against 11. Fame forced to come on forward, and as he does, he loses his position up top towards patio. Boston, a really solid setup as they look to get on.
But the zoning needs to be there as well. They're just slowly inching their way through patio. And this little bit of hesitation trying to push all the way through has opened up the flank. Godorex is coming through P5.
It's not looking good. Someone has to turn for this. Oh, but a team stun actually opens up the door maybe for another chance. Ghosty turns his focus back around, finds Godorex on the pinch. Kaiwan working the column with him. Pentagram on the cross, able to find one. But Kaiwan is in a position to try to get the trade, but no. Doesn't get the read off the Pentagram. 4v5 the situation. Sensor from the top ropes forces a team kill and gets one. The clock will stall. Live advantage now for Boston Academy. The nades coming out will deal with Sensor on the point. 3v3. Kaiwan trying to hold on. Ghosty through the middle of the map is not here yet, but a long-range gunfight for Shawnee turns this to a 3v2. The refire coming out. The flank. Fame able to find one more on the backside. Does he get traded out? Holds his life. First tick of progress is in, the second on the way. Pander through patio, Fame from behind. They still have the pressure on. They need to get back to try to retake this. A big 1v1 gunfight comes out. It's all down to Volans between you and Elimination. A 1v2 with 10 seconds to make it happen. The stun comes out. Pander in the corner, not going to be dealt with. And Electrify Steel, 3-0 the map and the series.
What an intense final round coming through. They were able to finally get those trades, finally getting themselves those map positioning. But again, you got to talk about the hesitation when they did end up getting those 3, if not 4 down. Slightly hesitating rather than trying to push all the way to the backside of column, try to get some spawn kills, keep a player top green to make sure that your flank was secured. That flank for Godorex was way too free.
No, it absolutely was. And that's the thing, is when you put yourself in these positions where you don't have even a small amount of lives to play with at that point in time, your focus has to still stay with the OBJ because
Absolutely.
the clock and the fact that you just don't have the ability of working these long finesses. You have to be able to out-trade. Moments in there for Boston Academy, but unfortunately, it's a 3-0 overall as we recap over the series. Man, it feels like some echoes back towards Toronto Open. Same situation had happened against Ultra NA here once again on Sunday. Just did not have the right stuff. It's a 3-0 for Electrify Steel.
I mean, yes, historically, from 2 different events, it's very easy to say Saturday into Sunday, this Boston Academy squad just could not piece it together. But it needs to be talked about, the pace differential and separation that we had between all 3 of these maps.
Yeah.
One named Kevin Fame.
Yeah,
he drops
good.
41 on the Bocage hardpoint. He comes in. He was... The entire team of Boston Academy was struggling to get Fame at double digits for deaths.
Yeah, he was definitely in takeover
Constant
mode.
sprees.
I'm telling you, it was a very polite and casual ask. Can someone please trade me?
Yes, it sounded just like that, yep. Just a lot louder.
Yeah, a lot louder. Maybe a little bit more aggressive. So no Berlin, no Bocage needed this time around. It's Electrify Steel who move on into the lower finals with a chance for redemption against this Ultra EU squad. And yeah. I think the interesting thing about it is how much have they been able to take away from the loss? Because honestly speaking, that was a series that should have been 2-1 the other way around after the Tuscan control mishap. But the thing about it was the search and destroy was, I think, very revealing to where the advantages are for Ultra EU in the play styles between both these two teams.
And we got to see that a lot. We dissected that entire Desert Sea search and destroy, and it all comes back to one specific point off of that loss to Ultra EU last night.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see, but I believe we do have a chance to re-look over the bracket if you're joining us here late. Of course, we had 4 teams to make it on into today. Ultra Academy NA getting the job done in a Map 5 affair versus Ultra EU to get to the grand finals, but everything starts off with what happens in the lower bracket. Boston Academy, who had been putting together a very lengthy lower bracket run after a grueling Map number 5 versus Team Exposed, aka, of course, Clay's team. They do not quite get the job done here versus Electrify Steel, who also went Map 5, round 11, 1v1 versus Team War. So coming up next, it'll be Spaceman and Dream Crazy for the Ultra EU and Electrify Steel lower finals. We look back over our schedule just to give you the visual confirmation of it, and immediately after that, of course, the grand finals. Could be potentially 2 best of 5s, and as you had mentioned, we've said this a couple of different times, but it merits being re-hit. Anytime Ultra NA find themselves in the grand finals, they feel like we're guaranteed a reset. So who knows how many maps that's going to go.
And it could be an Ultra v Ultra again. The grudge match and rematch yesterday for that Map 5 grueler very much so could be on the cards. But if Electrify Steel continue on with this pace, could be either or, man.
We'll see. We'll have to see. We'll send things off to a break, though. Lower finals is coming up. You've got nowhere else to be. It's the only con on right now. So please make sure you stick around for it. We'll be back. Don't go far.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's a good question. You've already taken it to go?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Boston Open. It's time for the lower finals, and that means a couple of teams have already been sent home and won today so far. However, it was my pick, and with that, my day has been ruined, and my disappointment is immeasurable. But I'm Spaceman, and that is Dream Crazy, and Electrify Steel did the 3-0 sweep in dominant fashion. They get themselves to lower finals. Waiting in the wing, it was Ultra EU, who had a matchup in the winners finals yesterday. Ultra NA waiting in the grand. So we have one series to get through before we find ourselves in another chance for a new champion. But Ellen, talk to me a little bit about this Electrify Steel roster and what they just did.
Listen, they are looking so final right now, and obviously a key contributor to that has been Fame. He has literally turned the script around from yesterday and is completely dominating right now, just alone. He had 85 kills in the last 3 maps, which is insane.
This team is built by gamers without Kismet, and you bring in Fame, who's just playing out of his skull. And granted, it's only been one series, but he's clearly playing championship-level Call of Duty, so we'd expect that on a Sunday. Guess what? Here's the bracket. Here's how we got here. Yesterday, upper finals, we were here. Ultra NA versus their brother team. They take them down in Game 5. It was pretty one-sided, actually. And in the grand finals, they wait. But on the other side, Boston Academy versus Electrify Steel to start this morning. Electrify Steel 3-0 sweep. They move to the lower finals. But here's how everything kind of stretched out over the weekend. Ellen, is there anything that has stood out to you so far? I think the run by Boston has been admirable, to say the least, but everything else kind of going according to plan. Ultra has just been one of the more dominant teams we've seen in all of Vanguard, and they've continued to prove it here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, too, Ultra Academy EU, we have a team in the losers finals, and even just compared to Toronto, where we didn't even have a European team even hitting that top 12 spot. So it's just awesome to see, of course, both Ultra Academy EU teams in the top 3, and my gosh, they have their work cut out for them, because Electrify Steel, they're not going down without a fight. And even Pentagram, I was talking with him yesterday, he was saying, I'm overdue for a chip. They are coming out with the fire today, and you could totally see that just from the last match.
Pentagram is long overdue. He was probably the best sub in North America last season, just the consistency on Built by Gamers. Then he makes a little bit of a hiatus, goes over to a different game, still competing though, and getting his chances, and again, proving that he is a top-tier player. Our head-to-head perfect in a matchup as it is, and the parallels between these two teams are going to be so interesting to watch, and I am so interested to know on that point what the series layout will be, because I feel like we're going to have to see Tuscan at some point, given how strong Ultra EU has just looked, and the fact that it was a 3-0 sweep by Electrify in the last series. I mean, you win a Tuscan control, and this team has looked absolutely stellar, and there we will see it for games 3 and 4. So we're seeing Berlin early on, Bocage, Tuscan back-to-back, and to bookend the series at Desert Siege. This is a very strong map pool for Ultra, but it's also a very competent one for Electrify.
Yeah, it's basically the same series as yesterday. We started off with that Berlin, but kind of surprising, because I thought actually Toronto Ultra Academy EU, I thought they would take the Berlin over the Tuscan, but that's one of the things that is going to be key here, is because they're a slower team. That essentially their ARs are dominant, but Electrify Steel, their aggression, their subs, their heat, their fire, their intensity, it's just been all the course throughout today, yesterday. We know that they had the fire, but I just think today it's just they're going to be so strong.
Well, let's get into our lower finals. One of these teams going to be booking their ticket for a chance against Ultra NA, the #1 seed. But we talked a lot yesterday about some of the best sub-duos, some of the duos specifically when we were looking at the European region. When we talk about duos in NA, one of the longest standing so far in Challengers has been, of course, GodRx and Pander. They have been so clinical together, even looking back to when they started on Built by Gamers, and easily 2 of the best ARs in the scene.
Absolutely, and Electrify Steel off to a hot start. They are 39-9 right now, but it is Ultra Academy EU who do have control over that P2 side, and the one to break it over here would be Pander over on the Riverside, that does essentially get a pick, but he can't necessarily do too much as he doesn't have his teammates by him.
A little bit of scrappy hold there for Ultra Academy early on, but they make the most out of the damage now with GodRx on your screen, Automaton in hand, off to a pretty interesting start. Working his way in towards the point now, in about a 40-point game that got dropped down, cut between 20 now, as contests go back and forth, trades as well, all mixed in the kill feed, but for the moment, it should be a hold for Electrify. You have top control as well. Pentagram trying to work through the back, and the spawns start to filter in for Electrify. You're more than happy to fight for those last 15, and one of the takeaways for this Electrify roster is they are not going to give up those last 10 seconds. I was talking to the Boston coach before their series, And one of the big key points he hit on was we have to fight for every single hill down to the wire. They're not going to give anything away for free.
Absolutely not. But early on the rotation, it is Ultra Academy EU. And this is not a bad setup as long as you maintain that Riverside control. But GodRx able to take down Weeman. He only has to worry about Furious in the back. And of course, Stevo to help the push from the front does take down 2. So to solidify this hold, that is a perfect if you are Ultra Academy EU, but Pentagram just breaks on through the front and gets a 2.
I mean, how many times have we said that in the history of his Challenger's career? Constantly finding a way to contribute. And yet again, another big hold from Electrify Steel. This is a team that's been rolling. They just took down Boston 3-0. If you missed it, you missed a hell of a series. That's an interesting team kill. And Furious will help to even things out. So you get basically a net 2 on the gain and a break through the front of the hill. Now you have to work through the back spawn. If you're Electrify, you are thinking about that rotation, potentially a flip, but you might take that rotation given where you're at in the middle of the map. That's Fame trying to work through into the point, but cut down by Weeman. He's been crucial for Ultra Academy, making the run towards this point. And if they want any chance to take down a very hot Fame, you're going to need Weeman to win that parallel battle.
Absolutely, and that was huge from Furious to win on the rotational kill. They only have to worry about Pentagram, who's back, tucked away, and also who got a Rex there to follow. So that was a huge one from Pentagram and Pander in the back. But the back warehouse, this is where the fights are going to ensue for Ultra Academy EU, as they do have that spawn. So from the train side, from the warehouse side, the fights ensue, and the trades happen to come through. But overall, it's Weeman who flies on in, Ultra Academy win it.
Well, the spawns are there. It's just about converting the game plan. We could say that about a lot of teams this weekend. No matter how versatile you are, can you put it to good use? And now it seems that the break will be in. Ultra doing what they can to mount the offense, but on the defensive side, GodRx going to be denying that back push. Backline is clear. Pentagram with the assist. Good enough for at least 1, potentially 2 off spawn. Extra shots do ring out at range, and, well, Ultra will walk away victorious for the moment, but neutral time for both teams. And if you're Ultra, you'll take that. Not letting Electrify build upon anything at the moment, and also have positions out to P5.
Exactly. That's exactly what they're doing. Just get that platform control. Start to get set up in fire. Start to get set up top the tops. But GodRx and Pander, both the AR duo, slaying them out. Do at least pick up a couple of kills. But still, Ultra Academy, they got to hold the top side here, and they continue to do that. But my goodness, Pander picking up a huge 2 off screen. He's like popping off.
I mean, Weeman's not just trying to be a nuisance, but also a distraction to pull attention away from the next hardpoint, but he gets cut very quickly. And we've been looking at the engine to come online for the subs of Ultra EU when it happened in that Tuscan hardpoint yesterday against Ultra NA in the winners finals. It was so hard to beat, and NA struggled. Though they did bounce back in the series, it wasn't by an easy margin, and now it's going to come down to these kills into the point. So far, it's a good wipe from Ultra, and they have easy time.
And that's something that Stevo does so well, is just those adjustments, man. He's taking those long routes around. Furious is essentially, he's been doing it yesterday. Obi slaying all day, but either which way, keep members off the point. That's all you need to do, is hold the high ground.
Yeah.
And, well, the rotation, you're going to be thinking about that. Ultra Academy, they have to hold this platform side, but the numbers in favor for Electrify Steel as they break through. But at least the good part about it is preferred spawns for Ultra Academy.
Ultra's been winning a lot of these battles at range, and that has kept Electrify Steel out of the hardpoint, and the neutral time has kept EU in this game. Granted, they're down by about 20, but now we're back to P1 on our second set of hills and our second rotation. And if you are Electrify, this is where you start to run away with this game and build upon those early breaks. If they can get 20 seconds and then contest for the rest, you're feeling pretty good about your chances, but EU have to start mounting that push. They have to start mounting that offensive swing, because as of now, it's been a little bit lackluster when it comes to breaking the front. We'll see what the nades can do as they try to get the contest.
Yep, and the pinch play from Furious around the back comes through, but Electrify Steel wipe everybody out. So that is a really good time for Electrify Steel to snowball off this point, not to mention thinking about that rotation. It's Fame as well, but either which way, Ultra Academy, they're going to have to break through this, and they still continue to try to do so.
Yeah.
But the slaying power, even without Fame, which is crazy to me, they're just going, they're taking away with it. You don't want to snowball, and it looks like it's starting to happen.
I mean, the best case scenario for Ultra is the fact that they don't let GodRx get the glide bump, so we're to shift. You would love to have that if possible. However, it won't be the case, but Electrify still build that lead. 148-84. What was a 20-point game going into P1, now on the rotation to our next hill, is a much wider margin. And Ultra have to start mounting that comeback. Building it hill by hill. Money change, sure, but at this moment in time, you need an opening 30 for this to become realistic, as GodRx tries to open up through the front door with the nades. The stun will connect, but here comes a trade and a flurry of kills. It's all purple for the moment. Make it 4 dead. The wipe from Ultra is good, and the hill is as well.
Yeah, that was a really, really clean hold from Ultra Academy EU, and even Beans already taking the routes to get set up for New is going to be crucial as they can swing this lead in their favor. But now on the back spawns from the warehouse, Furious is still continuing to hold on and dodging around that hill, but still the contest time's coming through, and he's on a 5 spree right now, could potentially earn that glide, and he does get taken out, so at least damage is done there.
Yeah, you're spawning near fire right now if you are electrified, so you can continue to contest, and like we've talked about, they're not going to give up the last 16 for free. They will always throw bodies onto the point, and we see Fame doing that with the MP40 up close, and on the outskirts, you have Panda winning another big gunfight, so that opens up the next swing towards the transition of the hard point, but Ultra deal with the pressure early. They get towards Dockside, they immediately put their AR out and spawn, and Beans can just watch that mid-map pressure. However, as soon as I say that, he does fall, and with that, Ultra now have the hold.
But it's something that we've seen Wee Man do so well on these holds, is being able to hold that fire, being able to not let these transitions happen, but still, the 2-2 split from Electrify Steel to try to break on through. Can Ultra Academy hold on? At least they took down Wee Man in the back, but still, with 40 seconds left here, the flip does come.
And cheeky shots and a great spawn there for Electrify, and you can throw numbers into this point. Get your toesies in the hill. We'll see what happens from here. A fly on in and Fame connecting. First blood and the second, working on a glide bomb, staying around the pillar. Shots ring out. He is way too tagged up to challenge again, and he will fall back. The reinforcements are here. The cavalry funnels in, and Pentagram will be the lead blocker out. He does his job to perfection. Early time and a late hold. Electrify Steel have what they need.
And this is what Ultra Academy needs, though. They need to hold here, get those ARs set up, and you saw Beans early on that rotation, so this is a good positioning if you can hold, but Pentagram, he's going to wait through the front for his teammates to push on through the middle, and, well, at least being able to take down Wee Man in the back in the most important spot. Electrify Steel, breakthrough.
17 and 17 for Beans. Not a bad game, but they need an explosive performance on this next hill. If they want to keep this game close, Electrify Steel starting to pull away. The spawn should be there for Ultra. Given as long as Beans doesn't die, and well, of course, Vanguard he does. And with that said, now it's just about a foot race towards the point. Can you stack numbers in time and win those counterattacks? Here it comes. Steve-O dropping, Beans dropping, Wee Man gone. Furious deleted every single time they try to formulate a push. Ultra get shut down.
The subs from Electrify Steel are looking so strong, and of course, Pentagram has been a catalyst of that, but still, I mean, this is it. If they hold all this time right here and swing into that P5, they're going to be 10 seconds away from winning. This is not good if you're Ultra Academy EU, but again, at least it's a much different margin from yesterday.
It certainly is, but it also just means that you lose this game if you're playing on scrap time alone. So Ultra have to be playing perfect hardpoint here throughout. You have to start chaining these hills together. We're talking 45, 50 seconds a hold. That's going to be tough enough, but just by the way that Fame and Pentagram have been playing, Pentagram's breaks have been crucial, and in this moment in time, it's going to be difficult, but can they do it? It starts here. On to P5, you hear the screams on the main stage. You already know this one's going to be done and dusted. Continuing on, just an 8-point game. Do Electrify still have enough of the tank? Yes, Pentagram does get the clear, but not long enough before Ultra get back onto the point.
Well, the contest at least comes in, but I think that might actually be it. They're on the point. There's only 5 seconds left. The break has to come through for Ultra Academy, and again, you mentioned perfect hardpoint, but it's not going to be possible. The slaying power just too strong for Electrify Steel, and they take map 1, 250 to 137.
Well, that's 4 maps in a row in 2 series. They have not dropped yet, and the opening hardpoints continue to go their way, and Pentagram showing you that he's pretty damn good at Call of Duty. And with that said, that was a very clinical performance. Now, granted, there were chances and opportunities that opened up through the gaps for Ultra, and they certainly took advantage on some hills, but they struggled to chain them together, and it essentially led to the lead that Electrify still never looked back on.
Absolutely, and I mean, Beans, like, that's like one of the players, like, as soon as they start to get, like, snowballed on, it's like, that's it, you can completely shut down, and, like, that was the player that we've seen even, like, go off yesterday. He completely got shut down. All the subs from Electrify Steel just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, the conversation piece could have been about the sub pressure and just the flexibility that Pentagram does bring to this roster, how consistent that core trio has been. But he was crucial. And not only that, but you feed off of just having Fame available the way he's been slaying with the Automaton today so far, the ability for him to not only watch his lanes, but win a lot of those long gunfights that then facilitate the offense to get into the break. And oftentimes when Ultra would force stack off spawn, try to come up for a hit, they were immediately cut down by GodRx. We talked about GodRx and Pander being that dynamic AR duo. They don't get enough credit for what they do. They basically shut away Beans and Furious for the majority of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh my goodness, too. I mean, even at one point, they really, I felt like started to take off. Remember, I had mentioned even with Fame not even doing the best, and then like he just turned up,
Yep.
almost had streaks, 23-25 deficit, and my goodness, all across the board, these guys just too strong. 22 non-trading kills even from
Yeah,
Pentagram.
that's insane. And we had talked about Wee Man having to meet the challenge of God RX on the other side. That didn't happen. 21 and 31. Granted, he had 11 assists, but it just wasn't enough. You know, we needed the Wee Man you see on Tuscan. We needed to see a little bit more presence in those outer lanes when you're swinging. But even here, it was just a full team effort, and that's what's scary right now. Like, Electrify, they come in. They already had a series. They 3-0 Boston. If you're Ultra EU, you've been waiting. You came off yesterday. You dropped down to your brother team. They've had time to scrim shore this morning, but it's not the same as just playing in a normal series. And Electrify are working off that momentum of a 3-0 sweep. They come into this lower final, and they are rolling. Like, they look like there's limited and minimal weaknesses, and if they keep this momentum going into the S&D, this is a scary series to be in if you're Ultra EU.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Pentagram said yesterday, this is my time. We need a chip. Like, they're long overdue. They're definitely been playing it. I mean, even yesterday, Pentagram, Fame may not have been doing the best, but like yesterday, it was really Pentagram that just stepped it up and like just floored it for this squad.
I mean, I would love an NA-EU final, but I would also love to see what the matchup would look like between Ultra NA and Electrify Steel, because this is just a heavyweight fight, and this is our series layout. Bocage coming up next, and my God, is it going to get mixy? Tuscan for the control. We may go to a Game 4. We'll see how this Game 2 goes, and granted, of all the series today, I feel like if EU does go down, Ultra EU goes down 2-0. This is going to be one of the harder regains and a series reset to a 3-2 reverse sweep that they're going to have. Like, you're going to have to hope that the IGL has the greatest calls of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, too, on a map like Bocage, like that, you would imagine, like, that's a map for Electrify Steel that they're going to feel quite comfortable on, especially, like, when it comes to those subs, working down bottom grannies, getting that mid-map control, and just all of these crazy angles that they've been working so well. And just for a team like Ultra Academy EU who just... My goodness, I just feel like the subs just completely got cut down. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is scary. It is pretty scary.
It's scary because we're going to Bocage, and if that is the case, which it is, you're going to have to deal with Pander. You're going to have to deal with Pentagram, and of course, God RX, which we've talked about the best ARs in North America, Assault in that conversation. Let's not forget about God RX and Pander, because they are just as good. Again, the core trio built by gamers is here, just missing Kismet. But you bring in Fame, who clearly is having a terrific impact, and he's been arguably like MVP for them.
So what do you think, essentially, for Ultra Academy EU? Do you what of course, we all think a lot of things, right? What do you think that they need to do, though, essentially, to be able to flip this around? Because similar to yesterday, it was Electrify Steel, essentially the hard point that was much closer. It was 250 to 236, and then like Ultra EU, they just like won the next 3 maps. But for today, if we have that same layout happen again, what do they need to do in this Bocage? Because
in the Bocage,
as you know, I mean, it's not Desert Siege map 2.
It is not Desert Siege. We get that Game 5.
From Furious.
We get that Game 5. That spot.
That was crazy.
Weird. We're gonna get a Game 5 Desert Siege if we get to that point, but I think Vortex is kind of the answer here, because at least in the sample size we have, which is Game 1, the tendency has been if Pentagram's gonna pop off, who's gonna respond on the other side? Vortex needs to be that player. He wasn't necessarily it in Game 1. They didn't lose because of his non-performance, and it wasn't even a non-performance. It was more of a collective drowned out performance, and it was just it was overwhelming from Electrify Steel. Now, granted, with that said, if Vortex can win a lot of these opening first bloods, if he can take that challenge of Pentagram up close, you give yourself a better chance for Weeman to get in position post-plant or later into the round and be able to swing that timing back. Yeah,
absolutely. And I feel like even if they do decide to take those like long-range battles, like and you've been seeing a lot of teams, of course, focus more of their attention towards B, as where like in the beginning of the year we've seen more like A push of standard A's, but with that B side, it's like if you pick off that player in the back willow tree, like just go for the plant, immediately play. So maybe slow it down in some cases. Maybe that's what Toronto Ultra Academy EU need to do. Just try to adjust to Electrify Steel's pacing.
Here's your head-to-head. Vortex, Beans, Furious, Weeman versus God RX, Pander, Fame, and Pentagram. And this Electrify Steel roster has been on a roll. They have 3-0'd Boston. We're going to keep bringing it up, and my heart is still shattered. Now they're playing Ultra EU for a chance to get currently the better team in North America Ultra NA, the #1 seed. So not only is your reward for this series going to the grand final, but your reward is also playing the #1 seed, playing arguably the best team in the region, and a team that is looking for their first big LAN championship. Given the Toronto result, they come up second, and overall it's a ridiculous spree that Toronto NA's been on. But for Electrify Steel, if there's any team right now that looks like they could go toe-to-toe with NA, that is this team as of late in the respawns. Electrify Steel have just looked perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to get into this next one, but either which way, and the advantage to that too is we know that Electrify Steel, they don't really necessarily like to play their
Right.
S&Ds on Gavutu or on Tuscan, so it's oh my gosh, they have I feel like they're perfect layout, they have the plan set up for what they want to do. But what's crazy to me though, I think Alan had mentioned it yesterday, iHoldShift was saying that they didn't even watch other teams or look at anybody's tendencies. They're
confident.
playing.
They don't need it.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's all you need. Just be confident in your game.
It surprises me, but also talking to these players over the past couple of years and knowing just the way they see the game, the way they approach it, that is not at all surprising because, you would. I'm sure they've done their fair share of film and VOD review. There's no question. But these players individually are so ungodly talented, both reading the game and how consistent they've been playing it. I mean, look at their Cold War results. Though I don't think Built by Gamers ever were able to find that first championship. They were consistently within the top 2 and constantly fighting for it. So it's been a hell of a run for Electrify Steel, but the players on that team are some of the best in the world, dude. If we had more slots in the CDL, there's a good chance this could be one of the teams that is making some serious waves in that middle pack. Ultra EU have their work cut out for them, and I think they realize that in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's just how do you respond to their aggression? How, like you said, Vortex really needs to be the one to speed it up, but
yeah, it's going to come down to the pacing.
Overwhelming.
It's going to come down to the pacing. Really. And for Electrify Steel, if they're going to push that pace onto Ultra EU, this could be a very quick S&D. Ultra EU have to be able to, like we talked about, meet the challenge. That comes through, I think, Vortex finding those first bloods, taking on the one-on-one against Pentagram.
Yeah.
But also the ARs have to be able to shut down a lot of these sites. And if how quickly Electrify Steel get onto the bomb is basically predicated on God or X's mobility towards the site. If you up the tempo from Electrify Steel's perspective, you have a very good chance of shutting down Ultra completely. We've seen Ultra EU struggle in S&Ds before. We saw it yesterday. That's the interesting thing about Electrify Steel is, yes, they're a good respawn team, but they're also very good at pushing pace consistently, and they have a different variety of ways they can beat you. So it's basically pick your poison.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's kind of the struggle that we saw even with Electrify Steel versus the Boston Academy team. It's just the Boston Academy transitions, it just seemed like they were just too slow. Again, like you said, the pacing. So they just need the pacing, the transitions, they just need to be tighter.
They do. Well, we've had a hell of a ride here. All these teams are converging onto this arena over the weekend. It's been 3 days of action, and, well, we've had our fair share of upsets. We've also had a lot of teams moving through as we expected. If we could take a look at the bracket one more time and give you guys a rundown of how we actually got to the lower finals, because, well, Ultra NA continue to be the #1 seed in North America. They've proven it. They take down their rivals in EU, which we assume they've had many scrims against. But in the end, it was a pretty standard weekend of Call of Duty. Boston Academy won 3-1 over Ironblood Gaming in round 7 down to the lower bracket. They moved on to play Clayster and Company and Team Exposed, and Boston kept it rolling, but then they eventually ran into Electrify Steel.
Yeah, which is absolutely crazy still, the fact that Team Exposed got knocked out again, well, essentially Clayster. The Clayster and Sensor duo, the head-to-head between those two, even just with the last event, it happened again, but this bracket, it's to be expected, of course. I think, of course, Ultra Academy NA the favorites to go and secure that grand final spot. But the biggest surprise to you, what would you say is your biggest
Boston
surprise?
losing. I picked them to win. I'm not going to get off that horse. It's not happening. But I do want to touch on one thing that we had discussed before this match kicked off. Now, we saw the series yesterday. We were here. We watched it. Ultra EU versus Ultra NA. It was very exciting. Talk to me a little bit about Ultra EU versus Electrify Steel, because there were moments where it seemed that, in the grand scheme of things, Ultra EU started to have their number, but Electrify Steel were able to bounce back from yesterday.
Oh, from yesterday. Yeah, I mean, yeah, essentially, just a little bit. But, I mean, when it came to EU, though, I mean, yeah, they just literally floored it was Beans. I mean, Beans, he literally stepped it up. They floored the next 3 maps from that.
Sure. Sometimes that's all you need. If
Yeah,
Beans is
that's
popping
really all you
off,
need.
we've seen it before.
Have that
but
player turn up. I mean, it's usually one of those players just like turning up. And I mean, yesterday Beans, he was like, if you get in a position to where like the air is in position, the subs can roam,
Yep.
and then that snowball effect starts to happen. It's like Ultra. They wipe the floor.
It's hard to stop, certainly
Yeah.
is, but we're going to make sure the lobby gets good to go and the players are all ready and set. So when we come back from this break, we continue on with the lower finals. We hope you'll stay with us. We'll see you guys in a sec. Right into the game. It's lower finals. We're happy to have you. Game number 2 in this lower final series. Best of 5 Ultra EU versus Electrify Steel. It was a game 1 dominance from Electrify Steel, but into this one, so far it's been first bloods for all of Ultra EU. 3v1 in this first round.
Yeah, that was a hot start there from Beans to pick up that 2, but here we have Pentagram still, of course, isolated on that barn side, but look at the positioning from Ultra Academy. I mean, Pentagram may at least able to isolate a pick over on the Stevo, but still, they have a pinch here. But the members of Ultra Academy, I mean, they're on the opposite side of the map, so this is actually pretty good if you're Pentagram. If you can isolate, maybe Furious in the back.
You're going to hope that that's the first engagement you would get, but positioning is going to be pretty difficult with what Furious is looking at. And on the other side, you have Weeman, who's watching through the back spawn. If anything goes over towards A, he would sniff it out. But does Pentagram escape for free? No, he does get spotted. They're going to start to converge on his position. And Pentagram might get lucky with the timing here. However, with that break, they will certainly know he's inside Grandma's. And now you have to make your play with a MP40 against 2 automatons. Good luck. Potential miracle, but nope. Ultra EU, though the round is drawn out, they do get it early on.
Absolutely, and that would have been crazy if Fierce didn't spot Pentagram. But at the end of the day, great positioning from Ultra Academy EU is, of course, you know, you had advantages. You had the information essentially from when Vortex got taken out. So just isolate. That's all you need to do.
Just
you're
isolate.
Defending. Yeah, you're defending. That's all. Pretty clean round. But really, of course, see where they decide to attack Ultra Academy EU on the offensive side, and Vortex has the bomb. Nades out.
GodRx might be the first blood here. Watch out for the nade. It will connect, and there goes GodRx. Advantage, Ultra EU, 2 rounds in a row. Minute 13 to play with here. Bomb in Stevo's hands, going for the stun check through the door. It will not connect, but instead he will fall back towards B. However, you are worried about the opposite AR. Never mind. There goes Bander. Fame, the only one around for the moment. Pentagram getting towards his teammate. 3-on-2, bomb is down.
Yep, and they have Pentagram. Gonna flood on through the bomb site, but I don't think he gets spotted. Weeman at least able to take him down, so Fame in the back. See if the former CCL champion can clutch this up in the back Willow Tree. We've seen so many people clutch up here before, so the beam onto B. Oh, on the beams, and there it is. Trade. Trading positions, key, and Ultra Academy up 2-0.
That's 2 rounds in a row where Ultra had first blood, then whittle it down to a 2-on-1. And they convert both to round wins. Into round 3 we go. Momentum getting slowed Electrify Steel trying to find their first pick in this one. Currently on a 4-map win spree. That was English. We'll roll with it.
We understood you.
Yeah,
It's okay.
sometimes
It's okay.
the words just come out funny.
If you're excited.
I am. It's Call of Duty. Vanguard breaks my brain. There's a lot of time in this one. Couple of nades do fly out into the spawn. Nothing get picked, though. It's a rotation through the back. It's Furious and Stevo working together and quickly sniffed out before a trade does fall through. Electrify Steel were ready for the pinch, and they were ready for the aggression. Left alone, it's Weeman all by himself on a 3-on-1.
So to say hello. That was a fast flank there, of course, but not able to get anything going.
Yeah, go get it
It's a free
down.
plant at B, of course. So Electrify Steel move on in, and I mean, this is pretty clinical here. You get the bomb down, you hold L, hold the top side, maybe sit on the bomb, but it's just about holding. This is going to be pretty tough if you're Weeman, but
You're going to have to worry about Pentagram at most, because as soon as you challenge
Yeah.
the side, he's going to fly out of cover.
Right in
And
the middle.
here he comes. Caught timing is so beautiful, and he will fall. Electrify Steel finally get around on the board.
funny in that Pentagram still just continuing to freaking fry in the search and destroy.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's pretty good. Whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's another FPS that we will not mention, he is pretty good. And he's continued to be one of the best
Oh, yeah.
performing
That's crazy.
amateur players in the entire world.
Forgot about that for a second, but 6-2 to his name right now.
He joined a pickup squad, and they were rolling through some of those open brackets on the aforementioned esport. It was quite impressive, given the longevity so far of his Call of Duty career. Flexible at all angles. A young miniature Shotzi.
Well, similar to yesterday, I feel like Ultra Academy EU against the squad, they need to slow things down and maybe just force, essentially don't force those gunfights, let them come to you. And it's like Electrify Steel, though, how are they going to counter that? They're going to do the same thing. So you see both teams kind of just sitting back in their spawn, just waiting, maybe trying to find an opening. And Beans does spot some information over on God RX by that willow tree, but it's just essentially the baiting coming out. There's only 48 seconds left, but
Yep.
Ultra Academy are just looking like they're inching their way in towards Grandma and working towards A.
Yeah, not only are Ultra trying to force this round forward just by pushing through Grandma's, but it's a quick plant, and Panther has no idea. He's got absolutely no clue that there's two members around. Bomb's going to go down. He spots one, and he should get traded here. This is a push you have to take if you're Ultra before Fame gets back onto the site. Fame goes regardless, uncontested and unscathed, will take down one. That's 2 kills that fall quickly, but a response finally from Furious. He gets 2 before falling, a 2v1, and Electrify Steel just have to play numbers.
Oh, the sneaky plant from Electrify Steel, but Beans, he could get perfect top timing right now as he does take down God RX, now evening up to 1 versus 1. 20 seconds left, and I don't think he has any idea where this other player is, but there's not really a lot of time. All he needs to do is just wait the clock.
Does he peek in time? Does Pander peek? Beans out. Gonna wait, and that's just good plays on the defensive end. Post-plant positioning does work out. Beans doing it nicely, and Ultra get their 3rd round. And letting them know. And that's, I mean, that's a round essentially that you have to win if you're Ultra, given the way that how quickly you got the bomb down, and you're lucky that God RX only got 1 kill before falling. You're gonna count your blessings there.
Yeah, absolutely. That could have been really scary too, because absolutely, like the plant essentially.
Yep.
How Panda didn't even see them come up there. So great if you're Ultra Academy EU to now run away with this 3-1 for them. And Beans, yep, stepped it up. Furious, 5-3. So those opening picks, of course, have been crucial, but it's really just been like a chess game, right? Both teams just kind of baiting, testing each other out. The pre-fire, of course, from Pentagram coming through that bottom Grandma's door, but with that bomb in hand, again, the barn side is in control, but look at where Furious is. Another nerdy spot. Does tag up a member and gets tagged himself.
Yeah.
Able to get away with his life.
Well, when Fame crosses over towards B, he's going to get spotted by Ultra, and that should be Weeman on the opposite side. He is working in tandem with Furious, so you have a chance here to take a 2-on-1 and give yourself the advantage in this round with only 56 seconds to go. Fame does escape, though. So now you splinter the numbers against Ultra, and you 4-stacked onto the site. If you get a plant down, there's a chance you win this battle on bomb. The retake's going to have to come from Ultra, and it's going to have to be together. Now they're splintered. There's Stevo opening it up with the first pick.
Yep, and then now, of course, with the second. So now Furious does get traded out by Fame. 3 versus 2. That bomb has been down. So Electrify Steel, essentially, Fame can get in barn, get set up on top. And you see, he might actually be perfect to clutches. So the nade does come out. Does it connect?
Oh my god, the nade got him.
Oh my gosh.
It's a 1-on-1. You got 20 seconds to go. All you have to do is check around 10. Ultra have to defuse. Oh, he checks it wrong, and he doesn't escape, and Beans with a 500 IQ challenge will get the defuse. And that is a push and a rout of a lifetime in this game. And how huge is that to go up 4-1?
Exactly, and of course, Beans had to get into that position to immediately push and get that trade, and just like wrapping all the way around, Fame had no idea where he was. So, of course, having to check the bomb, the pre-fire, that was just so close to timing. Perfect for Beans, 500 IQ, and now leading 4-1. Ultra Academy doing a fantastic job at stopping every single and denying everything from Electrify Steel.
Beans is 8-2. Having himself a hell of a game. Quick plant to A. And never mind. Oh, no, there we go. Okay. We're on to the site. Pentagram, if he peeks this, might get lucky to take the player off bomb. Plant will go down successfully. Fame. At least for one. There's the second. The retake beginning, unfolding, happening. Electrify Steel trying to win themselves this round, but not before Steve-O has something to say about it.
Completely changed and flipped the script, but Beans last alive yet again in a 1 versus 2. Gets information on Pentagram and tags him up a little bit, but he has to worry about.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Oh
Hit
no!
From the
Oh no!
Oh my goodness, Beans! What was that?
That was a
What
breakdown.
was that?
That was a breakdown, and that was an absolute gunny from Beans. Oh my sweet Jesus! Woo! If you're not awake after that, what the hell's wrong with you?
Oh my gosh! 11. Oh
Beans
my,
said get in the
streaks,
backpack.
And he got
He
streaks.
said
like,
get in the damn backpack.
Done and
Well, here's a
dusted.
glide bomb. I mean, this round, if you get first blood for Ultra, that's a GG's.
They're like, well, if our respawns are a little shaky, you know what? It's not even the case. It's not even the case. These guys are just looking too OP. Just had to adjust and adapt. That's it. Slowing
Just
it down,
adapt.
though. Just adapt.
Just a dab. Well, if you're Electrify, I would say you can't afford to give up first blood. You would like to bait the streak if possible, potentially on a plant to B. But we'll see how things play out with a minute to go. No one peeking as of now. Pentagram, the closest one for an engagement. Steve-O on the opposite corner, close left. If he peeks, he's going to probably lose that gunfight unless he slides out and notices the gun peeking. Here it comes. Steve-O will drop, but not before Furious does find the first pick. However, numbers here for Electrify Steel. Can they convert it into a round win?
Yeah, and you kind of saw maybe an opening to happen over towards, but Beans makes a stop onto Fame. So now that bomb is kind of swinging back and forth between A and B, but not necessarily committing to anything. Can Beans do it again?
If he clutches his 1v2, I'm going to lose my absolute collective mind. If there's anybody you want in this position, it is Beans. I mean, he has the glide, so he could... I mean, you could technically use it here. I don't think you should. There's really no need. You have a cushion of 4 rounds, but we'll see what he can do.
Well, he didn't spot any players cross, so essentially maybe his thought is maybe they went in the tunnel, but maybe they're in the back aisle. But either which way, Beans yet again might get this perfect timing
Did they hear
if
him
he can
drop?
sneak around Pentagram. I don't think they did, so he did it yet again. Now he's worried about Godorex, and does he do it with the pistol? No, that is it. Electrify Steel shut down Beans, but oh my gosh, that was a close one.
It always feels like when Beans is left alive, it doesn't matter what the situation is. Like,
Right.
okay, everybody hold your breath. It could happen.
Right. I had to forget exactly what happened last round. I was like, okay,
And if
breathe.
you're
Breathe,
Electrify,
Ellen.
you have to wipe your memory of that last round.
So
You have
crazy.
no choice but to. You're going to have to start making this comeback round by round. Granted,
Yeah.
being smart, not using the streak, there was no need. Sometimes we see players get a little bit ahead of themselves, try to close out the round before it needs to. 5-2. 1 round away from tying up this series. First blood went the way of Ultra, but Electrify responded with 2 in the last round.
And for Ultra, the A site has been working for them. Like, playing this side of the map has been working. You have Beans in the back,
There's the streak.
falling in the streak. Doesn't connect on anything, but you get a little bit of information and some flurry. You force Electrify Steel to flood into Grandma's, and that's 2 taken down.
Can Godorex even up the numbers, or is Fame going to do it from the back end? Godorex is so weak, and Fame is right around. If he holds this spot, he has a chance to get behind him, but he doesn't know the rotating to be, nor should he. Well, it's going to be pushed regardless. Bomb will go down. Regrouping is Electrify Steel. A chance now for a shot. Beans trading blows. The Weeman will fall off the site.
Yep, the bomb has been planted, and if you're Electrify Steel, the only opening really you have is from this top site here, so Fame can isolate a pick, but Godorex does, at least from the bomb site. But look at the members of Ultra Academy EU. You have Beans on the other side, and then, of course, around that riverside, you have Steve-O coming through, so they can isolate and collapse
Oh,
onto the board,
man.
but no, Fame is too strong there. He gets 2. And now, how about that? Round by round, if you're Electrify Steel.
That is a beautiful retake, and the patience from Godorex on site was massive to get Fame in position to watch over his cross, and then from there, Fame wins his one-on-ones. And granted, the way he's been playing Respawn today, that's a gunfight he's going to take every single time, but it was good positioning from Ultra. It's just a simple matter of the fact that the defensive hold on the site and Fame's ability to win some of those crucial battles is now keeping Electrify Steel in this game. And if Pentagram starts to get going, if Pander starts to get going, all of a sudden it's a brand new S&D, but one round at a time for Ultra EU. You now lose a streak. You have nothing. This is going to be very interesting. If Electrify Steel take this round, there's no reason they can't end up sending it to a round 11.
Absolutely. Pentagram, though, stun through the middle. And if you look at Furious, though, look how far up forward he is pushed up. So information onto Pentagram is there, and he gets first blood. And gets away with his life.
That's a rough peek from Pentagram, even at range. That's an interesting one. But nobody moves from Ultra. Even though you do get the first pick, there's no reason. Steve-O, however, will fall. Does that open up A? Not much. Yeah, Furious around, and behind him is Beans. Godorex is going to have to check the back left tank. If he doesn't, he's going to get spotted and picked. Not before he will take down Beans, though. Here's the trade. 2v2. Maune get a 2v1. Last alive Furious for Ultra. Electrify Steel have to win this 2-on-1.
What kills me from this defensive
Oh,
round from
God.
Ultra, but wait a minute, Furious does get 1 onto Fame, so the bomb is not necessarily going down yet, and there's 25 seconds left, so
You're gonna have to take
Pander's
that
going to
challenge.
try to take the challenge because he doesn't want to go for the plant, obviously, and, well, let's see if he can actually get the pick here. Furious is awaiting it, tags him up a little bit, and he pushes it, and he gets the kill! Ultra Academy to solidify that search and destroy, 6-3. And my goodness, I mean, well, what was working for them pretty much every single time, those A pushes, and of course those first bloods, but Beans, not slow down.
Those are gunfights that you have to win, flat out. If you're Electrify Steel, that's a gunfight that, especially going back 99 times out of 100, you think you would, but that is just the confidence from Ultra. And in the end, there were a couple of shaky and scary 2v1 situations. Ultra got the better of them in most of those advantages. And even here, another 2-on-1 that should have gone Electrify Steel's way. They just failed to capitalize on it. They get picked apart. All of a sudden, Ultra tie up the series. And here are the replays from that game. It was scary for a while. Beans was absolutely having his way and taking over. And with that streak being burned and invested pretty early, though they didn't get anything out of it, they regroup quickly, they take the S&D, and it was pretty clinical from Ultra. It didn't seem like Electrify were able to find the game plan they had utilized in the opening hardpoint, let alone they weren't getting to their positions cleanly, constantly losing first bloods.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, like, even just in certain angles of in just those positionings that you had mentioned, like, just expecting certain things like this. Of course, Furious getting through certain lanes and able to get a pick and then getting away with his life, just readjusting. And we had mentioned that was something that Ultra Academy EU needed to do, was just being able to adapt and adjust to the play styles.
Yep.
And that's kind of what they did a little bit, you know, to slow it down, or just that ebb and flow of getting really, well, how do I say this? Getting it. What's the word I'm looking for?
I'm trying to figure that out too. What's going on?
Never mind.
They're just trying to get it. I'll give you that. They're just trying to get it. Listen, it's only fair that the final score was 6-3, given the fact that the first bloods were, again, 3 for Electrify, 6 for Ultra EU. And when Electrify were able to find those opening picks, they were able to push the pace, but in the end, Ultra EU had advantage more times than not, and it paid off. A 6-3 win in Game 2, a tied series, and an absolute injection of confidence for this European squad. Now, granted, we're going into Control next, but because of that, with the dominance we've seen so far in the respawns from Electrify Steel, Ultra do respond on the S&D. Is Bean's performance enough for not only the ARs to come online like they just did, but is it enough to carry them into the Control and swing this series back into their favor?
Yeah, that's going to be the key question, you know, and I feel like with this game, similar again to what we saw yesterday, of course, do Ultra Academy EU have it? Of course, both teams do, but you can't count the momentum factor from that search and destroy, of course, and just a similar fashion, but the respawns from Electrify Steel today alone have just been amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a hell of a thing to watch, and if Ultra want to win this series, it's going to come down to, once more, S&D wins championships, and they're going to potentially have to send this to 5, and if that's the case, we'll be here for it. We want to see it happen, but until we get to that point, we have Control coming up next when we come back from this break. Welcome back to the lower finals. Spaceman, dreaming crazy. This is a hell of a best of 5 we got on our hands because Ultra EU have tied up the series in a very interesting fashion on Bocage S&D. And because of that, we now have ourselves going into control a brand new best of 5. Now, granted, this is going to be interesting because the respawns clearly have skewed in favor of Electrify Steel, but it seems that, at least from the performance of Beans and Beans alone, Ultra are in this spot, and certainly they're going to help him out in this control.
Absolutely, and that's what he did yesterday, right? Like, Beans was the one that was flexing, of course. You saw him with the sub, you saw him with the AR. He was getting those fast, quick eliminations, and, I mean, with Electrify Steel on this map, like, that's kind of what you're expected to see, right? That 3-sub pressure and just that pacing that they need to adapt to force those numbers. How do you adapt to their play style for Ultra Academy EU? Electrify Steel. It's I mean, well, essentially from that search and destroy though, I mean, Beans really turned up, right?
Yeah, he did.
I think that momentum, again, I'm a big momentum person. I think that's going to carry over to control.
Yeah, I mean, he did his thing, but speaking of someone who's been also doing stuff, Fame is going to be my key to victory here. Going into Tuscan control, again, here is the look for the series. We got a hard point we're definitely going to get to, and we have a Desert Siege. I don't think, if memory serves right, Ellen, I don't think we've seen a 3-0 on our side of things yet. So far this weekend. I don't think we've seen a 3-0. Yeah, so we're going to continue on that trend. We hope you've been enjoying it. Tuscan control coming up. I'm just telling you right now, I know how good Beans is. I've been very vocal about it on Twitter. I'm very vocal about this EU team. I'm just saying, the way that Fame's been shooting today, the way he's been playing, if they don't deal with him in Tuscan, they're going to have to deal with Cutter-X. They're going to have to deal with Pander. There's a variety of ways that Electrify Steel can beat you. What is a key to victory for Ultra EU when it comes down to the game plan? Not talking about players specifically. When it comes to the game plan, whether it's attacking A or B, what do you need to see from them for them to take this series up 2-1?
Well, one of the things that Electrify Steel does, right, and especially in their attacking rounds, because of course we know control is so defensive heavy, like you want to swing that defense forward the round 5 if it should so happen, but those attacking rounds, right, Electrify Steel, they like to essentially force the numbers. Like, they'll just slay. Like, you'll see them winning rounds just based on the slaying power that they have. They turn it into TDM. Exactly. They turn it into TDM on those attacking rounds. So, for Ultra Academy EU, it's like to counter that, right? You have Wee Man and Furious holding defensive positions yesterday, right? They essentially switched their playstyle, and of course, Beans turned the heck up, which we just, that in itself was just crazy. But I feel like you just, again, you have to find a way to adjust to that pacing because you don't want Electrify Steel to get those numbers and, of course, take that defensive side.
I mean, many of these rounds are going to come down to how many numbers do you have by the time we hit a minute mark, because if Electrify Steel have their way, and usually they do, they're going to gain a 6, 7, 8 life advantage on you very quickly into these rounds. So if EU want to win this, Ultra's going to have to be able to maintain those lives going into whether it's 2 or 3 waves onto a point, or defensively, they're going to have to hold late into these games. So they're going to have to hold on to their lives as long as possible. It sounds super stupid. It is, but hey, that's my job. Now we got Tuscan hardpoint coming up after this one. We will be seeing another hardpoint, but is Desert Siege where this series ends? You have to think that if you still respawn here if you're Ultra Academy, you have a very good chance of sending this to a Game 5 and feeling confident with how you just played on Bocage. And, I mean, Desert Siege has been a nuisance for most Ultra teams this weekend, but it seems that EU has figured some things out, and I would figure that if this series does go 5, Ultra EU probably have the advantage there.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. If it gets to that Desert Siege, but now, of course, they have to get through the respawns, which, of course, from that map 1 was looking pretty shaky. Definitely a different lead deficit from yesterday, as it just really came down to a single hardpoint rotation. So, absolutely, when we go into this, if you are Electrify Steel on the other side, the next 2 maps, I mean, you're feeling pretty confident in Pentagram. That is going to be the person. You mentioned Fame, of course, but I think Pentagram is going to be that one that you have to take out, of course, because he's the one that makes those game-saving plays left and right. He's always going to be annoying, flanking around in the back, and of course, on the other side, Vortex does the same. So those subs, man, so strong.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough, but not impossible. I'm really curious to see if we do take the stretch to the Game 5, because you saw the Desert Siege yesterday, those nerdy spots from Furious, of course, but the adjustments and just everything that had happened through that series was just absolutely insane. I can't wait to get into this. And yeah, here we go. Finally, the control on Tuscan. The series is tied 1-1, and my goodness, Spaceman.
You having fun?
I'm having fun.
Let's go.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, it's Call of Duty.
I'm having fun. It's COD. It's a crazy COD.
It's been a fun LAN.
Yeah, absolutely.
This has been easily
venue's great.
One of the best challengers. This has been one of the best challengers events I think ever. You know, granted we've had challengers at least professionally challengers for around 3 years now when we started Modern Warfare, and there were a lot of plans. We had a lot of discussions about kind of the future of where we wanted this to be. This is the kind of environment we wanted to foster and have for the challengers talent. This kind of support's been great, and we shout out the Boston Breach for putting this all together. Now, let's get into the action. This is going to be a fun one. Control on Tuscan. Well, we know both these teams are pretty damn good, but how is it going to translate early on? A couple of first picks and Fame opening things up with a nade. Electrify Steel, get themselves on A.
Yep, and immediately, too, you saw Pentagram swing over towards B to kind of try to split the push up a little bit, and does take down one, but still, the push towards A was pretty deemed successful for Electrify Steel, and if you're Ultra Academy, you don't want to throw too many numbers, because we had mentioned something that Electrify Steel does is just slay the heck out, but getting set up in a position, you see Furious going around through the back, and although they're able to save A, there's still 2 ticks that were at least captured.
And that's great numbers by Ultra to make this split happen. It was Weeman who was taking his time to approach this point. But you have to worry about the contest here if you're Electrify. You don't get A for free. However, that challenge from GodRx will certainly help to lock up this zone. Another minute on the clock, and challenges from Top Church. Furious gets dropped very quickly. And with that said, life lead there for Electrify, time as well. Now they can put numbers over towards B to start to form this hit.
Yeah, and from Beans, like, essentially, since you know that Electrify Steel are flooding on through the back church, you got to push really far forward to get the top side control. And that's kind of what Ultra Academy EU start to do, not before being shut down by Pentagram.
I love the 180s. I love what we're seeing right now. It's the absolute mad lad hours from all these teams. But so far, it's been a wipe from Ultra. Fame trying to respond. He will get 2 and will not concede his position. Radio control here for Electrify. Off spawn, floating through bottom church. Going to have to deal with numbers here if you're Fame. Couple of big gunfights coming his way. And he will not find it. Furious shutting down the first push.
Yeah, and being so far over too, they kind of forced that field side spawn. There's no one from Electrify Steel that are going over to challenge Beans. So you see them hitting those mid routes. You see them flooding all the way around, and then Pander gets 2. He doesn't get the third. Wee Man able to stop it, but the defensive line in the back now. Ultra Academy are on the back foot of this hill.
There's a break from behind. It's Pentagram. He's right in their spawn, and you only deal with him by 1 number at a time. You don't want to split too much of your Ultra because you have pressure mounting from Radio. You got Pentagram working down towards the point, and he will fall. Another great defensive hold from Ultra EU, denying that first push, potentially the second, but GodRx opens up with 2. The Automatons lighting up the kill feed. Only 1 more round. Fame will get his way in. Is it enough? Ultra off spawn, have to try again.
Yeah, and then Fame, he just really needs to stay tucked away here. Just stay on the point, help out, but really you gotta avoid those nades. Those stuns are coming through. Fame is dancing around the column, but there's Pentagram to help, and there's the full wipe, and now only 4 lives remaining for Ultra Academy EU.
Oh God, putting the defense in a blender, and that should be the first round, and that will be Electrify Steel. Waste no time, no expense, up 1-0.
Yeah, and I mean, from the get-go, it just like they knew exactly what they wanted to do. They committed to every play. And of course, GodRx and Fame right there at the end. Staying tucked away, and that's so key when it comes to that B point. You need to hug the columns. You need to stay in a position to where you can avoid those stuns, avoid those nades. And Electrify Steel did just that. And of course, having an automaton force those long-range gunfights.
When we talk about pushing the pace, notice that as soon as Electrify locked up A and they had the life lead, they didn't wait for their chance to play TDM and then go to B. They immediately rushed over and forced the challenges from Ultra, and Ultra were not ready for it. Granted, there was a couple of cheeky gunfights that did go their way, but Electrify wanted no part of it. Just as Ultra want nothing on this defensive side, they're trying to get their way towards B.
Yeah.
And so far, they are successful.
Yep, just flood all towards B. That's exactly what they did. Furious is coming up through mid, but to stop this one would be Pander trying to get those pieces up on the top of the patio. And he does take down 2, but he does not spot Wee Man. So Wee Man playing his life, the last one there. B is actually wiped down, but they got members swinging towards A.
And now that you got the clear, you give the call and everyone plays their part. You rotate back out over towards A. Ultra more than happy to split that decision because B didn't work. Why waste more lives? It's only a 1-kill game. You can keep this dwindled and keep it consistent. But as of now, the time does stop. Onto the point we go. Beans will get cut and immediately deleted through the middle of the map. It is pressure for Electrify Steel. And 1 more on the outskirts. The chase is on and the hunt begins. Pentagram, GodRx, Pander, all trying to work together. But so far, so good on the defensive side.
Yep, absolutely. They're doing a fantastic job of just essentially getting behind enemy lines, but still, Pentagram does get taken down through the middle, so this is an opportunity for Ultra Academy EU to flood in through that field side and get some ticks over at A. They need this time, and the clock is stopped at 42 seconds.
Yep. Can
they capture it, though? GodRx looking to play spoiler alert, does get on the contest.
And contests are great, but if you are Electrify Steel, you're more than happy just to keep this at TDM. Just keep winning these ratios 2-1, 3-1 at times. Granted, Electrify do get the break. They do get the wipe. On the offensive side, they finally get themselves a tick. Somebody's got to go finish A. Make sure you get back there, and you will find the kill. So with that said, we put another minute on the board. Finally, they find some life, and it's an 18-18 game. On the back God tank, God RX waiting for a pick.
Yeah, and you see Ultra Academy U trying to set up essentially to make a push through the back, but God RX stops that, and at least now through the front, Pander does get taken down. So now members of Ultra Academy EU are on the column, but yet again through that top side, God RX and Fame lighting up the kill feed, able to wipe down. But Furious, I was gonna say, if he was able to get away with his life there, maybe could set up for a play, but that was a huge kill from Pander.
That's a big wipe because Pander gets back to mid-map and Fame is working closely behind him. They immediately shut down the front numbers, so Ultra are going to have to regroup inside P5, and they're going to get naded to oblivion if they're not careful. Pentagram just cutting them down with that pre-fire, and there go the numbers from Ultra through the bottom church, but Fame is ready and waiting, denying the Reaper at mid-map once more. Finally gets cut down. Is the damage done, though? 10v10, 50 seconds to go. How do you mount this push if you're Ultra?
You got to slow things down a little bit and work it through the back, and that's kind of what Furious is getting set up to do, but there's no one topside, which is kind of a problem, but maybe setting someone like Wee-Man over there, but he gets taken down by God RX, so either which way, Steve-O to pick that up through top church, he has to wait. He has no one there to help him out, and there's only 30 seconds left.
Well, if he's going to continue up this ladder and try to get through radio, he's going to have to win at least one. And he will do so. That's huge. And out comes the break from Ultra. They have a chance to push numbers up because you have the ratio here. You can play a 2-on-1 trade, but they're so hesitant. They're waiting for those nades to connect, and they're waiting for themselves to get a clear landing, but finally they do. It's Beans, all getting cut down. Never mind, he finds two. A break, a chance for Ultra, but before they run into God RX's POV, they're going to have to deal with these kills up front. Are they anywhere close? You got 3 seconds, no one around. That's a defensive hold, and that's Electrify with a 2-0 lead.
And that was just so perfect from Electrify Steel. You always had those ARs in position, like every which way. You see God RX just holding down those lines of sight, and Pander, of course, with the sub flexing between the two, just doing what he needs to do, picking everything up. It's just continuously Electrify Steel able to adjust. And I mean, winning that attacking round 2 as well, right? Like they essentially won the round that they need. Can they do it again in the similar fashion of by way of kills, by way of eliminations? God RX 16-8, and my goodness, I mean, AR dominance.
We wondered what the response would be going into this respawn. Granted, control can be a little bit different, but it seems like that game 2 never happened, and that's the scary thing. If you're Ultra EU, it very much feels like you have to steal a respawn in this series. Already opening it up with First Blood. A couple of trades do happen early on into this round, but it seems that on offense and defense, Electrify Steel have had the answers. The playbook has worked. Everybody executing. Now it's a 3-man hit. Ultra, do you find the break?
Yeah, and that's the best way to break it, right? In this situation, like they just sent 3 members through middle and able to isolate and through the backfield. Furious getting a key elimination onto God RX, but you have to be careful through the flood through the bottom side. Seems like Electrify Steel not necessarily committing towards that B site, but by way of eliminations. Beans to stop the push through maps. Has 3 members to Electrify Steel to worry about, and well, there's 2, make it 3 for Ultra Academy to answer back.
You know what's interesting is as this game has gone on, it has felt like Ultra have had to rely on those 3 pieces. They've had to rely on a wipe, a complete purple kill feed. For them to get even close to a point, let alone trying to defend it, that stun was hilarious. It will fall short of A, but regardless, onto the point we go. It's a 1-stack now. Pentagram, the only one around, and Fame closely behind, but he gets dealt with very quickly, and a swift defensive hold from Beans shuts down the push. All purple in the kill feed. Ultra find what they wanted.
Why do I sense like a deja vu from the Tuscan yesterday?
I
Could
don't
it
like
look something
deja
like that? It could be. Vanguard seems like it, but still. On the attacking side, in live favor this time around for Ultra Academy EU, the clock has been stopped. There's 28 seconds left. And look at this.
Yep.
The split push from Electrify Steel to split the numbers. Fame in the back church was so huge, but there's 3 members of Electrify Steel over at A.
That's just bait. He's winning his one-on-one, so send him over towards B as a scout and get yourself A with another man on the clock and try to keep the lives within 5. It's 19-13. Numbers here for Ultra, but that was just all set up to get themselves the time. It works off. Now, how do you capitalize from it? Steve-O at mid-map has to be dealt with. He will. And from here, you have a chance to regroup if you're Electrify. You got numbers triple stacked up inside radio. It's going to take these nades and a push from the side. You got player number 3. That's God RX trying to break it through the back.
Yep, and that's similar to kind of what we saw last time, just flooding through radio, getting control, and of course getting God RX into position, but still running away with his life. It's Pentagram that does get taken down top radio, and now at least Vortex getting that mid-map control, flies out at Pander, and now that's 3 down yet again for Ultra Academy. 50 seconds left with the numbers in favor.
I mean, God RX does his job, but oh, wow! Okay, that's 3 in a row. All of a sudden, things might be a little bit more realistic here. It's 13-9, and what was an impressive wipe and hold from Ultra. GodRx goes God mode, 23 and 13 for him on his 4 spree, and Fame finds 2. Now it's 9 to 11. All of a sudden, numbers starting to swing, but Ultra find what they need. They get the resurgence back to Patio. The numbers are holding.
We man him being swatting in through Patio side. Fame would be the one to stop this. Can he get another 2? No, he gets stunned out, so the push comes in. There's only 17 seconds left, and Wee Man, again, with the control. This might be done and dusted. If you're Electrify Steel, you only have one more push to potentially go out, but the lives, they're dwindling, and that is it. I think we're going to another round. Ultra Academy EU, Wee Man. Oh my gosh, he's on a 6 streak.
6 of the biggest kills in this game so far from Wee Man, and he finds him in an opportune time because all of a sudden you get yourself around, but more importantly, you stop this series from being a 2-1. If Electrify Steel win that round, it's GG's, and well, Wee Man stepped up massive and was able to find something great from it on a 6 spree, getting close to a glide bomb, 1 away, and all of a sudden it's a brand new game. But a 2-1 advantage. If you're Ultra, do you continue to commit resources towards A early on? Is that going to be the call? It looks like it might be, but it is Furious scouting towards B. Maybe he makes a play over just to do what Fame did prior, distract, maybe swing those resources, and again, give yourself a chance to cap both at the same time. Just make it a little bit easier to find that offensive push.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at this from Ultra Academy EU. You only have one member over on the A site and kind of playing a defensive line, just waiting for any type of flank from Electrify Steel. And that just seems to be what happened. But Beans not being stopped right now, pushes right through middle and gets bottom church control. But the bleeding has been stopped over at A, and that's the question. Like, are they going to commit numbers towards B? Yes, they are, and that's exactly what you want to do. You want to get B first if you can.
And those are the kind of gunfights you want if you're Electrify. You want to pull numbers away from Ultra and keep them isolated so you take those one-on-ones. Because so far in the series, you've been winning it. And if you can keep Ultra on their back foot, constantly worrying about the pressure from behind, and more importantly, just those isolated gunfights through the alleyways, it's going to be easier to win this round, but Ultra denying so much of that push from ahead. And now they get themselves onto A. They have to work on that first take, and Wee Man is on an 8 spree. He has a glide bomb to work with as well. This can help to open up the next site, but you have to worry about getting another minute on the board.
Yep, that's exactly it. And, I mean, the trades are coming through. You see Pentagram chilling around maps right now, trying to wait, anticipating anything. Maybe playing flank, but Wee Man, he has that back church control, which is crucial, essentially. And, I mean, if you're Electrify Steel, do you give this up? Maybe just decide to, let's just control the bottom, let's control B. Let's not throw too much at them.
Well, they threw a decent amount last round, and granted, Ultra also maintained the life lead they had. They had built it around 6. They kept it going. They never dropped below. Furious does fall. Simple trades now. With about 1:50 to play, there's a lot of time for Electrify Steel to find that defensive hold they want. On the other side, Ultra have plenty of chances to get back through mid-map, but I think that's going to be the key. They need to have a presence in church. If they're not able to deal with Pentagram, or at least alleviate some of that pressure, some of that tension, it's going to be harder to 4-stack through Patio and get yourself cleanly onto B.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at Steve-O to do just that. Vortex is flanking all the way around, and Fame just spawned right in front of him, so he might get perfect timing on him, which he does. So this is a perfect play for if you're Ultra Academy EU. You just got to get the numbers in the front, and they were not successful, so now that leaves Vortex alone back church.
That's a huge kill, because not only do you get at least some wherewithal inside the church, but number 7, Steve-O, he stays alive back tank, so you have a backline here if you are Ultra.
Oh no. GodRx got into position again. We saw that capture happen.
Steve-O has to stay alive.
Yeah.
He's the crucial part of this round. He has to maintain his spot.
Yep.
He's got 2 in front. He's going to take a challenge and win it. And now you can collapse if you're Ultra. It's 15-9. Again, 2 rounds in a row. They maintain the life lead and they build upon it. Wee Man still holding on to the glide bomb.
But the problem is none of the eliminations are coming through the front. Vortex has been back here essentially Furious, and I mean, well, they have the streaks to maybe open things up, but will it be enough? And you get some information there, but still, Fame is slaying out. He needs to be taken down.
What's the name of the game? It's 11-5. Surely Furious finds maybe 1. GodRx will get the trade. Numbers are around. It's a 4v1 essentially in this side of the minimap. And never mind. Okay, Steve-O opens up with 2, and we needed to see Vortex, aka Steve-O, do these kinds of things to win these quick 1-on-2 situations to give Ultra a better chance. But to the point, oh my, it's 3 for Pander in the break, a 1v6. He's going to stop the time, but this is going to be one of the hardest holds you're ever going to see on Tuscan. It's possible.
I mean, maybe if he can get 2 kills, there's only 5 seconds left, so they have to go on to the point, but that is the problem now is numbers, of course. You gotta wipe.
He needs a wipe.
Oh, yeah, that was going to be way too hard. But I was saying maybe if he was able to get one elimination before the slide came on through, maybe there would have been enough time or a chance.
Yeah.
You make it a 1v3 search, but still, you got a lot to do
mean,
with a lot of dodging.
Sure, like technically, mathematically, in some multiverse of madness, there is a percentage chance where that works out. But also, just given the situation at this level of Call of Duty, it's basically 0.00001% that you're going to be able to win that 1v6, just given where the hill is located, where you have to collapse onto the point, and the positioning of Pander. But off of the next round we go. Into round number 5. This is big for the series. It was a hot 2-0 lead. Electrify Steel have struggled to maintain the numbers throughout, and early on another hot start as Ultra find themselves a couple of kills.
Yeah, and this is exactly kind of what we saw yesterday, but the flip of script, right? I think it was Ultra Academy that had the defensive side, Electrify Steel had the attacking side, but either which way, defending this time around, it doesn't even matter. Ultra Academy U or have numbers at B, and they're capturing A. Look at this, 3 cap potentially for Beads, but the kills and the trades do come through for Electrify Steel.
In a couple of rounds now where Electrify Steel have had numbers and positioning inside radio, but they have lost those opening engagements, whether it's been Beans or Furious or Stevo. They have been struggling to maintain this spot. Once more broken to the back. It's Stevo with the glide bomb of his own.
That's right. And, well, even though for this defensive side, I mean, they solidified that time. They have plenty of time to capture B, and that's a question. Like, do you do the similar thing that you did last time around? Get
Yes.
Stevo in that back church and just start slaying
One
out?
wipe, a potential trade, and a glide bomb. But they're going to use
There's
the glide
a glide
bomb, and then the investment comes early. Now you got to get out of spots. If you're Electrify Steel, do they get away in time? Yes, but they're running right into Beans. There's the push, the wipe, the break. Onto the point we go. Ultra in round 5, investing 2 glide bombs, and Beans was saving this for the opportune moment. Here it comes. And with that wipe, though it is neutral for the time being, both teams trading blows in the end. Life lead still here for Ultra.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fame, look at this positioning from him. He's going to try to wait for the push, essentially from Ultra Academy U, and flank all the way around. So if he could get perfect timing here, this might be the perfect setup to actually do so. So Fame gets 1, the plays happen. Pentagram, obviously, with 2. So now that is the bleeding stopped.
You have 2 streaks that get burned. Glide bombs don't connect, though the kills do fall for Ultra regardless. However, as everything settles and the dust clears, a defensive hold from Electrify Steel with flurry of kills coming through. You have a 2 spree right now for GodRx, potentially 3. And as soon as he falls, Ultra starting to mount their push.
Yep, and that was the opening that they needed. But the swing back around from Fame through the radio side, he does get taken down. So now there's only 2 members from Electrify Steel, 3 that they have to worry about. But Pentagram is still popping off. He's on a 4, does get taken down by Furious.
You have to buy your numbers and wait for a time here if you're Electrified. You can't afford to take this one-on-one and lose these gunfights. You're going to lose mathematically. They have to play a little bit smarter here. Working through the back, it is Pentagram, but how long does it take for this push to formulate? It's GodRx just trying to buy time. He's just trying to win these gunfights, and he does so. That's a 2-piece. 1 back around. He will fall, and the push from Ultra is in. It's 11-5. It's 35-30 for Fame. Can he make it 36? Yes, he will get his way in. But with that being said, through the back, it's GodRx. Do you have enough on the defensive side?
Yep, that's exactly correct, but there's no response to 4v9. They exactly have to play patient. You can't let anything slip by. So, GodRx in the back. And again, Fame still through Church, just gets the important kill onto Vortex. This is a huge hold.
And this is big because now he's roaming and they don't know how to deal with him. So all those numbers start to fall. You got 16 seconds to play with, and Fame might have just gone huge. They haven't locked him down. He's still roaming on a 4 spree, continuing. It's Fame working his magic now, and the defensive hold of all that you needed in this game is finally coming to fruition. Numbers fall out, but they're getting cut down. It's Pander in the end, and Electrify Steel deny Ultra the push. They deny them the round, and they steal away the OT.
I am humble. So much investment, so much into that one single play when they had 2 streaks. My goodness. The composure, Electrify Steel. Oh my gosh, that last round just... That was insane. That was really insane, and I feel like Fame, really, the positioning from Fame taking those, just like the last minute right there.
Yeah, there was a flurry of kills there for sure for Electrify Steel, but none of that happens if Fame doesn't at least hold some positioning inside bottom church.
Yes.
And we had talked about that prior in this game. We had said, well, they've struggled to hold their spots when they're up in radio, but if they can get someone in church just to stop the pushes from Ultra and keep them funneled going through P5, you have a significant chance to win these defensive rounds, though you are down in numbers. And the fact that Fame was able to roam as effectively as he did, picking up a 5-6 spree, that secured the game in the win, and that is the play of the control. It was just brilliant from Fame.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such an amazing game, just from both squads, of course, just playing out of their mind. And I mean, Rex, I feel like, but like he was lighting up the kill feed the whole entire time, but his positioning, it seemed almost dang near perfect.
I said Fame. It's going to have to be the player going into this control. I'm going to give myself a pat on the back, but it is also a collective effort. And there were moments after that second round win when you're up 2-0 for Electrify Steel, where we were sitting here, I think collectively we were thinking, not only did the momentum completely swing to Ultra, and it seemed that Ultra were just outgunning Electrify Steel, but in the end, it still feels like there's no way Electrify Steel should have won that game. You had 2 investments in the Glide Bomb from Ultra. Nothing comes of it, though they do try to get to the point. Electrify Steel waved that off. Then they wave off an extra push where Furious and Beans are collectively frying. And Fame just wills his way through this game. It just...
My God, 26.
They quite literally had to fight tooth and nail and pull their way through this game, and it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
39 and 30, by the way.
26 defensive kills. I mean, a lot of those plays too were stopped by GodRx. I mean, we mentioned Fame picking up those pinches, right? But then you had GodRx just holding the line down, and it's like he consistently did that, and that was just amazing. I mean, oh my gosh, 38 and 29. The assist too, like non-traded kills 30, 29 for Fame. Absolutely insane. Fame is insane. That could be
hashtag, yeah. Players have their own kind of slogans. That could be one of them.
It's the Fame game.
Do you have like 50 of them ready to go?
If you believe in the dream,
give me a third one right now.
If you believe in the dream, it'll take you to space.
No, that was
Dream.
That was not.
No, that wasn't good.
That was not good.
Oh, come on.
You were on a roll with the Fame ones. I wanted at least one more Fame one, but
I think
we could do better than that. Come on, we could do better. You're creative. You could do better. I'm putting you on the spot because I know that when all is said and done, you're going to clutch up, just like Electrify Steel did. That was a segue of absolute perfection.
Insane.
This series has been nuts. It has been a 2-1 lead back in favor of Electrify Steel. Here's the layout for you. Game 1 was pretty one-sided. Electrify Steel, 250 to 137. They dropped the Bocage S&D, and they bounced back in a round 5 OT in that control. Tuscan Hardpoint coming up next. And if there's one thing I know, it's that both these teams are pretty damn good at Tuscan Hardpoint. But at this stage in the series, at this stage in the tournament, knowing what's on the line, you're 1 win away, if you're Electrify Steel, from going to the grand finals for a chance to potentially bracket reset Ultra NA, because we know that Ultra NA, for some reason, loves to bracket resets to themselves sometimes. This is going to be the biggest match Electrify Steel have played so far, and Electrify Steel have to have that fire that they had so far in the series going into this hardpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just like, I wanted to see a map 5, but like, my goodness, if you're Electrify Steel just coming off from that win, the momentum is definitely in your favor. And I mean, even so, this Tuscan Hardpoint yesterday, right, essentially, you mentioned, you're
I mentioned a lot of things.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of things. But how differently is this going to play out now? I mean, we saw the control and what he was able to do, but like this Tuscan now, how is that going to change?
I mean, I think Ultra E will fare better on this hardpoint than they did in the first one, because now it could be the conversation of they're warmed up, they're going to play better on Tuscan. We know how they perform usually on Tuscan, but again, it's going to come down to scrap time, I think, because Electrify Steel, we look back even to the Berlin, they were not letting off those last 10, 15 seconds. They were constantly fighting for it, and it's going to be no different going into Tuscan. If they build a lead going into Fountain, and they build a lead and they have numbers, towards the rooftops, they're able to rotate through P5, they get themselves to radio. We've talked about the strengths of those power positions before. This is going to be a chaotic hardpoint, and I think it'll be much closer than the opening Berlin was, but for Ultra, the keys, again, have to be the sub pressure, because Tuscan is brutal at the middle of the map. If you don't have a sub, who can at least take some of those awkward challenges from Church Window when you start hitting that grass side cut, you're going to need your subs like Steve-O to really lead the charge offensively on those transitions, and the exit kills have to be huge.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see him doing that a lot, essentially, of course, getting set up early and coming down to those positionings, those rotations. But it's, the big thing for me is going to be the pacing. Can you match that pacing from map 1? And just, again, Electrify Steel, they're just so electric, they're so fast.
And the second thing is Wee Man was a little bit quiet in game 1. Not going to say struggle, but a little bit quiet. If he is louder in this hard point, you have a better chance, because all of a sudden AR presence is there, boom, you're good to go. But you're dealing with Pander and you're dealing with GodRx, who have looked great in this series, let alone the fact that Fame does whatever he wants whenever. And Pentagram is just the chaotic neutral that you have to deal with. So it's going to have to be, obviously, the AR response. We've talked about it all weekend. We're going to talk about it forever and ever and ever, because we live in a AR-dominant world. But in this moment in time, Steve-O like Fame was the key in that control, I think Steve-O was the key for Ultra EU. If he has a big game, Ultra are going to send this to 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I feel like, too, just with this squad, with how many, like, essentially those AR roles, like, just the changes that Ultra Academy EU have dealt with this year. I mean, you won Stage 3, you had Gizmo, but then now, you know, having Weeman, having all these changes happen up, you got that time to adapt. And, I mean, just getting 5th place in essentially in the Elite Qualifier, they definitely want it. They've definitely made those adjustments. They're definitely looking much stronger than what we've seen.
Yeah.
And, of course, in the top 3, we do have an EU team, which is amazing, of course, because we didn't see that in Toronto. So,
yeah.
Yeah, anticipating this, I feel like just both teams, man, just so fired up, so ready to go, and
Predictions.
I don't know.
What do you got? What are you doing?
Oh,
For
man.
this game
alone,
what are you doing?
I honestly
yes, you can.
I don't
See,
know.
the nice thing about being a
I don't wanna
caster,
dream.
the nice thing about
They're
being
so
caster
good.
is that you can lie, and then if you're wrong, it's like, okay, whatever.
That's
But if
what I
you're
have a
right,
hard-
you
that's-
gloat about
That's
it. So
what I have a hard time doing.
So
I
just
want to be
lie.
honest about it.
No, it's okay.
No, don't encourage
I
this,
I don't know how any of these matches are gonna go, but I have. He's like, you pick tendencies. You're like, okay, this is working. I'm just saying, basically what I've seen.
If we
I
get
think
to-
Electrify are gonna win this.
Hey, okay, yeah, I that's fair. That's fair.
I just lied.
But you know, my man Beans, though, okay, he's been really turning it the heck up, okay. And I mean, just being the catalyst yesterday for turning it around in the hard point, in the control, is he gonna do it again? Is he gonna drop another 50? You hear him screaming in the background.
Yes.
You can't deny that type of energy because players feed off of it. And I tell you, Spaceman, I told you I'm a big energy person, all right?
You
big
are.
energy person.
Yeah.
I am.
It's like one of the first
Vibey.
things you said to me when
Yeah,
we
I'm
first got
honest.
into some of our calls. Like, I'm a big energy person. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I love it.
I appreciate that.
I like the vibes. I can feel it. You know
So you
what
think
I'm
the
saying?
vibes are on Ultra right now?
I really do. I'm
Okay.
telling you. I'm telling you. They've just, this is just something that they've been preparing for. But again,
But?
I'm not making a decision. I'm still not. 'Cause
I'll
both
let
teams-
it slide this time. I'll let it slide
If we
this
get to
time.
the Desert Siege, I promise. I got you.
Okay, good. Well, going into this, I know B-Sport Josh is watching, and we appreciate him tuning in. We also know they've done a hell of a job with these two teams, but he is hoping for his Ultra EU boys to pull it out on the other side for Electrify Steel, trying to make a statement to get themselves to the grand final. One hard point away, one win away from getting towards an Ultra NA matchup in that grand final. But early on inside, it's a lead for Ultra, cut down by Electrify.
Yep, and that was, of course, a clean break through the middle, of course, from Pentagram and from GodRx. So now Pentagram in a perfect position to stop these cuts, and the rotations coming through from Ultra Academy to that field side. Pentagram just set up, essentially. Weeman does take him down.
Now he's starting to get going early, and that's a dangerous sign, and the lead will swing back for Electrify, but we're already out to P2. Not conceding this opening 15 seconds, however, through the far back, it will be Steve-O, and he is trying to make sure that Ultra maintain these spawns.
Yeah, but I don't think... Oh, wait, Pentagram did spot him, so at least now their information's there, so you got the stun, you have the nade check come out, but either which way, that is a clean wipe for Electrify Steel, looking pretty strong.
And that's not only a big kill, but the backline's now clear, so you have plenty of opportunities to fall back off spawn and try again if you're Electrify, if those gunfights don't go your way. However, Pentagram and Fame and Pander, everybody, GodRx, might as well just say the whole team, they're all winning their individual gunfights, and they're winning them consistently at range as well. No one from Ultra able to touch the point as of now.
Yeah, absolutely. 40 seconds left on this. I mean, you look how far forward that Electrify Steel are zoning out. GodRx not being stopped, finally gets taken down by Weeman, but either which way, if you are Ultra Academy, you don't want this lead to start snowballing, and you still need to push for the point. So through the top side, you do see that, you do get numbers, but still, Electrify Steel starting to rotate.
It's not time to panic by any stretch, but if we go into P3 and we conclude P3 with a 100-point plus game, where Electrify still have that advantage, doesn't matter what you're doing, you have to start finding a better game plan. However, Ultra will rotate early, and they'll be there first. This is a huge hill to get themselves back in this game.
Yep. This is huge. This is key, and the Weeman's positioning is almost perfect. He watches the rotation through, but being cut down by Pander, who takes down 2 now, and gets that close spawn towards maps. So this is a collapse that's coming on through to the front and to the field side.
And that's the pinch that you wanted if you're Electrify Steel. It kind of pays off. It just comes down to Pentagram, almost burns on a second, but will the damage be done? More numbers trying to trickle their way in, but in the back, far pushed. Again, it's Pander sitting in the back, Fountain and Fame denying the push up top. This is a good hold for 30 seconds. Electrify Steel have found the break, and they're winning the extra kills as well. These initials consistently going the way of Electrify Steel, denying any push from Ultra, and back towards mid-map, they have that line covered too.
And that was one of the things that I was worried about, like how good this team has been looking on the snowball effect. That was a perfect break on towards P3. So now for your Ultra Academy EU, yes, this is another hill that they need to hold. They have control here, but if you're God RX, you're gonna wait. Gotta wait for your team.
Well, Ultra have had the pushes and the breaks twice, but they have struggled to hold.
That's the hold.
Another time where they set up early. Can they rally this hill into a solid 40 seconds? That's what you need to get back in this game. Whether or not it translates into another successful transition, that's yet to be seen. But as of now, it's a pretty good one. They get a couple of kills to boot. 2 split out on the outside, and now you can play these numbers around each other, looking for the trades together. GodRx trying to work to the back. You have Panda coming off spawn, Pentagram flying his way in. And you'll build these numbers if you're electrified.
Yeah, absolutely. And then for Ultra Academy, all members are isolated inside. Church decided to bunker on in, get the tops, and just hold on winning these gunfights. So at least bringing it closer to their favor. Electrified Steel are still going to push on through the middle alley, and there it is. The break that comes on through, and Beans is the last one here, but what can he do? Gets taken down, and I mean, well, that's a little bit of time to stop the bleeding just a little bit. Scrap time being the one, again, towards Electrified Steel.
That's a huge hill for Ultra because it just gets you back in the game, and it puts some positive points on the board. You can build off this, absolutely. But again, you're going to have to win these gunfights. So far, Steve-O does do it, and that is another huge one on the initial break. He'll get himself inside for early time. You got 50 seconds to play with here, but you have to worry about the pinch for the middle of the map.
Yeah, and if you're Ultra, this is something that we've seen even the NA squad do so well, is hold this P5 with those subs. And Steve-O has been one of those people to do that, but Pentagram sliding on through, takes on one, and now Weeman comes up next up to bat. But the subs from Electrified Steel are just too strong right now, and again with another wipe.
I mean, is that English? There's a break happening there. And while Ultra do spawn out, they're back to mid-map yet again, but they're going to have to fight over these 20 or so seconds. And this is where Electrify Steel start to put teams away. They're so quick and keen on pushing the pace in the last 20, and they build their leads because of it. In these situations, you can't afford to let them get by scot-free. 12 seconds still to go, and that's going to be time to Electrify Steel. The game is much closer than it was to start, but Ultra now have to rally this P1 into a couple of successful counterattacks.
That was one more elimination that Pentagram needed for it to solidifying streaks, but either which way, he's 21-10. GodRx is 17-10. These guys are absolutely slaying. So once that we saw from the break, similar to this P1 hill, was through the mid. And while Ultra Academy able to hold on and Weeman getting those eliminations, kind of making Electra Steel funnel through the field side.
And here they come, 7-16 for Furious. He's the only one on the point for the moment. 54 seconds to his name and counting. And Beans was watching the push from Church window, but at mid-map, Toronto have been dealing with the pressure. All of a sudden, though, it's a huge wipe. 3 dead. Furious the only one alive for Ultra. Dipping and dancing his way out of dodge, but he will fall momentarily. Back to mid-map we go. It's still pressure here for Ultra, and another big 2-piece from Weeman. And this is just to buy a rotational clean push. This is just to buy time for Ultra to get back into the play. Though numbers fall on the point, you give up about 15 seconds. It does stink, but you would rather have a cleaner rotation towards P2. And this is where you're going to need to have Steve-O have a better performance like he was trying to set up for spawns last time. He has to make sure he plays his life.
They have to take down Pentagram. He's been the one that has been spoiler almost every single time in the back, but still, now PandaRx in the back, and it's still 2 members of Electrify Steel that are getting those spawns, but that was really good if you are Ultra Academy EU. But Fame now still playing his life in the back. Beans does take him down. Streaks are eliminated from him now. Ultra Academy EU. This is a good hold here now. Can you do it? Furious still dancing around the point.
You got numbers
but
around
there's
Church.
The break coming in.
You got numbers around Church, and you have radio control as well. And all of a sudden, Steve-O and Weeman are winning such huge gunfights. It's shut down the slaying of Electrify Steel, but more importantly, it has kept these hills uncontested. You're not having to worry about coming off spawn and formulating a hit again. The trades have been there. The team shots have been there. Can Ultra continue it? That's the big question. More nades, more shots fly around the pillar. But it's consistently Ultra winning these battles. Now, towards the rotation we go. Top side of the minimap, down to P3. It's Statue. It's Fountain Control. Ultra should be there first.
Yep, they should be. And I mean, you even saw Beans set up that field side, just waiting for the push. But look at this fire. Panda coming on through, takes down Beans. So essentially, that was the setup in the play that Electrify Steel needed to break yet again. Because we saw last time around, they were successful in breaking this P3. Can also hold this time around. And that may be successful, but Pentagram, the one that has been stopping the plays, at least able to stop the bleeding here. But Beans left alive in the back, does take him down.
And the momentum has swung back for Ultra, and this hill could decide the game. If Ultra get a full 40, 50 points here, they're going to get themselves essentially a tie game. Electrify Steel trying to put this one away. They've had a cushionable lead. That's not a word, but we'll go with it. And in this moment, you're looking for a trade and a break. Here come the numbers, though. They fall quickly. Beans at range, gunning, winning. Another buy. Furious with a trade. The teamwork good. The assist as well. everyone falling, and Ultra have the hold.
And they have the rotation, which is key. So not only that, we mentioned Beans. He's the one, he really stepped it up in these last couple of hills. But last time around, we saw Ultra successfully hold this Churchill good. And this is exactly what they needed to swing the lead in their favor. And look at Vortex to stop this push.
And he's waiting. His patience pays off. Still one more round. He didn't spot him. And this is where Electrify still could get dangerous. They like to get choppy, keeping the gunfights up close. Pentagram's been winning them for the majority of the time. Fame at 19-19. Really no one struggling on either side. Steve-O, I guess, quote-unquote, the slowest so far, but he's been finding crucial kills in the backline. It's a hold right now for Ultra, but a break. A contest from Fame. He will fall, and another big gunfight won by Steve-O.
I don't even know how I was like, what? Steve-O absolutely insane on that turnaround on Fame, but still, again, this is only a 5-second deficit now between the two squads. The comeback from Ultra Academy EU, you can't deny it, and this is insane. Fury still continuing on to hold. He does earn his streaks. He's on a 9 streak right now. He has 2 minutes and hill time, and not to mention, members still keep flooding in, but he does get taken down.
These contests won't go by for free. Electrify Steel won every single moment of time, but we go ourselves to P5, and these nades are going to be absolutely brutal, but Steve-O has to win a couple. Here comes the push. It's a 3-man hit inside, but Electrify Steel are losing numbers, and Beans is still winning gunfights. Weeman cleans up Pander on the exchange. As the dust does settle, it's a lead and a continuation. Ultra Academy have the wipe, and they have the lead.
Oh, they can win it here. They can essentially win it here. That's all they need to do is hold. So Weeman holding down the AR in the hill, and you have Furious through the middle, that bottom well side holding it down. But a double teammate from Furious comes through. That is not good, but still, the eliminations from Weeman and Furious to clean him up. Dazed him off the point, but Electrify Steel moved on in.
I mean, how do you not capitalize on this? You have to contest. There's no choice. Electrify Steel don't want to go to a game 5, but Furious with the pistol, and Pentagram trades out as a net 0 on the play, but he flies in. He gets 1, almost 2. It's still there inside. Ultra finding the numbers, just 3 seconds, and Weeman gets both, and we're going to a game 5. Ultra, deny it.
What just happened? Another breakdown in a different way. What on earth? Ultra Academy bringing that back from such a huge deficit. And you know what? You know who really slowed down in that? Pentagram.
Yes.
Pentagram.
Yeah, that's good. That's right there. Yeah, Pentagram.
The snowball effect. In effect, too, we had mentioned that, right? Ultra Academy EU. Beans, too. He was the one that was kind of slow in the beginning, but once he gets going, they start snowballing. That's exactly what happened. That Churchill, able to chain that into the P5, and that's really kind of where they started to develop that lead, is when they were able, that first time around, get some time on the Church, and they got some time in P5, and work a little bit of scrap, but they really ran away with it.
I know Steve-O went 22 and 27, but I don't give a damn. His crucial 3 or 4 kills in the back going towards P2. That is what helped set up not only facilitation for the hold, but also getting himself into bottom Church, consistently finding big breaks into the point and winning the initial time for Ultra. And their ability to rally that into a couple of chains. There was a moment in this game where you're looking at about an 80-point lead, and Ultra just started to win some of these one-on-ones. And once that started happening, you saw Electrify still struggling to push the pace. Ultra more than happy to bounce back and hold off spawn, and they were winning the opening breaks on those hard points, and they were holding, finally, and they were able to rally that into a win.
Absolutely, and that was the key, right? Because even in the first rotation of the P3 round, like, they had complete setups, they had the positioning, but it was Electrify Steel that just were able to break in the kind of the first half. But then really, once they started to pick things up, that Churchill, and then Furious, my goodness, I mean, he was slaying even his own teammates. It didn't even matter. The guy started popping off of the last 2 hills and able to hold it there. I mean, even his hill time, just absolutely insane. 2 minutes and 37 seconds from the guy. Like, Obi, slay, the guy does it all.
It's just nuts. Both these teams have traded map after map after map, and finally, Ultra do steal themselves a respawn in the series, which we had suspected might be the key to victory if they want to get to a game 5. They finally do it in the most important hardpoint, and now we go ourselves to Desert Siege, which is going to be absolutely hilarious to talk about. But before we get there, we're going to go to a commercial break, and we will return at the conclusion of the lower finals. All right, sorry for the delay. We're into the game. You haven't missed much. A couple of trades that have gone down, but into round number 1. It's a 3v2 for Electrify Steel. Early on, the plant does get put. That's English. 20 seconds to go. 1v2, now 1v1.
It does get put.
It does get put.
This is what we've seen in the Circuit Destroy last time. Beans clutching up his 1v1s, but Fame able to take it and get the defuse. It was a fast attacking B round, which we've seen in the past from Ultra Academy EU, but in the end, Electrify Steel able to defensively hold.
Well, as everything was happening, welcome into game number 5. Let's kind of walk you through how we got to this series. It's been back and forth. We have traded shots in this best of 5. The opening hardpoint went the way of Electrify Steel. The S&D goes to Ultra EU, then back to the control, then back to the hardpoint. We've literally been trading a game. Now we find ourselves in a very interesting spot. We had talked about if Ultra can get it to a game 5, if they can steal a respawn, that respawn then being the last hardpoint, they have a significant chance of taking down this very hot and powerful Electrify Steel squad. But right now, off the rip, it's a 1-0 lead into round number 2.
And this is kind of Electrify Steel deciding to slow their roll down and just kind of wait for those pushes, maybe get a play here. But you see that bomb tucked away deep in the A spawn, and
yep.
Beans, of course, and Furious on that A site. Steve-O, though, opens up with the first blood pick now, gets numbers.
And Godorex dropping a B just gives you more real estate to work with. There's another as well. Panda will fall. Fame gets a response, but not before. It's an advantage for Ultra. On this defensive hold, you don't have to make a play here if you're Ultra. Again, you just have a scout to have eyes over towards both sides, but it's up to Electrify Steel to make this push.
Yep, and that's something that we've seen from Electrify Steel, pulling out those 4 ARs.
Yep.
Essentially forcing those long-range gunfights. But can Pentagram find an elimination? Beans would be possibly the one to do so, but maybe Beans, I think he actually just spotted Pentagram, gets him onto the side now. Again, Fame blast alive, only 20 seconds left, and that's done and dusted, evening up the numbers. Ultra Academy take the defensive round.
And that's good positioning all the way through for Ultra. So they tie themselves up going into round number 3, a big win on the defensive front. Pretty even so far. Standard 4-1 performance early on from Steve-O. He is having himself a game. If he continues this spree like what we saw Beans do earlier in that S&D, if now it's Steve-O's turn and he gets himself a glide, this is going to be an interesting game 5. But Ultra bounce back in the second round. Still looking for a pick for Pentagram, but everybody else getting themselves involved early on in this S&D. Bomb carrier will be Steve-O. It's going to be a B call, and it should be a first blood momentarily.
Yep. And this is going to be a huge engagement. If Steve-O can manage to bounce that off, I was going to say, I thought he was going to throw it off the back of that. We've seen that plenty of times, but Pentagram tucked away on that B site. He's going to be the one that they have to eliminate, and of course, GodRx from up top. It's going to be the one to fold, though. You have Fame, too, helping out, rotating over on that Dune side.
Yeah.
He does take down Furious.
And Pander is also at the train tracks, but no one's been spotted. At this point in time, I know it's risky, but I would have that call to have Pander come back and help out towards B. This delayed push is taking too long to develop, and it seems that Ultra, from the perspective of Electrify Steel, are committing themselves towards A. But the mid-map pressure just hasn't been there.
There's the
Fame drops. And B is now open.
Yeah. And of course, Beans just picked up 2 as well, so now Panda, of course, last alive. If you can isolate a pick here, but that bomb is going down. He doesn't have enough time, so whether or not he's going to decide to maybe make the clutch happen, or maybe just...
It's a gamble.
You don't want to feed Steve-O either, right?
I mean, here's the thing. That round was a gamble because for Pander to stay out on an island for the majority of that round, you're hoping, from Pander's POV, that you're either going to find an engagement so you know that they're pushing through mid, you know they're making that rotation over towards A, but nothing came. And at that point, it's a coin flip 50-50. I think if you're in that situation and you are Electrify Steel, maybe have that call for Pander to come back out and help A, because at that point you have numbers around the site, you could try to play those trades. It never formulated, and Pander was out of the play for 90% of the round. By the time he gets over, everybody else is dead.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, and I think I had mentioned that, but I got famous.
Yeah, like Ultra weren't going to rotate.
Yeah, somebody needed to rotate.
They showed you all their cards. They were going to stay at B. So if you're waiting for an A push, it was never going to come. In this moment in time, though, it's a 2-1 game lead right now. In this game 5, round by round, Ultra have worked their way, and specifically their way through this series. They find themselves with the advantage, just 1 round, though. No numbers falling as of now. Pentagram currently in the bottom of University.
Both Beans and Vortex are about to get streaks, essentially, too. Like, well, playing for their streaks, rather. So they're not going to want to essentially throw their lives away. They can get maybe a beat, trade to happen, but look at Vortex's positioning, gets taken down by Fame. And now the bomb seems to go down. Wee Man trying to get into position essentially to stop the push, but Pentagram bottom university pushes out, gets beat. There it is, the breakdown.
Pentagram just absolutely horked on Beans. And that is going to be around. I think everyone stays up, but even if they don't, Electrify Steel respond very quickly. And those individual gunfights helping to be opened up because of Pentagram's presence. Tie game, 2-2. And Fame closes it out, 6-2 for him. So Steve-O has a nice little run. Now, you got Fame on a spree. This game 5, back and forth we go.
Yep. Back and forth is key. Both teams really want a shot. Either Ultra Academy EU get that rematch in that grand final. Electrify Steel is fighting to get that chip.
It only gets harder for Electrify if they win this, because you go play NA, and for EU, you would hope to have that rematch for sure.
Indeed. But good thing about that last round for Electrify Steel, you did stop the streaks from Beans and from Vortex, so maybe getting a free plant here. Pander not necessarily seeing the inch up from Wee Man on the bomb site. He's going to throw a nade out. Checks to come through, but the bomb has been planted.
He needed that pick on the site if it was going to become possible for potential retake, but do you find anything in the bottom of the palace? Fame taking the challenge and valiantly backed up by Pentagram. Now on the chase. Still alive somehow, 27 seconds to go. It's a 3v3. Positioning there and post plan for Ultra. They should be able to win some of these numbers, and they will. Steve-O, Wee Man shutting it all down this round. Looks like it's going to be locked up. You have a sniper, and it's almost impossible.
Yeah, and that was kind of the conversation that we had yesterday. Like, when you're in these rounds in Search Destroy, like, do you switch it up now? Like, if you have a sniper in hand, like, do you switch it up? Because you see teams that start to pull out an automaton or pull out an MP40 just because, like, you're not viable. Like, if numbers are in your favor, like, it's almost impossible to clutch up with that in your hand. But unless you're Diamond Con, of course.
Yeah, unless you're Diamond Con, or what we saw Clay do earlier this weekend on this map. But I think to answer that question, either when it's neutral ground, when you're looking at a tie game, you would probably pull out the snipe to try to change up the tempo, or when you're starting off with a lead. Like if you're able to get, whether it's a 3-1 advantage or something like that, and you feel like you have a bit of a cushion, you could try to force some of these rounds to go by much faster than they normally would. But as of now, I think he should go back to the automaton setup they've had so far, as Fame will have that in his hands and be successful for the first pick. Steve-O responding quickly. Numbers back to dead even for both teams.
Yep. Wee Man over on that Dune side, GodRx is trying to essentially maybe get a elimination over here, but maybe it might be perfect timing from, so say Wee Man if he can spot GodRx, but either which way, there's 48 seconds left, and there's the spot that comes through. That bomb is inching its way towards B, so you might see the rotation start to happen from Ultra Academy, but
Well, does Bean see it? If no, he won't. Wee Man was really the only one in the vicinity. He won't see the plant, but obviously they'll all know. And he can't catch Pentagram. So, numbers stay up after the push. Fame will find one on the outskirts in trains, and all of mid-map now completely locked down. Electrify Steel have all the resources necessary, but Wee Man takes down Pentagram. No way they're going to stick this defuse. Fame has to go, but he might get pinched from behind. This round could actually work out for Ultra. It just might, but Fame wins another, and in the back line, Electrify Steel handle the pressure.
Yeah, that was key right there from Electrify Steel. Round by round we go, but in the end, the patient plays, of course, even the sniper from GodRx and Beans, both trying to get those picks, but Fame able to cut things down right through the middle steps, and oh, this is intense. This is intense. Fame's 9-3 right now. Vortex is 9-3.
No one's close to streaks.
No one is close to
there
streaks.
Will not be a glide bomb in play as of now.
Yeah, as of now. Fame is the closest, essentially, but
right. He's going to need another 4 kills before he gets there. So, like, if he gets 2 this round, then we start having that discussion. But as of now, it is a net 0 game for both teams. Oh, and that's very unfortunate first blood that just helps out Electrify Steel. It's a team kill. So, if you want to capitalize on this round, you better do it now to give yourself an advantage in this game. But Furious gets one right back. Pentagram quickly onto Wee Man. He falls. And what was an awkward start, Ultra Academy now have a chance in a one-on-one, but I think in the end, Electrify Steel somehow get the round.
I think that was I think it was like a self-elimination or something just happened, because that wasn't no, I just literally saw like the team, something
No, I believe you. I'm just trying to find out what the hell happened.
What just happened? That was so fast. The trades came through there on the opposite side from Panda, but like something blew up. Something blew up. I literally saw something blew up right there in the last second.
Funny.
It was so fast. What was that? either which way.
To boil Vanguard down to a sentence, something blew up.
But I see the dedication from Ultra Academy EU, right? They wanted to switch things up and essentially match this pacing. They wanted to make it aggressive and get that plant down, but it's unfortunate that Pentagram was sitting there waiting.
Oh, Fame still has his 3 spree as well, so the fact that he doesn't drop in the last round means that it's more of a threat going forward. 2 rounds away from a Grand Finals appearance in a matchup against Ultra North America. Both these Ultra squads have been so good this weekend, and they should absolutely feel good about the performances, but you'd love to see an EU NA final between the 2 rosters. However, Electrify Steel trying their best to pull themselves towards that position. Advantage early on. Furious does fall in this round, and Fame will find the second blood again.
Fame just getting these openings are so key and able to get that bomb down. Fame immediately going for the plant.
And the 4th.
And there it is. The breakdown happening yet again. Can Ultra Academy bring this back for the win? I mean, this would be crazy if it did happen, obviously. But
no choice.
Yeah,
you have to
yeah, obviously. But, like, Electrify Steel, like, looking strong to close it out. Yeah, they look strong to close it out right now.
And again, the pinpoint of most of these S&Ds this weekend has been the team that gets first blood. If they get second and they're not trading, it's going to be hard to win the round. 4 in a row for Fame. You got 2 for Pander, 1 for Pentagram. On the other side, I mean, it's been a good performance from Steve. It really hasn't been anybody that's not performed. It's just the positioning and the quick trades from Electrify Steel have won them these late rounds. And it's been consistent. They have constantly found first blood. A couple of team kills that don't go the way of Ultra Academy. GodRx looking for the pick on Wee Man. Almost finds it. The nade will fly out. It might get the check. It will. Information there that at least one is bottom palace. Do we see aggression from Ultra now?
Yeah.
I feel like they can't push out or they're going to get stopped.
Yeah, I feel like at this point they just need to overwhelm in numbers and maybe just overwhelm one side of the map. So choosing to essentially go over towards A. The bomb looks like Wee Man is going to go for the plant.
He can get off cleanly as well. He can get away with his life. But Pander might make the play here. Well, that nade's going to flush out Wee Man. Or maybe he goes for Beans. Nope, going to go for Wee Man, and there will connect. Furious finds first blood on the Fame. Palace control here for Ultra. The push there as well from Ultra. 2 kills. Huge. And Stevo going absolutely massive to help Ultra potentially secure this round. But Pentagram to the back. Pentagram escapes. There's 22 seconds to go. It's a 3v2, and Pentagram now makes it dead even. 18 seconds to go. It's going to have to be a defuse for Electrify Steel. But Stevo finds 1, and the second gets it at range. Ultra survive.
Oh my gosh, and that was an important round. We mentioned that overwhelming in numbers, and that's exactly what they did. They just decided to commit towards that A site despite. And Stevo, 12 in 4 key crucial gunfights being able to be won and through the back. But Pentagram, of course, playing spoiler, able to get 2. Wasn't enough, not quick enough. And this is match point still for Electrify Steel. Ultra Academy only need 2.
Need 1 round. If you're Electrify Steel and you don't win this, you're going to be thinking about this series for months, if not a couple of years. Like, you're so close to a Grand Finals appearance, what these players wanted for so long, what Pentagram's been talking about for weeks on end. You're so close. But for Ultra, they don't go quietly. They never have. And you can only tip your cap to the absolute resilience and the poise of this team. Stun does fly out. Very hesitant from both sides. Ultra parking the bus on the defensive side, not allowing any shoulders to be thrown, any information to be given. It's going to be up to Electrify to make the play.
That's right. You have Wee Man and Beans tucked away in the back. And, I mean, yeah, he got him. Positioning from Wee Man just so key. And now that bomb is down. 4 versus 3.
That's a big first blood because look where the bomb is as well. It's directly on the site. You're going to have to make a play or play through the trades. Fame might be the next victim. Pander makes his move. GodRx looking for a pick, and they pulled out the sniper again. They better hope GodRx finds something. Furious right around 1. It's Pander underneath. The timing could not be worse for either team, but where's the next kill going to fall?
Potentially Pander if he can pick off Wee Man over at the dunes, but no, it's Furious through the behind there. Stevo, the breakdown happening. There's only Fame last alive and 15 seconds left. We're going to a round 11, and how perfect. My prediction, remember what I said this morning?
This morning was a while ago. What did you say?
EU.
Oh, you did. That's right. I remember now.
To win the whole thing.
Okay.
I did.
You did say that. That's right.
I did.
Well, the lower bracket final comes to this. A round 11. Electrify Steel. Ultra Academy EU.
Ooh. 1
round to decide it. A whole lot of money on the line. Bragging rights as well. And storylines forever. Let's get it going. GodRx, 2 and 7. We'll put the sniper away. And the automaton is back out.
women in numbers. You hear the utilities flying overhead, but pre-fire coming in through. Furious is up top. Can he get something going? But the patience from Electrify Steel, Fame, maybe might be able to get the opening pick here, but
if Furious peaks, he's going to get spotted, and
yeah,
he might get traded. So you're going to hold him as long as possible, and you're hoping that Beam sees anyone rotate. This cross is locked away. But on the other side, you also have Weeman, who could potentially watch, whether it's a counter AR, what usually would have been the snipe from God X. This time, though, it would be the Automaton. Shots ring out, no one falling. Still looking for the first pick. Furious might just can't quite find the angle, but here comes a push from the back. It could be a chance for Electrify, but instead they hesitate again.
the hesitation. There's only 35 seconds left, and Pentagram potentially. Pander picks up Furious too, and Pentagram is there to follow, but Stevo with the trade at least able to opening up the odds, but he's only the last one alive now. There's still 25 seconds left.
It's a 3v1. You got no choice. This is for the series, and the series is over. It's Electrify Steel in the lower final in round 5. Get it done. 3-2 series win. They take down Ultra Academy EU. And my, oh my, this team looks hot going into the grand final. It couldn't have been closer than that. But tip of the cap to Ultra EU for the run they put together. Electrify Steel just find a way off Fame's performance, 12-5, to get it done.
That was crazy, Spaceman. I was holding my breath the whole entire time. My goodness. Electrify Steel move on to the grand finals. And of course, I mean, that's in the matchup that we essentially haven't seen yet. So I'm really excited to see Ultra Academy NA versus Electrify Steel. But the EU squad, like, they were looking ever so dominant this weekend, so much better essentially from that stage 4. And I mean, once they essentially, I mean, they have champs still to prep for, regardless. I mean, I don't count me on the points either which way, but yeah, I'm still proud of those guys. They did such a phenomenal job.
This is a impressive and really well-earned performance from Ultra EU. They should hold their heads high. They had a ridiculously good weekend. You got champs coming up, but most importantly, you're one round away from potentially a grand finals appearance. Like, at the end of the day, yes, it's going to hurt for a while, but that's how close you are. You know you can get back there. Here's the stat card, 14-5 from Stevo. But in the end, it was Fame, it was Pander, Pentagram, GodRx puts the sniper away, and the Automaton helps close out that final round. It just comes down to the first bloods. In the first S&D, it was all Ultra. This time, 3 first bloods for Fame, 2 for Pander, and 1 for Pentagram, rounding out 6. Like,
yeah, and that was really, I feel like, too, with Electrify Steel, like, and Pentagram especially, like, he's pulling out the Automaton. Like, they're adapting and adjusting to those ARs from Ultra Academy EU. So, like, deciding to, you know what, let's just have a 4 AR setup or have 1 sniper. Either which way, slow it down, because how fast that they play, I mean, it just, they had it in the bag. And
this was like a 1-for-1 performance between Fame and Furious. You got Fame and Stevo, excuse me, 1,300 damage for Fame, 1,300 for Stevo. Everybody else is trying to do their part. And speaking of the collective effort, it was a collective series that we just walked you through. It was a best of 5, and Electrify Steel handled their business in Game 1. They did it in the control, and they take every other game for the eventual lower finals win. Yeah, what a series it was indeed. And Ultra Academy EU, just from yesterday, just flooring it with 3-1, even just every single game. I would hope that Electrify Steel watched some matches back and did a little bit of homework, but taking it to that map 5, we'd love to see it. And I cannot wait. Oh, this grand final is going to be bonkers,
dude. It's going to be awesome.
It is going to.
Fame is looking final right now. Like,
Fame
is. Just from the last series, too. I mean, he had 85 kills in 3 maps, which is just insane.
Well, the interesting thing about going into the final is, well, this team has had 2 series now to warm up. You know, there are shaky moments there. There are moments where it was very much reliant on getting, like, Fame to have a clutch performance, getting 3 or 4 kills on a roam, or having GodRx get a triple kill to help open up a site on control. So there are weaknesses that are clearly here, but they've had time to prepare, and now they just have 1 more series in front of them. Here is a look at the bracket for the weekend. Ultra Academy North America handled AIM. They handled Exposed in Game 5. They handled their brother team in Game 5. And now they got themselves in the finals. They were waiting for a couple hours now before Electrify Steel punched their ticket there. And Electrify Steel had to make that lower bracket run, and man, did they do it. Yeah, man. Could have been a different, it's such a crazy outcome, because, I mean, Ultra Academy EU, even just yesterday, it was a 3-2 game, you know, it was very, very close. Every single game has been very, very close. And, just the run that they have had, even just with that, just turning things around and just taking it, even against Team War, 3-2, 3-0 to Boston Breach Academy, and I cannot wait, you guys. I cannot wait. I can't say that enough. These guys are just so dominant, both squads, and it's gonna be nuts.
It's gonna be nuts.
I mean,
Tuscan.
The competition's been great all weekend. This Grand Finals is going to be just as good. And we have to, again, tip our cap to Ultra EU. It was a hell of a performance this weekend, especially knowing they had to go against their current siblings in Ultra NA. And though that series went to Game 5, they had a very good performance here. It just came up a little bit short. And in the end, well, it is Electrify Steel who win it in Game 5, Round 11. That means they go to the Grand Finals. Up next, our Grand Finals. Electrify Steel versus Ultra North America. Electrify Steel need 2 best-of-5s, but Ultra trying to get this one done finally and get that championship. We will see you guys after the break, and when we return, the Grand Finals of the Boston Open.
See 6 people. Now I see 7. Yeah, that's just game mode that happens. Okay. But maybe it's like you're just standing right next to the stage mic. Stage mic? Yeah, there's a stage mic. I'm pretty sure it's picking up everything we're saying. I don't know where it is.
For the final time in the regular season, we have to crown a Challengers champion. My whole chip with me proper. We've got the grand finals on stage and ready to go between Ultra NA and Electrify Steel. Out of the winners bracket, Ultra NA do hold the advantage of having to be beat twice in possibly 2 best-of-5s, and Electrify Steel coming off their win versus Ultra EU, looking pretty privy to possibly try to extend this possible series.
Stark differences in between the lower semifinals going into the lower finals. As you can take a look at the bracket as well, just the road has been more than battle testing, I would say that much for Electrify Steel. That 3-0 versus Boston Academy to start off the entire day here, and then the map 5 Grueler versus Ultra Academy EU. And again, stark differences as far as play is concerned. We saw a lot more proactive play coming through in those lower finals comparatively to what they've shown against Boston Academy.
That's the real big news here. You know, we look back to what Electrify Steel was doing versus Ultra EU yesterday, and you could definitely tell there were some kinks in the system that they needed to work through. And opening up today in the semifinals, and the lower semifinals, I should say, versus Boston Academy, you could tell they were trying to establish a different type of play style. That worked out in a map 5 that they just came through in the lower finals, as you had mentioned. The peculiar thing, though, about how good both of these two teams have been, they found themselves on opposite sides of the bracket, so they have not played each other yet, so there isn't really a call for redemption or revenge here for Electrify Steel. The only history between these two teams actually came way back in the first match of Season 4 Elite, and wouldn't you know it, it went 5.
It did go map 5. It's very interesting when you go back and you look at all of Elite Season 4, you would look directly at the records and be like, well, Electrify Steel didn't exactly do too hot, but they took almost every single top team, if not all of them, to a map 5.
Yeah, they really,
and it started off against this Ultra Academy roster. Obviously, the maps that were being played out did offer a nice learning experience for how Electrify Steel like to play going forward.
100%. And I think the biggest thing about this overall series is that both teams kind of find themselves liking to share a similar map pool. So when it comes down to advantages in the maps, I think you can kind of eliminate that from the conversation, kind of. And we'll get to why I say kind of in a moment. It's Tuscan for the opening hardpoint. Obviously, a lot of playtime for Electrify Steel on this map, including their previous series.
Yeah. Tuscan hardpoint has been quite good for Electrify Steel all day long. And it's one of those things, again, that the pace, everything needs to be there as well. Fame needs to have some semblance of a showcasing of what they had versus Boston Academy earlier on, as well as what we also got to see in lower finals. We won't get into how that one ended, unfortunately, but Electrify Steel, at least through the early get-go, we're looking great.
And as we get our cinematic fly-through, that kind of that I was teasing at when it comes to the map pool advantages, I think, well, I know for a fact that Brody and Austin at home are already saying that map 5 Berlin looks pretty menacing if we get all the way there. So we'll see how exactly things unfold on the opening ripoff. Fame for First Blood. He has been unbelievable today, starting things off well for Electrify Steel, not just with the opener, but with the double opening trade. Still, though, favor Ultra NA and a chance to possibly push Pentagram out of the time early.
Final 2-piece will be there for Hixie. They know that there's possibly just one more left up. It's Pentagram on that Godheady like you were talking about, and unable to find that kill buys more than enough time for GodRx to come back in for assistance.
Yeah, well done here. I will say Electrify Steel, a lot of their success story in these opening breakoffs have been throughout of the middle of the map, which Pentagram is currently keeping very held responsibly. Oh my! That is a bold challenge at about 20 HP. Ends up going on 4 in a row, but looking to extend the route. It does get shut down as Vehicle does find some sort of a response, but it's all Electrify Steel through the early time.
Yep, more than a job well done. They're off of P1, starting off on that P2 side of the map. Now the next task is going to be, how do you turn this scrap into initial? They are holding the spawns currently, and they're reading the players coming through from church.
Looking pretty solid for Pentagram off of his next life. Good to kind of pick up exactly where he had previously fallen. In this position up top, oh my, Pentagram nearly gets the collateral lineup. Scrap securing the trade, but weakened up it puts GodRx into a weird position to where he doesn't know exactly what to challenge, and with that, Ultra NA now get the chance to start to push forward, and the zone looks pretty darn solid. The only thing missed is Fame around the side, and he's actually completely eluded these quote-unquote defenders of Ultra NA. But the kills still come through regardless, or do they? Fame gets the double, and now Vico feels responsible to hit the hard point, and it's not going to work out. It's a break for Electrify Steel.
It is. It's making it rather scrappy over these 24 seconds. Ultra Academy NA, you almost feel obligated to continuously send players in here because you do not want to Electrify Steel just to soak up all the scrap time. But you have to keep in mind how over-invested we want to be for the scrap time. Are we going to make sure that we take a look at that rotation? Assault is already locking down that rotation, trusting that his teammates are going to be able to battle for the scrap.
Yeah, this is a really good recovery moment here for Ultra NA. The exit kills are clean. You're holding a very far forward line of scrimmage. In fact, Electrify Steel are going to have zero intel on where this defensive setup around Fountain is going to be. But careful, because if you don't see anything, this could just flip the spawns around completely. It's a 3-man hit coming down towards Rooftop, but Vico somehow stays alive off screen. An opportunity maybe to turn this into more than just the opener, but no, Pentagram does get the kill, and that should be a block of the spawns.
And even fighting one kill onto one Pander through L is more than enough to make sure that they are still soaking up time. 34 seconds and counting on up. Now it just comes down to staying mixy in the middle of the map.
So far, so good for Ultra NA, though. As Electrify Steel, as you mentioned, trying to work their way through mid-alley as well as through the fire stairs. And there's just no kills coming through. Assault locking down the back. No problems for him. GodRx eventually getting the trade, but there's just not a lot of time here, and that is going to be about 45 seconds worth of free time here for Ultra NA, pending they get someone in for the scrap time. This is an important time to give up, and honestly speaking, Electrify Steel are going to be kind of bailed out, easily getting into the rotation without having to cost them too much time because of it.
But have they been counting nameplates? Have they been looking for numbers as well? Because Hixie is already in the back, past field. He hasn't really shot his gun, and I want to say it since his previous life. So he might just hit himself on the backside of the tank. But
Wow.
Pentagram saw him as the hit is coming through, and it's developing from the front for Ultra.
The timing of the pinch is unbelievably exquisite. Pentagram looking to slide through and challenge, and boy, will he. Beagle hindered, hampered, hurt, and looking for a way to keep his life, and also try to hold these spawns of Electrify Steel at a pretty steep distance. And as Ultra NA worked off that pinch to get in, they're in convincingly. Vico now on 4 in a row as he gets a double from the side door. Good help across his teammates, and it's a full team wipe as Ultra NA have their first lead.
It's looking pretty darn clean. It's all off the back 45, if not full 50, that we saw over by P3. Able to turn that into SMG presence galore going in towards P4. But Electrify Steel having a little bit of a shudder moment of what just transpired to them versus Ultra EU from 4 to 5. They're making sure that they got that rotation going into 5 early.
Numbers are good. Scrap time will finish. Initial will open up here at headquarters. And look at Ultra NA. All 4 members trying to hit through the middle of the map. Pentagram is going to be pressured. And I say that hesitantly because it's not the right word. It's more than that. He's got everybody in front of him. The stun check looking pretty solid. The frag will also keep them at bay, but as Pentagram repositions, the hit starts to come out right from behind him. Good opening time still, though. With all that said, for Electrify Steel, the pinch is getting set up for Ultra NA, but the kills are really not as good as you would like to see them. It's just Assault last one left. Wins the 1v1 versus Pentagram, and a chance to get out in as GodRx has to wait for help.
Might just hit this now. He's got some help coming from the bottom side of headquarters over by the rooftops as well, but the gunfight's not as clean. Pinstripe kill feed will be there. The hard point's still contested for the time being. Not a whole lot of space to be had. Fame's going to be that guy to try to push on forward, but the kill is just not soon to follow. 15 seconds is what's going to be battle over here if Pander is feeling that they need to do so, but Ultra Academy North America in this first set all the way towards the end have been doing a much better job of just making sure they're quickly rotating back through and trying to get the initial time.
That little double right there for Pander just maybe is kind of spark plug to get going. 5 and 13, now 7 and 13 overall as he swaps back and forth between that Automaton and MP40 on a regular basis. But we get over towards our second set of hills. It's Ultra NA who's at the opener first. And they've got some pretty good positions. Vico is pushed really far forward. Fame looking to get around the back, but there's a lot of help here from Hixie. Frees up Vico to get the free kill. Now he turns his attention back over towards you, but the SMGs for Ultra NA work beautifully in tandem with one another.
Absolutely do. It's been their bread and butter of success for a long, long time now. P1, you continue to find these kills. It's going to escalate this lead exponentially. 30 seconds still left to battle over, and again, Ultra Academy NA, they're not over-investing. They're not pushing too far past tree. They're making sure they're always giving consideration towards the middle of the map and making sure that Electrify Steel feel trapped on their side of the map.
Oh, scrap, even to the middle of the map. Takes care of what was largely going to be the focus for Electrify Steel hitting through you. Hixie, 1v1 GodRx. hit up and hampered, and that's going to be enough for Godorex to take the gunfight, and with that also the scrap time. But as you had alluded to, looking down towards the minimap, Ultra NA very comfortable for this setup around Column, not just inside the hill, but they've got good church control and headquarters control. It's all good news here for Ultra NA.
Yeah, again, it's that buffer of a lead. How many times have we seen Ultra NA just be able to give themselves that buffer of the lead, and they're completely okay with just conceding the back 10 seconds, knowing that they can get the setups for some hard points to turn into some money time.
Stuns on both sides here as Scrap is the defender of the backside. First kill, no problem. Pentagram, just hit the melee, unfortunately. Not a really true gunfight coming through. That will lead to a spawn flip now. Electrify Steel looking to get their numbers back on forward towards the hill itself. Down about 50 points. Pentagram zoning forward through patio, but Vehicle shuts down the play. An opportunity made for Ultra NA to get one more look from the high ground to break back in, and the hardpoint has actually been more neutral than anything else over the course of the last 30 seconds. So for Ultra NA, an opportunity maybe to still fight and maybe even possibly win this hill with the scrap time that's available. And yeah, how about it? It's a full feed going the way of Ultra NA as the back 13 seconds looks good.
Electrify Steel back towards the middle of the map again. Throughout the entirety of the first set of hardpoints, Ultra NA did a great job of just holding that from the front, but now you have to break inside of 3. Nades need to be on point. They're trying to find where a lot of these lurking players are, and they already find Fame inside P5, so the rooftop spawns are under threat.
And you still have Hixie in a great position with help from Assault up the middle of the map. So Ultra NA have the perimeter forward. Scrap takes care of Panda in the background, and that's going to be not just a lockdown of the front, but they also will re-secure spawns. Vehicle now on 5 in a row, not going to quite be able to stretch further towards that glide bomb as he's shut down. And Electrify Steel, they have to find a way to have an effective break right here, right now. Fame with the opener. Then he even helps out with the second. Vehicle looking to try to clean things up. He gets 2, but Pander will respond. The trade good for Scrap now on 5 in a row. Stun will come out. Pentagram looking to challenge and finesse this back 20 seconds, but it's just not enough numbers here when you're down 60 points. The nades will come through, and with a little bit of help from Ultra NA, there will be a chance for Electrify Steel to lock down the back 15 seconds.
Vehicle via that nade is going to take Scrap clean out of at least that position with an SMG in hand. But again, you talk about the rotation, they're already in for 4. Electrify Steel cannot afford to wait too much time, but you see where their spawns are all the way across the map and the way that Ultra NA are setting up for these exits.
Yeah. Keep in mind with that team nade, even though the streak says 6, he's going to have to re-earn progress towards that glide bomb. But the thing about it is, the characterized narrative we said about Electrify Steel is that they win the war on multiple fronts. They win on rotation, they win on setups. That has not been the case lately, and largely thanks to this guy right here. You want to call it a string together 2 lives in a row. It's 8 in a row, technically. No one from Electrify Steel's been able to kill him, at least in the last 8 gunfights. Godorex going to change that as he gets the kill, but again, the time on the hard point is just so significant for Ultra NA.
2:17 and counting on up. This is 30 seconds you have to fight over for Electrify Steel. Every single second going forward is going to be good time. In that pinstripe kill feed, it's not going to be good enough. You are actually able to stay alive with your Pentagram to get that last kill on a Scrappy in the back. So the spawns will be here for Electrify Steel. So now you need to trust that Pentagram is going to be able to finesse with a scrap time. Can't beat Vickle over by Lawn. He does have some help here from Fame, but you have to make sure that you win the rotation over towards 5.
Man, it may have been a little bit of a slow start for Ultra NA in terms of the gunfire and what the kills were looking like, but they have absolutely started to step things right back up, and a lot of it coming out of Vehicle and Scrap in particular. Hixie getting involved with the double as he tries to get in for the entry here at headquarters, but it's Electrify Steel who eventually out-trade and have a chance to start seeing some time here. An opportunity to try to zone forward as Ultra NA once again trying to set up a bit of a pinch. Scrap from one side, the rest of the team from the other, and it's just as clean as it was the time before. Ultra NA now with numbers to get into the hill.
Team shots, 1v1s, it's all so good, and they understand fully where they're going to be. Look at Assault on the map, by the way. He's all the way up inside Fire Alley with an SMG. Although he did not find that kill, that's further information that Ultra know where Electrify Steel are coming from.
Vehicle 33 and 17. Just putting on a mastery display, as it will be about 240 here for Ultra NA. Godorex stuck with just a pistol in hand. Assault dealing with it. Pixie on the way forward, able to assist and help out. Chance to still win the map right here. And for Electrify Steel, it just has to be perfect. Has to be perfect on the break, has to be perfect on the rotation. It's just not going to be that way. It was a 2-2 split for Electrify Steel, knowing they had to play on 2 fronts. Not going to work out at all. And Ultra NA will absolutely let them know about what that near 100-point map looked like from their side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absurd, too, because you go back and you rewatch how the beginning of that map did play out. You really did feel like Electrify Steel were outpacing their opponents, but it just takes that one moment. It just takes maybe even those 2 moments. We know what Vickle and Scrappy can bring to the table. It is infectious. Once one of them starts popping off and slaying, I don't know if you all can hear it at home. I hope that you can. It just spreads across those 4 players. They just started to play so well. The fundamentals of hardpoint were just exemplified perfectly from them.
And I think the biggest thing, just to kind of bring the whole conversation back to the map pool, is that both these teams like all of these maps that we're likely going to see here in this first series. And you can very easily see why. I mean, for Electrify Steel, obviously, I think every single time they've been on stream, they've played a Tuscan hardpoint, and the kind of moniker we've labeled their playstyle as is, it feels like with how good they are finessing scrap time and winning rotational battles for new, that they almost have 5 players on the map. But Ultra NA beat them at their own game that time through, and a lot of it comes out of players like Vehicle, who were so good on the initial entries and as well recontesting finesse time. He was electric in the hardpoint.
Yeah, just making sure that the back 15 seconds was a pain in the rear end for Electrify Steel. I mean, there were so many different times that, again, Electrify Steel, they were obligated, they were forced to play for that scrap time, because you always end up having to deal with Scrappy or with Vickle. 34 and 18 for Javi, about 3,600 damage, just shortly behind the 33 and 23 Scrappy, but I think you definitely need to be talking about not only just the objective kills, the assists across the board, the team shots were all there, just as a positional advantage that Ultra Academy NA continuously had over their opponents. Assault and Hixie were playing the selfless role continuously.
I mean, just tally up in your mind here, as close as you can, because I don't have my abacus on me here, but non-traded kills per team. I mean,
that's a lot.
It's 30 out of 34 for Vehicle, 21 out of 33 for Scrap, 21 out of 29 for Assault, and even Hixie goes 14 for 21. On the other side, it's just not the same at all.
No.
The assist category, the non-traded kills, I think that tells the story and where the advantages were in this opening map for Ultra NA.
Pander was just a non-benefactor as well. I mean, they said the 7 for 14, 14 out of 13 for the gunfights to be able to get a kill, and it's just not good enough. At least from the weekend of what we've seen so far, that is very uncharacteristic for Casey Pander.
No, I agree with you. And there were moments there in the openings where we saw him with the Automaton not really being able to do too much with it. Swapping back over to the MP40, started to pick things up a little bit, but obviously it just was not enough to get the influence to match up against what we saw from Vehicle, Hixie, and Scrap in particular. Not to ignore Assault, but I think just when it comes down to what you're looking at in this map for entries and rotational and kind of impacting kills, those were the 3 that you largely saw in the kill feed. So now with that in mind, we go over to a Desert Siege Search and Destroy. And man, is this now all of a sudden very peculiar, because yesterday Electrify Steel tried to keep the tempo up. They tried to kind of force gunfights in the first 30 seconds. Today they've been playing much more reserved. And for Ultra NA, we know they can flip the switch between clinical, methodical search and destroy, and all of a sudden all 4 of us are in your face in the blink of an eye.
And Scrappy's also not afraid to pull out the Kar 98K if he's feeling the
very
upper hand
true.
to do
That's
so.
very true.
And that almost, again, is going to force the respect for Electrify Steel to either do the same or go back to that more reserved style of what we were seeing even against Boston Academy, 4 ARs. What we saw in those adaptations versus Ultra Academy EU yesterday and just today as well. They need to make sure that they don't play too one-dimensionally and become too easily read, because a team like Ultra NA will absolutely eat them alive.
So outside of just the Desert Siege, and we were kind of talking about this before the series started, that yes, both these teams kind of prefer a lot of the same maps. The only one that really stands out as a major favorite would be that Berlin Search and Destroy in favor of Ultra Academy NA. So what am I trying to allude to, you may be asking? I think if you're Electrify Steel and you want to get to a second best of 5, you have to finish this series in 4. So now everything becomes a must-win map, because Ultra NA on Berlin Search is just a different level of monster.
In a map 5, nonetheless. I mean, how many times have we seen Ultra NA be able to push to a map 5 and then they just win that Berlin Search and Destroy like
cleanly.
6-2, 6-1? Like, their fundamentals on that map mode combination alone, I've literally dissected it about a dozen times at this point through the entirety of the season since this team was created as well. It is very, very good. But we know Electrify Steel, they do the same vetoes damn near every single time. That Berlin Search and Destroy was more than likely going to be available. And we know that Coach Mystic and Mayhem, they saw that and they're like, yeah, we're going there.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage for them, to be sure. So yeah, this becomes a must-win map. I just don't think that there's a world where you're Electrify Steel and you feel good about your chances of reverse sweeping in the first place, no matter what the series layout looks like. But even more so, the fact that Berlin just becomes a very treacherous ground for you. So it has to start right here, right now. And when it comes to reestablishing some confidence, we did see some sparks in the Ultra EU lower final for Electrify Steel. On this map where they were trying to play a little bit more aggressively, more measured aggression, I guess is the best way of putting it. And if you can find a way to establish that threat early against this Ultra NA team, maybe there is a chance to cleanly get through this second map.
Yeah, you think that a lot of that is going to actually fall on the shoulders of Pentagram.
I like the call,
Pentagram is going to be that first SMG every single time that we were watching them round in and round out. If it was going to be an aggressive play, it's mostly Pentagram with that MP40 getting inside University, trying to deny so much space, and that then gets coupled along quite well if God RX is going to be watching one lane. You know, Pander's got the other. Fame's going to be that duo with the bomb in hand for these offensive rounds right behind Pentagram. Need to get the trade or two.
Here's the thing now. So every time we've watched this Desert Siege from the perspective of Electrify Steel, we are now coming to expect that more often than not, defensively, they're going to pull 4 ARs.
Yes.
That at least has been the trend today. I kind of want to see them get away from that. I want to see more SMGs in hands on the defense, just trying to, like we mentioned, work and take advantage in the middle of the map. On both sides of the map, not just defensively, but I would also like to see that offensively, because they had a really good response for 705 yesterday. I think they had a really good idea as far as what they wanted to do today, and it's worked out okay, but man, it's just with how much we've seen Ultra NA play this map, you have to take the fight to them first. You have to feel like they are the ones that need to adapt if they want to be able to stay map for map, round for round with this Electrify Steel team who's very competent in Surge.
I think it already has to be said as well. Electrify Steel are not going to outpace this Ultra Academy North America squad, but you can meet the pace.
Okay, I see where you're going here. Yeah.
The stuns and nades through the middle of the map, if not over through A, have either been very, very good for Electrify Steel or has actually been their downfall, as we saw early on.
Good point. No, it's a great point. I think that's a really interesting thing. But just to kind of give you guys a relook back over the rosters, we've kind of been saying the names out loud, but just to visually reestablish it, of course, a lot of anticipation and excitement about what Scrap brings to the table. Everyone's been pumped about it. But of course, you have to remember that in a Season 4 where a lot of teams were making kind of chaotic changes, we then got through Cup 13, and almost all of North America, except for like Electrify Steel, started to make dramatic changes. And a lot of people had questions after Ultra NA winning Season 4 in the Elite to then move over and put Assault into the mix. I will say Adam Assault has been a great I won't even say fix, but just a great addition now into this team.
It just kind of fits the mold, doesn't it?
It really does.
Because we know that Assault is more than happy to play that selfless role where he's just playing for the routes. Because if it's not going to be Hixie, specifically in the respawn, it's going to be Assault, just anchoring out these very longer lines of sight. Same could be said for Search and Destroy. You can always trust that Adam will be back there.
Yeah, I agree. It's just funny because our reactions to when they were starting to tweet and Mohawk's tweet saying he's like, "Oh, I'm a free agent, by the way." It's just like,
I was mind blown, man.
It's like you guys just won season 4.
Season 4, yeah, back-to-back elites. Yeah,
it was.
How
a
could
bit
you not
peculiar.
question it? Yeah.
But you know, here's the thing too, because as much as we sit and we have so many conversations about North America every 24 hours, it feels like there's a roster mania and challengers. There is something to be said about not being complacent if you're Ultra NA. If there are little things that are going wrong and you feel like you can iron those creases out before you get to what is a guaranteed champs, I think that puts you in a great position to possibly not just win here, but of course looking more forward towards the first International Challengers Championship. That puts you in a great spot to hold on to that #1 title with some confidence.
If it hasn't already been said enough, this Ultra Academy NA squad, they're good. They're light years as far as pro points are concerned. Nobody's going to knock them down from that first seed. That said, is that, again, Ultra Academy North America, there is, again, to echo you, there's no reason for complacency.
Yeah.
If there are little itches, little dents in the armor, if you will, you want to make sure that that's buffed out as much as possible. You want to make sure that you truly are the #1 seed, not only just in-game, in tournament, on LAN, online. It also has to be there in the practice as well.
I agree. On the opposite side, though, for Electrify Steel, obviously this is now a second in a row open event that they have really opened eyes.
That's right.
And much needed too, by the way. I think they were like the 15 seed coming into this tournament in particular because their cup performances and of course, as we just realized from season 4, their elite performances have been a little bit all over the place. So when it comes to kind of establishing them as a higher seed for PLQ in particular, or LCQ rather in particular, that now this placement helps them a lot when it comes to trying to work through that online qualifier to get to champs possibly.
I think it's the respect of the consistency as well. I still remember talking both to Pander and GodRX up at Toronto when we were casting that event, and they were specifically talking about Fame, about how he has so much to prove. You and I have seen it all the time. At the beginning of the year, we were like, Fame's back on a Modern Warfare agenda. He's going to be cracking nuts. But I would truly do believe, after the consistent placing from Open number 3 to now, this is exactly where they want to be, just proving everybody what they could absolutely do in this environment.
I also just feel like I might get in a little bit of trouble here. You think back to Modern Warfare, Minnesota Rocker, GodRX just kind of gets pushed aside. People forget how good Adam is on LAN. This is 2 events in a row where he has been the best that we've seen him since like Black Ops 4.
If you've never seen GodRX like on LAN, just the energy that he brings, like he is that totem pole, man. Like he's the cornerstone to make sure that this team stays absolutely calm and to make sure that if you do pop off, I'm trembling in fear. I'm trembling in fear. GodRX is a different beast. I've been saying it all week. He's been moving diffy this weekend.
He's so good on LAN, dude. It's crazy to remember that like all of Modern Warfare was completely online. Cold War was essentially completely online. And, you know, for Challengers players that have the ability to do well on land, it's just like you kind of sit there in the shadows a little bit. Like, dude, Juju and Mochilla have been reaping people up in these open brackets. Like, you forget sometimes how good these guys are on land. But enough of the podcast. Into map number 2. I know we're ready to go for it. It's Desert Siege. Ultra and A, after a convincing Tuscan hardpoint, are looking to possibly put this series a touch out of reach if they could find a way to win here. Otherwise, I think as far as a must-win situation is conversed about, this has to be a good show from Electrify Steel.
Again, as we've already talked about, you do not want to go to that map 5.
No.
That Berlin Search and Destroy is a nightmare and a half.
So here we go. Are we going to get some aggression here through mid? A lot of gunshots actually coming through this opening doorway. As GodRx is kind of watching one corner, Pentagram just behind him, making sure no one pushes in towards Mid University. And for Ultra and A's defense, not a lot of ability here to defend against A. It's really just point of contact defense with Assault watching the cross.
It depends on how much information you also got, because of the way that GodRx was pushed up, he's able to get that stun. Scrap sees at least one, but doesn't want to push on forward. He knows that they can have them trapped. It's actually Vickle that throws his shoulder up through the stairs trying to catch a player out.
I'm actually surprised. Electrify Steel definitely saw Scrap pull up the glint of his sniper rifle. They commit a lot of nades and some pre-fire to try to get him pushed back, and that allows a chance for Vickle to kind of unbeknownstly make his play through B, and that's an easy first blood now confirmed. Electrify Steel running out of time in a 3v4 where, again, you use so much of your utility to really no avail. So you've got to find a way to make a play and force it by just the gunfights.
And you know that they're not fully committed over towards A because, I mean, Assault literally has not moved. Scrappy's back over here by the half wall. He does find one. He will be traded, but in this 2v3 situation, you still have to try to plant that bomb and extend the round.
Hixie just needs to keep his life right here. Ultra and A are looking to essentially allow the plant to happen and play retake off the pinch. Vickle from the mid. Assault also watching the cross deep. But Electrify Steel are not opting to maneuver any further back towards their spawn. They're holding just on top of the bomb itself. Hixie reveals himself. Couple of shots in for GodRx, but no eliminations. Now back towards spawn. Pretty solid read here as Fame from the front gets one. And GodRx has slipped the net, not going to get the double. Now a 1v1. Vickle and Fame. Big advantage for Fame over the top of this. But Vickle may have just killed enough noise to create some doubt. Is he on? Is he defusing? Fame very confident that he's not. And as Vickle hits the dead silence triggers, he's on his way, and Fame will catch him. Not enough time here, even if Vickle wins the gunfight to get the defuse, and Electrify Steel will successfully pull the 2v3 post plant.
That is one of those times that we saw continuously in that 705 series. It does not matter. Electrify Steel down in numbers. They get that bomb planted. Their post plants are immaculate.
Yep.
Being able to get the reads, being able to get those gunfights, being able to hold the range with the ARs as well is the reason why I'm sure that they are also sitting there talking to themselves why 4 ARs would work so well for them.
Yep. Well, it's very disciplined, it's very controlled, and that's all in the face of Scrap. Really started to assert some long-range dominance with the quick scopes that come through. And Vickle, who did win that final gunfight, retains a 3-kill streak as we get into round number 2. Scrap still sniping on the offense. Is there going to be a response on the other side? Does not appear to be, at least not from this angle, as Electrify Steel are kind of overwhelming the cross with numbers. Scrap's first shot will go just a bit wide. Nade will take place to try to deal some damage, but largely speaking, Electrify Steel can hold this angle, and the team shot's absolutely perfect for first blood.
We have seen that versus Boston Academy earlier. Pentagram's going to take an aggressive angle towards that A lane, find that first blood, and then they all just disperse. Hold down University because they know that Ultra have to make that play, and they're without their sniper.
Fame, though, deals with a lot of damage over towards B. The defense still feeling very confident in what their setup currently looks like. 2 members over the middle of the map here for Electrify Steel could rotate to either bomb site depending on where the threat is, and, well, Fame may have read exactly where the threat is. Finds Assault very far pushed up towards the dunes. Even free fires to bomb, but, oh, Vickle, clean shots coming through in response. Keeps the hope alive that Ultra and A can at least get a plant.
You don't know without their timing as well. Pentagram's going to find one inside of University. I thought that we were at least going to see maybe GodRx take a look at that bomb because I was right there with you. I thought that with that one extra pick on a Fame, they were going to try to get that bomb planted at B. But I understand fully just the anxiety of just what other angles are going to be watching us. If there's someone behind the bomb as well, because the only person they saw over there and the only person they knew about was Fame on the backside of Dunes, who again was just relaying so much information to their teammates about that rotation that came back over off of the first blood from Pentagram across that A lane. 2 rounds in, both in the favor of Electrify Steel.
And here's the thing is all of a sudden the conditioning that starts to be kind of taxed mentally tilts to Electrify Steel because they have not played with much speed yet, and they're just kind of very disciplinedly winning these opening engagements and turning it into good numbers control, at least largely speaking. Vikel's going to lose his help deep towards B-side Dune. So now from on top of the bomb side, he has to go at least 1 for 1. Finds Pentagram, no problem. Godorex looking for the trade, but doesn't have the angle. Can the nade get the job done? It bounces in, but Vikel stays alive, and we hold the 3v3, at least until Godorex can take Assault down at range.
And he knows where at least one player is. They're trapped behind that bomb, but Vikel actually escapes.
Whoa,
he pushes
so
up
much
through
help.
the stairs.
Wow, that is so big from Vikel and Hixie. It's a bailout. Godorex now getting it overwhelmed. And the SMGs once again from Ultra and A completely rip the cord and take away a round for Electrify Steel.
It's just the little things, man, that timing for Vikel to be able to get out from the bomb, whether you were reloading or whatever may have you, we didn't have the angle. He was able to get up with the help from Hixie. So many different times, so many different tournaments, LAN or online. Those two in 2v-odd situations get away with highway robbery, finally getting themselves on the board. It has to be said, I mean, Vikel's 7-1.
Yeah, he's smoking them right now. But you have to give credit to Hixie for being there to assist, to get him out of that position in the first place.
Yes.
So how can you string rounds together? This time it's Scrap watching the outer side of the dunes. Team nades will, I'm sure, plague the inner parts of that long-range angle that is being watched by Fame, but he gets the bomb carrier Vikel down. And an opportunity for Electrify Steel to actually not just take the numbers, but they could take all the way through A. They've got a really good setup here when it comes to getting mid control.
Really worried about maybe you just try to overinvest because Pentagram is inside a university. Maybe he tries to throw himself out. They know where Fame plays all the time. Getting that one pick, trying to get the bomb down. You also have Hixie here for the coverage.
Pentagram, you see him on your X-ray. He wants to make the first play across the back, and oh, Hixie gets absolutely obliterated off the heady. But Assault has pushed through on the exit, but can't quite find any room to work with. So now it just comes down to Scrap. 1v3. Finds an automaton to work with, so he's not just stuck with the Kar 98. Checks and pre-fires the bomb, then, well, it really wasn't anything else that he could do. Godorex able to finish off the kill. Electrify Steel retain their 2-round advantage.
Yeah, I guess if you were lucky, maybe, like half a second faster, you would have seen at least one cross. But with what information, you're going to be able to possibly turn that into a 1v3 opportunity. It just comes down to that first blood, being able to fully collapse on that play, because you're almost forced to, if you are going for that very quick B-bomb plant, Electrify Steel are going to be more than aware of it. Again, Fame is watching that cross the entire time, so you know that that B lane is going to be covered. You just got to be able to catch them before they get in that aggressive position.
What is Ultra and A need to put something different here defensively?
I don't think that Scrap's finding much value with the sniper in those longer lines of sight.
I don't think so either.
4-hit something.
I mean, it looks like he's looking for that opening cross, but Godorex gets first blood as the doors get stun open. Hixie's also still trying to recontest through mid just by way of watching over the top of the broken walls on the deep side of the defensive spawn. But once again, it's the first 30 seconds. Electrify Steel get another for opening engagement that looks good. And now they can essentially just kill noise, create doubt, and then burst onto a site.
Assault's going to slowly encroach forward, but he's actually pinching this with the long Hixie, who does end up finding at least one kill, but the trade will be there on both sides.
Yeah, sure will be. Back and forth we go, and now to a 2v2. Assault has survived through the intended trade, and Scrap has stayed completely concealed while all of this is happening. So now with Assault making a push forward, over the top of the wall, second floor, he gets one, but Godorex is there for the immediate trade. No bomb in hand here for Adam, though, and as Scrap backs up, I don't believe either player has seen one another as of yet. But obviously you can see Godorex is very aware that Scrap is likely playing over towards B, but they have just barely missed each other, like two ships passing in the night.
And again, Godorex, he's checking literally everything. He's on a 4 as well. You have a round to play with, but he's still going to try to go for this plant. Scrappy reposition. He saw him slide in. He's going to wait for the easy angle. Godorex thought he was in the offensive spawn. Just not the case. Scrappy just barely even moving outside of the dunes.
That's just great discipline as well from Scrappy. You've got the lower part of his leg showing the whole way through, but you know he has to play for the plant. Hold the trigger. Make sure you confirm the kill. Don't let anything Reddit-worthy happen to you. So all of a sudden, really not much of a change defensively for Ultra and A. Sure, they tried to get a little aggressive and got punished for it, but the re-aggression through mid ends up working out in favor of the trades, and more importantly, Assault staying alive keeps us within one.
Yep. It's just two anchoring players on two different sides of the map, bouncing back from those first bloods. Here comes another offensive attempt for Ultra NA. They are taking a keen focus of University. Vikel's in here on the bookshelf.
Look at all the gunfire that baits out from Electrify Steel. Just team shots through the walls. Just working a number on these renovations here at University. Pentagram, AR in hand. This is what we talked about when it comes to possible 4 AR defensive setups for Electrify Steel. and so much doubt. Oh, the team nades are already littering over towards A. That's all the defensive utility now essentially expended, and Scrap will punish as Painter checked to see if anyone was going to plant. Now a 4v3 for the first time for Ultra and A with a post plant in front of him.
Pentagram slowly moving his way to maybe try to get an angle, but you can see where everybody else is playing. He has to go for the ego shot. He finds one, and he catches Scrappy on the exit. 3v2.
Okay, hold on a second. Assault is nowhere near this. He's got to run quickly, and Hixie's going to have to check if there's a defuse. He's going to be made very vulnerable by this. A lot of trust that no one's on the defuse as of yet, but someone has to check it. Here goes Hixie. On the side, he gets GodRx. Fame able to find Assault deep and finally comes back to take care of Hixie, no problem. Electrify Steel backed up to within 2.
At least the early 30 seconds is getting better. It steps in the right direction, I would say, for Ultra NA, because the aggressive hits down towards B was not working out. There was too much coverage in the middle of the map. Those early first bloods that were coming through for Electrify Steel really dissuade Ultra NA's attempts to get down towards that B side. I really like that forward positioning that Scrappy was able to take across that A lane. It opened up a lot of opportunity for them. It's just the timing that Pentagram has been able to fish out all day long on Desert Siege specifically, jumping out that window across that A lane. He had to take the Ego Chow, and they ends up finding 2.
You could start to feel that through 6 rounds, both teams are starting to get an idea of when they want to use their utility, trying to time out when these aggressive hits are going to come through. But this time it's team shots, a full 4-man stack for Ultra and A over defensively towards A. They deal with GodRx early. More nades kind of littering the front doors of University, but Electrify Steel will stay alive in a 3v4.
All 3 players essentially just stacked up on top of each other. At least if they're going to be looking at one angle, you might as well overwhelm them. Scrappy's slowly moving his way towards top University. Don't have to make the aggressive play. You're down by 2 rounds. You know they have to come to you.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing is Ultra and A know for a fact that Electrify Steel need to clear some of this train yard positions out, and it's just not working out for him. That is really, really good. You get that opening pick at a GodRx. You keep everyone else at bay with those nades. You know for a fact that they're going to be questioning, is anyone push forward on us? Are they trying to threaten University? You just don't know. There's so many options, and that's just really good discipline from Ultra and A to bait them out and find the easy kills.
And again, a lot of that is specifically on that defensive surround, Scrappy giving up his B Dune lane. We're seeing these very slow and small adaptations coming through for Ultra Academy North America that is paying quite dividends. I mean, there was at one point where Scrappy was somewhere near about like 1-4, now turning around to 6-5 on a 3 spree. Just 1 round deficit behind Electrify Steel.
The thing about it is, can Ultra and A find a way to get an offense going? And why not go back to the old tried and true? Nade the cross, team fire the long angle, and then try to get onto the bomb, and oh boy! Vehicle, how good is that? Hixie over the top, keeps him safe from any secondary challenge, and all of a sudden it's Panda for a 1v3.
He's got an AR. He's not well equipped to try to do this. Dead silence will at least muffle that breaking of the wall, but you still see the particle effects coming all the way through. Scrappy is coming around from behind. He finds 1, but hey, you asked if they're going to be able to piece together an offense. How about 2 in a row for Ultra Academy North America? And it's really all off the back end for, again, the adaptations within the first 30 seconds, taking those forward approaches, making sure that Vickle feels more than comfortable for that challenge across that B-bomb site, and being able to win it, holding numbers across the way. The post plant just too good, and getting set up along the way before Vickle even completes the plant.
Scrap now on 5. Does that change what Ultra Academy wants to do defensively to see if you can get to number 6 or number 7? No, it's a full stack towards B. Can they stun, nade this, and get aggressive with it? Buka with an AR is just watching the cross. Here comes everybody else, though. And GodRx has not seen it. He's blocked off by the truck. Hixie's going to be able to get first blood. Now the pistol in hand. Oh, Charlie's moving so darn quick. And says, thanks for the weapon. Scrap right behind him. And no, Electrify Steel never got a read of this. And Ultra and A, 1 kill away from being on the map point, and 1 kill away possibly from a glide bomb if Scrap gets it.
They're trying to find him. They're trying to find him. Damage is in. Pentagram's trying to at least chase it. Won't be able to find even a kill. And that's the adaptation specifically I was talking about when we were about a 3-1 scoreline. I would love to see them go back to almost like a tried and true strategy of what we saw in Grand Finals for the Elite Season 4. And just 4 hits something. Overwhelm them. Just completely run them over. If you guess wrong, you play for the retake on the opposite side. But Ultra Academy North America, they find so much value in being the faster pace and more aggressive team.
How the turns have all of a sudden tabled. If you catch the reference, you're a legend. Oh, first shot from Scrap, just a bit wide. This would be the glide bomb. Obviously, that would also lead to possible win condition. And the rest of the team is just like, yeah, if you have the pick, go for it. Let's see if we can get this glide bomb. Nade over the top. There will be a couple others that will come down, but Fame has stayed alive and looks like largely completely safe from the nades. Oh, Scrap, you see, he really wants to get this 7th. But he will be pushed back and taken care of. First blood goes the way of Electrify Steel.
And look at all the arrows just start to move as well. Pentagram doesn't have to budge because he's just playing on the bomb itself. He saw Hixie cross. But again, the setup here, 4 ARs, you're just waiting for them to walk in front of your line of sight.
Wow, that's bold. You're going to tell me you're 1 round away from going down 0-2 and you're going to 4 AR against Scrap sniping on 6? I mean, golly. So now it comes down to Assault and Vehicle. And it looks like Assault may just go first. Pander on the corner. A couple of shots will be exchanged between the both of them, but neither will tag. But that's enough for Assault to say, nope, no more over this direction. Gets a pretty solid look at Fame, but the view is better from Fame's point of view, apparently. Pentagram there, good for the trade. And how about a round 11?
That was a big responsive round to the 3 in a row that Ultra have been able to piece together. Again, they've really invested a lot to make sure that Scrappy was able to get that streak. And they go back to what wasn't working, more or less, at least in the first few rounds. If you find that pick, obviously it'd be great. You do win the game right there. But it's an investment that honestly could come back to cost them. It just really does depend on how this round does play out. It will be Electrify Steel on offense first and foremost. But my biggest question is, what are Ultra going to set up on defense?
It's going to be default. Hixie watching to see if anyone's going to cut in through mid. The only real weirdness about this setup right now is that Vehicle is actually playing pretty tight over towards the A cross, which means that no one will see the initial cross with Assault playing deep. And there will be a little bit of uncertainty for Ultra and A defensively around A, even more so now that Pentagram gets first blood deep on towards Scrap. The bomb going to rotate over, and Pentagram's going to use this as a chance of probably playing, especially as GodRx takes down Assault in the rotation.
2v4, Fickle feeling that they have to hit through the B site now. Hixie for a 1v4.
Shots out deep. No, Fame takes care of it clean. Electrify Steel just, woo. Man, there's a lot of gall to make the calls that were just put into play for that round 11. I know that the Search and Destroy largely feels pretty tepid, I think, from the audience maybe, but I think it's just the decisions, the little things that are being called upon, those little variety changes into the playbook and what the default setups look like. I really do like the call from Electrify Steel to kind of hold back, see if you can catch someone out of cross, especially when you get the opening angles like they did.
Yeah, especially because if you're setting up offensively, expecting to then see them be the more aggressive team, maybe you might catch them flying out over by the A lane where Pentagram finds those first bloods, or maybe you might be able to catch them going up the staircase where we saw Vickle find continuous value throughout the majority of those early rounds. But it really just comes down to Pentagram to be able to get those first bloods. GodRx right there along with them. 3 for Adam, 2 for Pentagram, and being able to read the default setup off their stuns and nades. When this team finds information on Desert Siege, it truly does feel like they can do no wrong.
And I think the other important thing about that information, and you point to GodRx with the 3 first bloods, I would have to go back and rewatch, but I want to say that 2 or all of those first bloods were against Scrap on those long-range battles around B. Yep. If that's the case, now all of a sudden, again, if you're Ultra NA, you're going to tell me that your default setup is that Scrap is going to be the only one to watch those long angles, and Vehicle will just likely play on top of the bomb. Hey, that stretches the defense super thin, and it puts so much pressure on what Vehicle's spot is going to look like around the bomb. And even though he's good in that position, in a round 11 in a 4v3, you're not going to fight off too many members.
If there's one thing that we have continuously said about this Electrify Steel roster is that their ability to adapt and read their opponents on Search and Destroy is some of the best that we have seen. That was quite apparent going back to Toronto. We've been able to see small iterations of that throughout the entirety of Season 4 of the Elite, and it was quite potent throughout the entirety of that to be able to then read the default setup and collapse on top of it.
Look, and we had said it, like, during Season 4 of the Elite, like, this Electrify Steel team, even though they only won, I think, 2 games during their group stage run, they went map 5 with a lot of different teams.
All the top teams map 5.
Yeah, and the thing about it was they just weren't able to close out really tight searches. They went 2-8 overall in Search and Destroy. So you know what you have to work on coming into an event like this, and boy, have they. Must-win map, though, for Electrify Steel. Finally gets tallied up. It takes 11 rounds. And with that, now we start to turn our attention over to Control, which, hey, when it comes down to it, we haven't seen much Berlin Control yet. In particular for Electrify Steel, it's been all Tuscan, essentially, on their run so far. Quick thoughts before we go to break.
I honestly think that the pace just needs to continuously be there, right? I think that Pentagram and Fame need to continuously have the same amount of value and speed that we have seen on those Tuscan controls and Tuscan hardpoint.
Heard it from the horse's mouth right here.
I'm a horse.
You sure? Well,
I don't think so. I'm not a big guy, Adam.
Yeah, I don't even know what. You're a show horse. We'll say that. How about that? I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Thank you.
You guys could decide. We're going to go to break. We'll be back for the Control after this. Hello again, you. It's us, and we've got a 1-1 affair here in the first best of 5 in the grand finals. It was around 11 that needed to come through for Electrify Steel, getting us now to 3 potential Berlins back to back to back. Of course, that means that we're starting with the control. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Just the coaching staff being goofs. All right, Dens, can you only turn left like Zoolander, Dens? Is that what we're doing here? Only we're unsure. We're unsure. But what we do know of, easy segue, is that this could be a very mysterious control for us, considering the Electrify Steel have yet to play it on the weekend. And we know that for Ultra NA, this has been one of their go-to maps when they played through Season 4 of Elite.
This was the control map as well when these two teams did face back in Week 1 of Round Robin for Season 4 of the Elite as well. And it did go all the way to the distance. It was a Round 5 affair. But if there's one thing that we can consistently say is true for this Ultra Academy North America roster is that they do live up to the nature that this is a map that you can absolutely convert offensive rounds on.
And I think the thing about it, too, is one of the things that we noticed throughout the Season 4 Elite was that for Ultra NA, when they're on offense and they find a favorable kill feed, they're very good at everybody committing to full pushing back over to the more unorthodox and more difficult zone to capture. That said, though, the same things could be said about what Electrify Steel were able to do in a couple of different instances, just kind of using our very elongated memories, kind of going back to this series when they played in Week 1 to kind of do the same. So I think the biggest thing about this is not necessarily how successful will the offenses be, because that's easy to say. I think more importantly, what is the heat map going to look like in the middle of the map, between the two zones, in that kind of P5 area? Who has the advantage there? Because that's how you string together those rotations.
I think you're mostly going to be looking at, obviously, the ARs are a very easy one to go look at. You know, defensively, through the dubstep, Scott Rex, got to be that guy to be able to watch the middle of the map. Comparatively on the opposite side is going to be Assault, the newcomer here for Ultra Academy North America. How much value are they going to be able to find? Do you open up those lanes for annoying SMGs like Vickle, Hixie, or on the opposite side like Fame and Pentagram?
Yep, that's where I think this is going to be win condition city here for both of these two teams is, you know, let's just synthesize it into one concise statement. Can the ARs free up the SMGs through the middle of the map? Does that sound fair?
Yep.
All right.
I like it.
I like you.
You. So sweet. What a fun weekend.
Truly. Honestly, again, we said it a lot yesterday, but we got to give a lot of love to the Boston Breach, the Oxygen, and Helix teams for putting this all together. The standalone venue has been unbelievably cool. And I will say, for the first time, seeing challengers kind of apart from a major, big round of applause. Handshakes all around. Handshakes all around. It's been fun.
And it all leads to this, too. Again, we talked about it, that if Electrify Steel want to go for that bracket reset, get another shot to be able to be a champion, it has to be this Berlin Control and Berlin Hardpoint. You do not want to go to a map 5. They will be on defense first and foremost. Ultra NA just pulling the tried and true strategy. Get that B lane coverage, get that extra 60 seconds.
Like Celebrity Deathmatch, let's get it on. Fame right to the middle of the map, looking to get around the back already, and he's the only defender of the B zone. Does Ultra expect this? How could you? Why would you? Gets the first kill, no problem. Takes the gunfight versus Hixie, but it's held very nicely by Ultra NA, and the opening exchange will lead to not just a first tick of progress, it's also a pretty steep life lead initially, but you wanted to see ARs in the middle of the map. GodderX already shutting down the quick rotation from Ultra NA.
Yep, sometimes it's the pain being right. GodderX will be traded out there, but it bought more than enough time for one named Fame to get across that B lane, but you still have Hixie to deal with on the backside, and he's actually gifted a lineup there for the both SMG players of Ultra NA. The trade will be coming through. That second tick of progress soon to follow on B.
Good intel here for Pentagram on one lurking member in the middle of the map. That was Assault, who will drop. Pentagram trying to get back over, maybe to try to put some finesse over to the third tick of progress, but as he's cut down, so Sill will also be Fame. So just as soon as Electrify Steel was able to neutralize the life lead, it's right back into effect for Ultra NA, and they've got Hixie on the long route. Fame not expecting that, and careful, all of a sudden, there's a chance for Ultra NA to collapse on the A zone.
Panda should be able to have that information, just trying to watch them. Well, actually, across the lobby side, Family's already going to throw a couple shots, but now the push is also developing across the alleyway side, and you have train control.
Hixie was on for a time. A little bit of progress gained, but as he's shut down, the defense will reestablish and then deplete a little bit of progress that was made. Big gunfight out towards pillars, and Panda realizes the value of his life is more important than trying to find Assault. Nade will actually get the job done, so the advantage of the high ground coming through. Vehicle still looking to at least threaten through glass, with a little bit of help from Scrap, but the pinch comes through. GodderX able to make safe the train station, and things will reset for Ultra NA as they get back over.
Yeah, again, the play is being set up once again. Hixie is that route man. He is in the backside of lobby, but the trust needs to be there. The gunfights need to be won inside of trade. And although the trades would be good, Hixie needs to be activated, and they will pinch.
Oh, Vehicle's right here with them, but they don't expect GodRx to be holding close towards Dubstairs like he was. Hixie now to the pistol, gets 2, nading just to make sure if anyone jumps to the window, they'll be traded out. That won't quite work out by design, but it's a 3-life lead as we approach the 60-second mark.
Instead of just sending 1, why not try to send 2? This time, Vickle will lead the charge over by fire, and it doesn't seem like anybody else is going to come join them. But Vickle has an AR going through this. He's going to be able to play this from a longer line of sight. He does find 1 already when the pushes are on through train.
Oh, big gunfight win from Fame. That's the whole flank now made safe. Hixie off the stun, though! Oh, what a transfer! Gets 2, and now a chance for Ultra Day to collapse once again into the zone. Scrap there to assist. 1 more to find his Pentagram. Him and Fame. Could they possibly hold this off 2v4? Pentagram for 3 in a row. The last one to deal with this scrap on the backside. And no, Fame cannot finish it off. And that will keep the lives tremendously close as we go to a 9v5.
9v5, 1 more respawn, but you're down to 28 seconds. Somebody from Ultra NA need to be able to win this gunfight, and they need to be able to get themselves on the A zone. Without stalling out that clock, the lives won't matter.
GodRx just over the top of a head. He crouched up, takes care of Assault. Pentagram forward on 4 in a row. We'll also make sure this next hit from Ultra Day comes essentially in piecemeal. Hixie but Vehicle trying to get out. They're going to have to touch. And really, you look to Pander. He has to get one of the 2 of these, but it's not going to work out. Now the help starts to come through. Pentagram on the way in. Denied by Vehicle. Last one up is Fame. Cannot stay alive. And it's Ultra NA to win by way of eliminations.
They always seem to find a way to be able to convert offensive rounds, like I was saying, ahead of this map number 3. And look, Ultra Academy North America, if there's one thing that we know for certain, it's the transition from the B zone all the way over towards A. Being able to do it via kills is fine. Definitely would have loved to see more segment progression if round 5 defense comes into a conversation, but the way that Ultra play this map, I don't think that you're worried about it. You're good with either side.
In fact, I want to say that when these 2 teams had played, I want to say they both kind of like threw the end of round 4 so they could get round 5 offense. Because it was such it's just such an offensive affair between the 2 of them. Opening engagements through the middle of the map. Largely just going to be an even trade. 5 kills though, now 6 in a row for Vehicle. And as the progress on B gets just about 50% done, Hixie's looking to play bait. See if they can get Vickle on towards the glide bomb. Regen comes on through. Progress has halted for Electrify Steel, looking to kind of control the outskirts of the zone itself. And Vehicle is maybe gifted a kill here if they walk through these double doors.
Would love to get this glide bomb. He's just waiting. Here comes Fame, barreling on through, kill number 7.
Oh!
And he snaps for number 8 onto the window to the pistol. Can't find Pentagram. The trade will be there. Second segment here on B, soon to follow. Assault for the pinch. At this point, you'd be happy to be able to find a couple kills, but I think it's going to be pretty darn difficult to make sure that this B zone doesn't be tacked over.
Oh, and big win from GodRx. 1 more to get Vehicle, this time with an MP40. Dancing with the devil maybe, but Fame has the final word. Extra 60 seconds now onto the clock. Hixie looking to get forward, but it's been red, and like that, also denied. Life lead starts to come through for a moment for Electrify Steel as they have 1 player in the back of A. It's Pander, who is looking to just kind of delay these reinforcements, but he gets caught off guard. No chance there. Ultra NA gets the setup they want.
Forces GodRx to also try to pick up over by the alley staircase. You do not want that to be developed in a forward position for Ultra Academy North America and force out a very uncomfortable situation as an offense to try to work your way out from the spawn. Just about evened up, 17v18 in favor of the offense. Pentagram for the first, and the glide bomb is being called in defensively. Vickle wants to make sure that Electrify Steel continuously feel this pressure.
Wow, there is so much time on this clock still, though. Very peculiar, but it does allow the defense a lot of real estate to work with. Looking like a Century 21 sale out here. Pixie now from the side door, no problems. 3 for 1 goes the exchange. Mid-map, GodRx looking to put together some sort of a trade, but he's likely going to get overwhelmed here, and he will. Vehicle able to find the final elimination, and we get underneath the 60-second mark, 15 playing 13.
Just continuously finding 2 kills, take more space. Ultra Academy North America, they understand the task at hand. Hixie's going to be that guy trying to take some more space going forward, and this has also allowed Scrappy to take a even better position. They're up in top mail as well, and Electrify Steel are very unaware.
Wait a second, though. The kills are coming through. Assault caught with a nade out, needs to keep his life, needs to get out of this, and he's just barely able to survive. Now Scrap on the pinch. Looking to foil the entire hit from the front, but only finds 1. Onto the zone goes Electrify Steel. Fame, the last one left alive, trying to get as much progress as humanly possible, but it's Assault from the side door to put him down. Now to Pentagram. He was looking to set up a pinch, but now has to go activated forward, and no, not much there. And now the clock becomes a major issue in a 10v8 favoring Ultra NA.
Got to be able to get on towards the zone. That's going to call for Pander to try to push up through Statue. They're down to 24 HP, so that shot from the pistol of Vickle will be more than good enough.
Last chance saloon. Got to get on. Got to find a way to at least get some progress done here. 10 seconds on the clock. Ultra and A are still coming off spawn. This is the best chance for Fame to gun. If they can take down Scrap, maybe there's going to be enough room to really set yourself up to hold this, but nah. Hixie from one side, Scrap the other. Pander can't get out of dodge. He's had a really rough set of respawns. This 3 and 14 through the first 2 rounds, and Ultra and A hold defensively.
Just looking uncomfortable across the entirety of the map. Just the slaying is just not there. I mean, it is overwhelming pressure in these respawns from Ultra Academy North America. It is very difficult to be able to fully read where Hixie is running these routes. Vickle is just in your face all the time, and then Scrappy's also trying to find these power positions to be able to make sure that you do not get these crosses for free. 2-0 the lead here on Berlin Control. Electrify Steel are going to have to piece something together wonderfully, but if there's one thing you know that Ultra don't have anymore, it's that glide bomb.
Sure. I mean, you're still up 2-0 though, so you're feeling pretty confident, I think, right now after Ultra and A. On to B freely, because it's completely left vacant into the mailroom. First tick of progress is pretty much a guarantee here, but Pentagram is trying to sneak his way back over. And with a gunfight win, maybe a chance to actually contest this first tick of progress. Vehicle up top will at least secure the trade, but has to make the decision. Do I play for zone or do I wait for help?
Seems that the call is immediately just trying to wait for that assistance to come all the way through. 2 players trying to develop themselves across that B lane, but Fame, unbeknownst to Ultra Academy North America, has thrust up.
Oh, and a big gunfight win right in front of his face as Vehicle falls. And no progress made here at B at all. This is going to get depleted in full. Hixie's already hitting her out in the backside of A. Got her X ready for it. Deals with it in kind. And all of a sudden, we're at 45 seconds on the clock, and Ultra and A are kind of stuck in P4. They've got really nothing to work with.
They've only found 2 kills along the way here, Alan.
Yeah.
Really struggling.
Oh,
Trying
my.
to even bring themselves out from the spawn. Electrify Steel are just covering every single inch of this map. Hixie pushed up to this first tank so far. They are making sure that all teammates are here. You're going to leave Scrappy behind to watch that flank as the other 3 assault the B zone.
Fame in the corner. Ah, and there's the kills needed. 3 in a row, in fact. Is bursting on in towards B, and here's the call. They're going to give up B and go straight for A. There's not a lot of time in the clock to do this, by the way. Electrify still very aware of the potential rotation. Pentagram holds down mid-concrete, Fame deep, and that's a bold call. A lot of extra time just got left off the clock, and as Electrify Steel still defensively hold a 6 life advantage, they have the luxury of making the decision of either conceding or trying to chow.
No, they're trying to chow. Any information off some nades would be great. You know that they're going to be having at least 2 players in towards the back. Fame for the first will be traded, but you can still throw bodies at this, at least 2 more. There's a substantial life lead that you hold over Ultra's head.
Oh, big kill coming through the glass. Second tick of progress did get locked in. Fame needs some help, and it very well may be there by way of Pander, who cuts backside of the doorways. Pentagram also trying to get around the pinch. Good for the opener, over the top of the truck. Vico in some trouble. Where are you going? Oh, apparently to get some help from Assault. That'll be an extra 60 seconds now on the clock, but it's still a 7 life lead for Electrify Steel defensively, and look how much of the map they control.
Yep. And again, Ultra Academy North America is setting themselves up for that previous offensive attempt. They don't have the luxury of the lives to constantly try to flank through fire. They need to send more players through, but in doing so, they've exposed their flank and got her X's through.
Can you find the timing? Sure seems to be. How about it? Good stuff from Adam. Really good awareness. I'm sure there's plenty of calls coming through to give him the ability to transfer over to the second elimination. And as Vico falls, it's just Hixie left. Pentagram aware that if we haven't killed Hixie yet, he's probably in our spawn. They would be right. And there he is. No problems. 18 now playing up against 8. 30 seconds now on the clock.
This would be a big life advantage going forward. Pander won't be able to find much of anything, but you still hold that 10 life lead, and we talk about that ahead of a round 5 defense considerably. If it's all even up for ticks, you then look at the lives.
Easy individual gunfights now starting to unfold for Electrify Steel. Hixie revealed by stun. No forward challenge yet for Electrify Steel, and Pander gets caught trying to take over the outside of pillars. So now got our X deep is going to try to help, but all of a sudden Ultra and Air onto the site. Fame, can he possibly piece up some more? He gets 2. Pander able to find the 3rd, and then no one can touch in time, delaying the inevitable gunfight. Electrify Steel get on the board.
There's the job if Electrify Steel want to be able to get a round 5 defense going forward on this offensive attempt. I mean, doing it via the segment progression would be immaculate if they want that round 5 defense, but what they have been able to showcase continuously on the amount of Tuscan controls that we have seen, it's their ability to be able to flip a life advantage in their favor and exhaust and deplete any resources that Ultra Academy might be bringing to the table.
Man, just looking at the KDs from top to bottom, it's just been an all SMG affair. Vico and Hixie both at 24 and essentially 19 on the opposite side. Fame and Pentagram doing a lot of the work for Electrify Steel. Big 1v1 up close and personal. No problem for Vico. Now the defense, an opportunity to start to get some pretty good control here around B. No one's touched the zone yet. But as Electrify Steel control dockside, they're looking to work their way back in, but Hixie able to play off the flank. Opportunity to set up a bit of a pinch, and this is completely kerfuffled. All of this hard point as Electrify Steel are lost on where to go. They're stuck outside.
Yeah, GodRx wasn't in a position to be able to fully watch that flank as Hixie was able to put that together for themselves, and that completely threw in the wrench into the system for Electrify Steel's attempt to try to get on the B zone. They were looking for B lane control, sure, but nobody was overly watching that flank, being exposed, poking and prodding. Ultra Academy North America doing a great job keeping them off the zone.
Yeah, it's just so much space being controlled, largely thanks to Adam just kind of watching the long cross. He's number 3 in purple. The gunfights in front of the hill, though, started to echo in favor of Electrify Steel. Hixie once again, just always in your back line. Oh boy, another double for Charlie Hixie. And as Assault starts to come forward to help out the defense, try to put this map away right here, he will fall. Pentagram gets a nice double. And how about Pander able to help out? That will clear the zone completely. Second tick should be good. And with that, also likely a third, but Ultra and A are kind of getting aggressive through fire. Do they want to try to challenge the exits?
Going to be at least looking for exits, but you don't want to lose more lives because you only hold 4. A whole set of respawns over Electrify Steel, so you're going to go all in for an A defense as well. Take a look at Fame.
They don't know
he's
where he's
already
at.
on the flank.
They don't know where he's at. He's onto the zone. He's going to get a little bit of help here. Pander's on his way to kind of watch the cross. You've also got GodRx playing over towards Fire Lobby. Ultra and A seem to be aware of all 3 of these members, but can they win the gunfights? So far, the answer pretty significantly no. Only able to bounce out Fame from the zone itself, so the clock will continue to tick. We got a 19v17.
Once again, exhausting those kills, trying to at least marginalize the lead that Ultra had over their heads. They find GodRx. They deal with Pander as well. Now we're just essentially back to the drawing board. Pentagram will be dealt with down over by pillars. So now it just comes down to Fame trying to exist, just keeping their life in towards the back while their teammates slowly encroach closer towards A.
The timing of that mantle is missed by Hixie, so Fame will have a chance here to possibly set something up around the back. But at the exact same moment, Hixie's doing the same thing to Electrify Steel. Finally dealt with. 44 seconds on the clock. A lot of obstacles still yet to hurdle here as the Ultra NA are still pushed very far forward. And now the hit starts to concentrate. Assault deep over towards pillars. A huge 1v1 versus Fame. Gives the defense a little bit of breathing room as Electrify Steel have to find a way in.
And it's all going to be done from the front. Again, Fame was that player on the flank. He came back through Seeker to try to help out his teammates, work their way back to the front. So Ultra Academy, although they have players watching the flank, this is one-dimensionally coming through from Electrify Steel, trying to force their way through the front.
Do or die time here on map number 3. GodRx can't finish off Hixie, who gets the double. Fame, last one now to try to make a play forward. Pander there, but is he really? Have to get on. 5 seconds on the clock. Fame with the pistol, not going to be able to take down Vehicle. Just up to Pander. A slow game from him, not able to do too much more here in the final moments. And Ultra NA take the map 3-1.
It's just that first offensive round, you really did feel the pace being set up in that initial offensive attempt for Ultra Academy North America. I mean, you and I were constantly saying it. I'm sure Ultra were more than happy to exploit it, and Electrify Steel never picked up on it.
Yeah.
How many times is Charlie going to be on the flank and just get away with highway robbery? I could probably I'd have to take off my socks for Berlin Control to be able to count the amount of times that Hixie was on the flank.
Yeah, please don't do that.
I'm not going to.
You can use my fingers if you need to, all right?
Thanks, man.
Golly. Why look at my fingers?
What? You said I could use them.
I didn't say look at them. Just kidding. No, it's true, though. And here's the thing. I hate to transition early, but we got Berlin Hardpoint coming up.
Yep.
And those things are likely going to be the focus points for Ultra NA in that map.
Absolutely.
So as much as I think there was something to be said about, the AR battles between Pander and Assault not really finding much value, it doesn't make much of a difference when the subs are dominating all across every inch of the map like they were. As you look back over the top of it, I feel like most of these highlights are going to be essentially pinch setups from Ultra NA or Hixie himself on the backline.
Yeah, I mean, here's at least that play through the first offense. Hixie wasn't finding value with it, so Vickle picked it up, at least with the AR. Did not develop into much of anything until they brute forced their way through the front. And this is where you really did feel like the pace did set itself apart from the opposite of the rest of the rounds that were played out. Is that Vickle and Hixie just continuously just found that next epsilon, found that next gear, if you will. And although Fame and Pentagram did well enough to try to mitigate the damage, they never fully dealt with it.
No, agreed. And the really interesting thing about this duo of Vickle and Hixie is simply off the fact that, yeah, Vickle for the most part did have an automaton throughout the entirety of that map, but he's right next to Hixie on these break attempts, whether it's a retake of his zone defensively or more importantly trying to get in. And when you take a look at kind of the tiers that are captured, sure, it's more scrap that gets involved, but I mean, the non-traded kills once again between the two of them, it's just that tandem duo is allowing so much success around the objective.
And although it is impressive when we do talk about the non-traded kills, everybody's probably going to be looking, well, Fame was at 21 for 27, 22 for God Rex. It's the consistency that we're constantly being able to witness here for Ultra Academy North America, is that Hixie and Vickle, we talked about it back in that Tuscan HP, we're going to talk about it here in the Berlin Control, is that always being able to be together, always trying to play for those trades, always furthers their map positioning, and it becomes just an absolute nuisance for Electrify Steel to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, major problems in there, just by those two alone. And that leads to very, very trepidatious conversations about the Berlin hardpoint if those things continue. That's the thing, you know, we start to now echo back and, you know, think to what happened over the Tuscan hardpoint. A lot of the credit that we started to give Electrify Steel was their ability to control old time to new, that 20 seconds or so on rotation between scrap time and initial of whatever hardpoint's coming up next. Think about it was, outside of maybe the first 3 or 4 hardpoints, it was Ultra NA that dominated that part of the conversation. Now you get to a wide open map where those timings are going to be increasingly more important. You start to fear, I think, for Electrify Steel being able to counter what we've seen so far out of Ultra NA.
It's again, you don't need to outpace, you need to somehow match it. Sure. You are constantly having, again, just as a quick little turnover from what we saw in that Tuscan hardpoint, it was Hixie just constantly finding all these routes. If it wasn't Hixie, it was Assault. So you need that proactive play to come through, you would assume, from Pentagram and potentially Pander, who's going to be trying to be that AR flex. But it's uncharacteristic, and again, I kind of slowly tremble over these words and saying that Pander he looks uncomfortable, man. Like, he's not being able to convert on all these kills, and it does put a lot more focus on the SMGs that they cannot find value in these routes.
I absolutely agree with that call. Man. And then we still have Berlin map 5.
Even if you win this again, we automatically said going into map number 2, that's great that Electrify Steel could win that round 11 for map number 2, but they wanted this to end in 4. You do not, and again, I say it to the heavens, for everybody else that is going to play North America Challenges going forward, you do not want to face this Ultra NA squad on Berlin Surge.
You really don't.
Terrifying.
Yeah, you really don't. Let's just keep it there. Nice and easy to digest. We're jumping on in. Map number 4, Berlin hardpoint, Ultra NA from the upper bracket. A chance to possibly elude this second best of 5. Not even throw it into the conversation by putting away the series right here, right now. Otherwise, it'll have to be a map 4, map 5 for Electrify Steel to extend the grand finals. Let's find out.
It's going to be very interesting. I mean, the conversation has to be there, right? Is that you are just being flanked so many times over. It just cannot be something that you can allow to have happen. Starting off on the favorite side, though, will be Ultra Academy North America. Not even going to be worried about the flank in the middle of the map. They're all taking a look at the office.
Pentagram needs to see a teammate get a kill here if he wants this pinch to work out. It's not really working out, is it? First 2 kills go the way of Ultra NA. Cooked up nade is good. Pentagram now from the back. Able to take down one more. It's a 1v1 with Hixie that he's not able to win. The spawn flip comes through, but Ultra NA perfect in the opening.
That's exactly what you want. You win the opening gunfights, you push through train, spawns end up flipping out, you are getting a lot of unanswered time here on 1.
And the SFGs continue to light things up as Vickle from the side, delaying Electrify Steel's hit to what's going to feel like tragic amounts of time. Scrap just pre-firing down the doorway. But here comes Electrify Steel. A couple of kills on the way in. In fact, how about all 3 of them? Last player left to be Vickle in the way. And they're going to try to chase him down. Fame very cautious of this gunfight, but it's Pander who has the final say. And with that, Electrify Steel guarantee the hard point.
And they have to hit through the scrap, too. They have to get through the middle of the map and try to help out Pentagram, who's already pushed up past the BS&D hut. Have to somehow coordinate this pinch, because Pander's already up top on the balcony. The kills have come through. They have thwarted Ultra Academy setup.
Good start here. And I will say, for Electrify Steel, one of the things that they're really good about on this map is trying to control the outsides of the hard point before focusing on the OBJ. You're going to need to do that here if you want to stop Ultra NA from winning some of these key rotations. But at the same rate, can you get convincing enough kills to jump onto the OBJ and soak up some very needed time here early? So far, yes, 30 seconds still to fight for. Ultra NA from the back door, looking to find an entry by way, not just of that door itself, but maybe even possibly getting up to the high ground. Hixie on 3 in a row. One more in front of him is Pentagram, and now it's just down to Pentagram. Comes back in through the side window. He gets 2 of the 3, but with that, Ultra NA in to earn some time.
Still sending 2 more players over here. It's going to be both Panda and GodRx, and maybe throw their lives in towards the scrap time, maybe get some contested time. Fame soon to follow as well, because they know they'll hold those close spawns going in towards B3, but it comes down to how quickly the gunfights might be able to come the way of Ultra Academy North America. They're at 53 points already. They're already taking a look in the middle of the map, and you know what they're going to be focused on are those close crane spawns.
Yes, sir. And actually, take a look at this. Electrify Steel don't even have the positioning to contest the outside of Crane. They have to essentially bunker up in the hard point. And Vikos, I think he's going to be surprised by this. He's like, no one's shooting at me. I'm just going to go ahead and take these spawns. Thank you very much. Down up in your backline there, bud. Spawns will flip through. Got a Rex, though, from the middle of the map. That's an impressive double. Now, all of a sudden, the number's not necessarily there for Ultra NA. Fame through the side window. Big double for Kev. And a chance for Electrify Steel to lock things up from inside the hardpoint itself.
Yeah, now they put themselves in a little bit of a spawn trap situation. The bait absolutely pays off. Electrify Steel still soaking up so much time. It's just a question. Which door number are we going to have to look at for where the pinch might be coming from? You can see Assault on the minimap as well, completely giving it up. He's going to leave Scrap behind and maybe finesse for some scrap time, trying to get themselves a rotation towards 4.
Little heat check fight right there for Fame. Long range against Scrap. It's Bander who credits the assist, and all of a sudden you look down towards the minimap and you've turned Scrap to initial here for Electrify Steel if they can find the kills. Spawn is good. Fame is going to spawn back right corner, and Ultra NA are now kind of on the outside looking in, so to speak, working through warehouses. Pentagram playing an off angle, trying to do what he can to at least slow down this inevitable wrap, but Hixie's not going to be slowed down whatsoever. He just kind of gets his Nikes on and just runs his way into the back line. So a chance for Ultra NA now all of a sudden to flip the map around, and boy, have they.
Close spawns fully in effect. Even straight isolated gunfights is going to keep Electrify Steel honest through the first 30 seconds of this hard point. Looking for a little bit more our Ultra Academy North America, at least through the middle of the map, but it's not really coming up with much of anything. They are struggling to try to even get out through the train station because Scrap's taking off angles on a 5 spree, can't find more.
Job has largely been done here for Ultra NA. It's not just a break, it's some significant time. Hixie trying to contest mid-map, but no, it's Electrify Steel with a couple of convincing kills. Last one left as Scrap at range, and GodRx will put him down. So not just a little bit of scrap time here for Electrify Steel to get closer to 100 points, but you've got full mid-map control. And if Fame could just read some information, you're going to know that Ultra NA are going to be very late to get over towards apartments.
Look at the way that Ultra are mostly playing this. They wanted us to go through the B lane first and foremost. It's forcing Electrify Steel to at least understand that we have to be battling this from the train side. They don't want to lose the spawns through those dubstep side. Being able to get mailroom control sometimes could end up turning into some P5 time, but you could hear a pin drop throughout the in-between of these gunfights. There's a certain amount of discipline being exemplified from both teams.
With Electrify Steel heavily focused on holding these preferred spawns on the left side of the map, they've missed out on a chance to out-trade in the middle. So Ultra NA into the hard point. They're going to get the lead swap here. And a couple of kills are coming through. Pre-fire coming out from Scrap. Good prediction, but couldn't quite capitalize as Assault will credit once again another assist. And Ultra NA start to make their move through train, looking to find a way to break open this hard point.
Take a look at player number 4 as well. Pentagram's actually getting a little bit more proactive all the way through the middle of the map, making sure that the scrap time will be fought over. Those 3 seconds will keep it literally at a dead even game, but Ultra NA, you know what they're going to be looking for. The spawn's going to be coming through in the backside, and well, now the pressure's on for Electrify Steel here at 1.
Have to hold from the front here. You have to do that. You cannot allow Ultra NA to get a lot of time here, first of all, and then second of all, possibly allow a chance for Hixie to get a glide bomb. That could be nail in the coffin for not just the map, but also possibly the series. Vehicle pushing forward, gets himself onto 3, but eventually countered. But look at the long route here from Assault of all players. He's on the long pitch. He's able to take down 1, no contest. Fame next one in front. A couple of explosions will hit him up, and that will be good enough for the trades. Hixie on 6 in a row. Really wants to get the glide, but gets wall-banged as Fame will shut down the streaks and Electrify Steel right back into the hard point.
Right back through the front as well, as is exactly where you want to end up being. You can also take a look through the middle of the map, and Electrify Steel need to pick it up. They want to try to turn Scrap into initial. The 10 seconds will be conceded. Ultra NA fully going across that B lane, setting themselves up for 2.
Ooh, interesting rotation here for Electrify Steel. They're going to try to hit this from water side. Vehicle's not going to expect this. Ultra NA are largely focused on the warehouses. They think that Electrify Steel's going to take the long route, and well, the individual gunfights from the front do allow Ultra NA to get into the mail room here early. And a couple of exchanges on the front side of the hill once again actually tilts away of Ultra NA. So now when you start to look towards possible significant time, and yeah, the exchange once more goes the way of Ultra NA, and they will once more also, with that, flip the lead right back into their favor.
Would have been a big kill if Scrap could make sure that the spawn trap continues to come all the way through, but nobody's going to understand that Vickle is just playing in a corner. He's just waiting for players to cross through P5 and even playing his life, communicating to his teammates. No entry for P2 for Electrify Steel.
long route here from Pentagram. 1v1 with Scrap, and oh boy, what a prediction that is. It starts to feel a little bit like Tuscan when you see gunfights like this. All of a sudden, Ultra Renee finessing through scrap time and winning on rotation. That has to change. It has to if you're Electrify Steel. And maybe an opportunity to sneak God or X4, but keep your eye on number 5, Scrap. He's already over towards the B-bomb site. Assault's kind of watching over him, giving him the information. But the kills come through. What does that do to the spawns here? Scrap needs to find these eliminations. Electrify Steel will spawn up in place, but now it's down to can you find a way to break?
Yep. Already out dealing with Scrap coming out from that BS&D site. And you're finding more kills inside the hardpoint itself. Nice discipline coming through from Pentagram. 2 kills inside the hardpoint itself. That'll be the full-on break with 35 seconds still at the battle.
And Pentagram can start playing for rotational kills here. He can just zone forward over towards Concrete. The rest of his team know to watch the lanes or over towards Fire. Scrap's going to reveal his position by taking shots over towards Fame. Nothing going to connect. The hit from Ultra Renee has to be good from the front here. Nade's starting to be cooked, and Fame beats the timing for the opener. Now it's Pander getting involved. The last chance for Ultra Renee to find a way to break it. It's shut down, and right back to Electrify Steel's favor. They will have the lead as we exit from 3 and look towards trains.
An amazing break coming through. Again, just discipline being exemplified to be able to fully break on in, making sure that they get crane spawns first and foremost, and just waiting for the numbers to full-on flood back through. But now you need to do it one more time because you can see Ultra NA are fully set up here on P4. You got players inside of mail, players soaking up the time.
They've got great power positions here. Assault up top and on the trains. It's going to be very difficult to shake off with just one player. The Pander looks to beat a timing. Oh, doesn't fully clear the contest spot. That's not great news. Ultra Renee able to retain the hard point and keep accruing more and more time. The break attempt from Fame up front. Sees Scrap at range, wins the opening gunfight, looking for the contest out of Hixie, who keeps eluding gunfights left, right, and center. Oh my goodness, Charlie Hixie just will not find himself in a vulnerable spot 3 in a row, and Ultra NA over 200 points.
20 seconds will put them at about 220 or so. Hixie just playing it off. Oh, you gotta finish your food there, Charlie, but Fame will end up taking him down. But this has been an undeniable time being accrued here on P4. 3 more dead. That's going to open up the middle of the map as well. So much death coming through. And look at how much space Scrap is gaining.
You know it's bad news when you can start to hear Hixie starting to yell. He doesn't often do it, but boy, did we hear you back up here, brother. 214, 177 on the rotation to the halls. Electrify Steel clean on the exit. This is much needed time. If they can find a way to get to 200 points, you start to feel a little bit of a breath air coming over as you look towards lobby eventually.
And you need to turn it into a bit of a spawn trap. You need to make sure that you soak up as much time as humanly possible. We'll make sure that Ultra Academy North America
feel
the pressure going forward. 3 dead. Only 1 trade to come all the way through. And Electrify Steel, they can soak up some time.
And Assault is actually going to take a peek over to the hard point. Pentagram will punish. How about it? Long range shots onto Scrap as the spawns will flip, but the time for Electrify Steel is significant. Ultra NA realized they need to try to get these guys off and got Rex from the back line, looking to get the double. Vico able to elude for a small time. Help on the way from Ultra NA. Got Rex not able to finish off the kill, but the team kill is forced. Fame in the 1v1. This rotation could be the game, and Fame is in a position to try to delay any Ultra NA members from getting in.
He does find one, but also take a look at Hixie. Did find Pentagram. We'll keep them off the time for now. So now they're going to try to come through secret. Denied. Now it's going to be a little bit of a pinch coming through from Fame.
Oh
but
my!
He's being watched. He finds the kill.
It's happening. Vico on the outside towards Pillars is going to get shut down. The break from the front is good for Electrify Steel. And Ultra NA need to make a decision. How do you want to get back in here? Electrify Steel can put the game away right here, right now, and send us to a map 5. But the kills through the middle of the map are good. On to Pentagram from the low ground. Has to stop the pinch. Gets the first, no problem. Now Vico from the side doors. The only hit available is going to be from the front. The kills are decent. Pander, is it time for you? It is now. Your respawns haven't been all that great, but right here would be perfectly fine. Now to the pistol. 1v1 with Assault in front. Delays the gunfight for longer, and Ultra NA will get the break, but they cannot win here.
No, they can't. So you got to be able to take a look at the rotation, but look at them just pressing up further forward as well. They're still locking down the kills.
How has Fame done that? He was the last one left. Now it's the last chance for Ultra NA, and they're getting peace at the front doors of the lobby. Electrify Steel, send us to map number 5.
It's going to be an absolute grueler, but to be able to come back from such a steep deficit in the pace being set by Ultra NA to the beginning of that Berlin hardpoint, it has to be tippable nonetheless. From Electrify Steel to be able to turn the tides of what we saw. Again, wasn't the sexiest look as far as what the SMGs were bringing to the table. There were tons of different upfront gunfights that were just not being converted. But Pentagram and Fame Ooh, man, you put their backs up against the wall. They are a very, very angry dog. They're willing to bite.
I don't know about you here, Proper, but I had immediate PTSD if you're an Ultra NA fan, because if you remember back to Toronto, it was Brack in a similar position that four-pieced them through lobby to win a Berlin hardpoint, and with that, it was also championship for them. But now Ultra NA see the map kind of tossed away in a different way. And how about Fame? I honestly speaking, we talked a lot about how his performance in this title has been electric. He comes through clutch with the most unexpected two-piece probably of his life.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, being able to catch up with Fame, he was very unhappy with his play yesterday. Wasn't as lights out as what he knows he could bring to the table, but it has been damn near consistency across the 3 series so far that have been played from Fame. You even see right here, 31 in 24, 23 non-traded kills. He's also leading the entire lobby as far as damage is concerned. But look at how many of those kills out of the 31 were on the hill itself.
Yep, 15 total objective kills for a minute 45 worth of hardpoint time. And I feel like a lot of that came in those last 3 hills. So great stuff coming out of Kev. On the opposite side, a really good team effort. Obviously, Hixie was a huge catalyst for so many different moments.
Yeah.
And on difficult hardpoints, mind you. That's really where the lead started to really accrue heavily in favor of Ultra NA, was around hardpoints like Train Yard because of plays that Hixie was making. But in the end, not quite enough. And we all take a moment with a deep breath in mind as we start to look forward to our final part of this 3-part trilogy, Berlin Search and Destroy, map number 5.
I mean, just saying that again, like, you know who's in this lobby right now?
Yeah.
It's Ultra NA, man.
Sure,
Berlin
maybe.
Search and Destroy is literally their best Search and Destroy map.
Oh,
It's
maybe
being
what you're
played out.
doing.
But about to be watching Great Pop. What are you doing? But I think so. Listen, I think again, you look at like some of the closings of that Berlin hardpoint, but you completely wipe the slate clean.
Yep.
Because I mean, how many times have we completely seen them lose map 4s, and then that Berlin Search and Destroy just comes through and they win 6-1, 6-2. They are so good at making sure that the mental is fully reset, but you cannot overthink about how you might have been able to close it out in 4. Just gotta come in and play the game here on Berlin Search and Destroy, man.
So outside of the Gavudu hardpoint when they played in week 1 of season 4, this is the exact same map set in largely the exact same order. They played a map 5 Berlin. Ultra NA wiped the floor with a 6-2 dub. That was a long time ago, though, in the scheme of things here on the weekend. We're going to take just a brief break, and we come back. It's Grand Finals map 5. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back there, friends and family, all you COD fanatics alike. We're in the grand finals, and it's a Map 5 affair. Toronto Ultra NA out of the upper bracket would still have the benefit of having to be beat twice, but Electrify Steel, this is not exactly the venue that you're going to feel super elated about going to, considering how good Ultra NA have been in this map historically.
We've talked about this before with Electrify Steel. They are hard set on their vetoes. What maps they do not want to play. And by doing so, you better damn well feel comfortable on the other maps that you're going to allow to come all the way through. Going back to the first time they played, Gavutu, off the table. They don't want to play that control, hardpoint, not versus Ultra NA. But they know that the Berlin Search and Destroy would still be available the way that they vetoed out maps. You have to be prepared for this Map 5.
Here we go. Everyone take an extra inch forward on your seats. It's a Map 5 affair for potentially a championship or potentially a reset. And it's a sniper rifle opening play for Scrap over the A site. Defensively, Electrify Steel completely giving this up, looking to possibly play retake. What a shot from Scrap across the map onto Fame. And now Vehicle can get on for potentially a plant.
And you still have at least one player watching. Pander also has a snipe watching this lane. And Scrappy getting aggressive across the AS&D, finds the first and the second. Bomb should surely be going down.
Goddard is hoping to find some wall bangs on the planter, but it's not going to happen. So Pentagram from one side, up close and personal. Looking to possibly sneak in towards Secret. While Goddard watches deep for any crossers. And, well, I'll tell you first and foremost that this is not a plan that's going to usually work out for you. Goddard has to start moving forward. But how about Pentagram? He actually baits two players into him. So now a 2v4 to a 2v2. Goddard hasn't been revealed whatsoever. Sees Assault at range, but gets caught on the mantle, leaving everything down to Pentagram. Around the corner, Hixie will finish him off. And it's Ultra NA that get on the board first.
So difficult to be able to bounce all the way back. When you get that much coverage across the AS&D, you know what that gives me vibes of is, a lot of people probably won't like this drop, but the Rocker Academy offense that have been able to showcase, or the same could be said about AIM. We always see snipers take very aggressive looks across that AS&D site, and it normally pays dividends. When you have the goal of Scrap, I would say, you're not afraid to take those challenges. You get immediate coverage across that AS&D site. It's just so much space. Pentagram almost blew it up, though.
How does that change the mental early for Electrify Steel? Scrap's actually going to be sniping through the middle of the map on defense now here as well. That's going to force a lot of team nades out of the hands of Electrify Steel, who are focused in towards Mailroom. This is a very difficult cross, though, knowing that a scope is in play. And it looks like they're very aware of it, taking a moment just to talk about how exactly they want to hit this cross. And not only is it the sniper that's watching the cross, you've got Hixie close, and you've got Assault in a position to kind of further and reinforce this defense. This is a difficult play if you try to go to B, and, well, they're not going to. It's the bomb rotating back over towards A as Fame gets first blood.
Yeah, that's a big first blood because it's actually going to call for Ultra NA to kind of rotate off of this as well. And you can see the lingering player over here. It will be Pentagram slowly moving their way over towards A.
Big gunfight for Goddard. Goodness me, through the windows. And that leaves Hixie in a 1v3 situation, and they should know where he was positioned defensively. And it looks like that is indeed the case. Took Pander a second, but the kill still comes through. And we get tied up 1-1.
Yeah, that was a great offensive rebound, I will say that much, because the way that Hixie was playing up towards that B hut, he was able to find a decent amount of damage onto Fame inside of Mailroom itself. You saw that that window was closed off, and it completely shrugged them off of that positioning. The fact that you also had help from the middle of the map to make sure that Pander gets out with their life over by water was everything, to make sure that everybody maintained alive, exhausting the information as it was coming through.
Team help looking good right now for Electrify Steel. Have to keep that up, though. We jump into the next look for Ultra NA offensively. Not a sniper rifle this time. It's just Scrap trying to count heads as they cross over. And I don't know how much he's actually been able to see. Fecal and Hixie are the first ones forward with SMGs in hand. And Pentagram just gets completely caught off guard. Pander has to find a way to respond. And not going to happen. The full flood from Ultra NA. Absolute perfection as they get the A site.
Fame not going to be fully aware. Here comes the flank from Scrappy. He should have the freeze kill of his life.
Man.
And there it is. Ultra NA. Look, we've talked about it plenty of times when it comes down to their search and destroy, even specifically for this map mode combination of Berlin. They are more than comfortable in being the aggressors from the situation. You put away the sniper, sure, you're able to watch the cross just fine, but when you just brute force your way with SMGs and the team shots that we've seen from Hixie and Vickle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And the thing about that whole peak for Ultra NA is that they don't really show their hand because they throw no utility. They just dive in with one stun. It really is just reeks of confidence. So all offense so far. Electrify still trying to continue that with a quick look back over towards Mailroom once again. Stun checking to see if they can catch out Hixie. It's a little bit too early, though. So Hixie does has the opportunity if he wants to get up towards B. Scrap watching a close cross. And once again, Assault's playing topside fire. So it's a very default setup here for Ultra and A, save the fact that you don't have Scrap on the scope this time.
All
good
the
nades.
That's going to get Hixie out from that positioning. But again, you don't know that Scrappy... You know he's not sniping because that longer line of sight is being watched by Pander, but you're probably unaware that he is in that forward position just outside of Mail. But off that pick over by B, they're thinking that everybody from Ultra is going to re-wrap over towards B, but not this time. 2 players here for Electrify Steel trying to move their way towards
look
A.
At Scrap. He's cutting off this rotation. This is so much information for Ultra and A saying, wait a second, they're not going B. So Vickel's going to be put on high alert. But a little bit of a delayed hit out of Pander will allow him a free kill. So it's all into Vickel. He has to get one. He's just waiting for Assault to give him the call. Gets the bomb carrier. Even better, but Fame gets the response. And now it's just down to Assault. 1v3 situation. Wants to go quickly. Shots coming out of Fame. That will be good enough to find the kill. And we stay all offense through 4.
Yeah. Big bounce back. Electrify Steel tying things up here out of round number 4. And it just really comes down to leaving one player behind, right? I mean, it's insane. The discipline that it truly does take just to sit inside that water building for Pander and just wait, knowing that there's going to be someone to flank for Ultra North America, and it's Scrap, who just slowly moves their way all the way up. They deal with that player over by the B hut, and a lot of teams would then take that as an opportunity to maybe try to quick plane over by B, but we know Ultra Academy, they love their quick adaptations, but did not work out in their favor that time.
How about this? 3-man defense over towards A after Electrify Steel's last attempt defensively towards this bomb site led to 0 gunfight wins. So if you're Ultra, do you expect this extra reinforcement this time around? Pander pushed off. The stun's trying to come through. Here comes Ultra A. This time it's Hixie from the side door, though, and Pander knows he's got to move forward as they lose Pentagram once again, but Ultra A just get out of the bomb site for free. This is going to create so much doubt for Electrify Steel's defense.
I mean, at least Pander did see them exit.
Unbelievable.
But are they going to expect for them to recontest it?
Yeah.
They thought it was going to be a full wrap. Look, Fame's all the way at B.
That is so ballsy, dude. Oh, but Pander, gets one. The beatdown not going to quite be there. Hixie there for the trade, but now Electrify Steel, they should know that the commitment is going to be here today. Fame making his way over to assist. Got our X right behind him. Assault gets the plant off and gets out with his life. 2v3 we go.
And they're going to double up together. Got our X Fame. Gonna try to at least play for the trade, but look how far back Ultra North America is setting up their post plant.
Yep. They know who's left. Likely 2 ARs. Hixie just playing over the top of this brick staircase. Sees got our X, no problem. Or is it? Big gunfight win. Fame gets another. And it's just down to 1. Scrap on the opposite side, 1v2 situation. Gets bailed out from the first. Fame gonna hop for the defuse, but Scrap is quick on the rotation. Can he get here in time to stop the player on the bomb? Here's the look. Fame just kind of poking and prodding with the little whack-a-mole game, and Fame will get the defuse just as Scrap was ready for the kill.
That was marvelous coming through. I mean, to win the gunfights for one, but then the understanding that, hey, I got the damage. You also saw where Godorex was located at, over by pillars. Just watching that side angle where Scrap was going to exit from, the way that the bomb was planted for, and why Scrap was pushed all the way over inside of Broken because of where the bomb was planted for. So he had to full wrap all the way back around. He barely saw a foot. Fame played the cover wonderfully.
Yeah. Unreal stuff, man. Unreal stuff. How different that is if Hixie gets the 1v1 win, by the way, which, let's be honest, 9 times out of 10 he probably gets. Quick, sneaky plant towards A. Vickel is going to have to play off the exit, and he's not even going to move? Oh,
He's waiting for help.
My goodness. This is ice in veins right here, though. No one has any idea that this A bomb site is vulnerable. Now the shots come through. Vickel could start to move. But they lost Fame. Oh boy, the post plant is actually still in a really good spot. They can't find one another. They're shooting at each other. Fame is able to secure one of the kills. Now Scrap will get to try to follow up. It's back and forth. Pinstripe goes to kill feed. Scrap to the pistol. The pentagram over the top. Looking to kind of secure the 1v2, but he lines them up!
Oh no, this is becoming a little bit too snowbally. What is this now? 3 rounds in a row for Electrify Steel. And again, you have to go look at how it almost felt like there was a misunderstanding, miscommunication almost, because I mean, Javi was just playing on top of that desk. And normally when you're playing that position, you wait for the bomb to be planted, you pop up, and maybe you do find the exit. But he waited for the help to come all the way through, dropped down, did not see Fame, nor the exit over towards pillars. Just a very awkward round.
Oh man, I'll tell you though, for Pentagram getting that double, that actually instills a ton of confidence that he can still play his own life over towards A, because the last couple of rounds, He's been a bit of miss on these opening first bloods. This time it's Pander who's going to be defensively watching A by way of the scope. Oh, and look at the quick play out of Pentagram. He's all the way through into mailroom, and now Electrify Steel are going to have a pretty good idea on where this hit's coming from. Just comes down to, can you get this retake going?
Scrap has a lot to do to watch this flank because you know that one player is going to be coming through, and it's a white-hot Pentagram.
Here comes the hit. All of it from the front. Sniper rifle inside. Goodness, this has got to be very anxious if you're Pander. Oh, Hixie not quite able to get into the window, and it's the pistol that gets the job done. Pentagram now off the flank, the last one left. Is he good for another 1v2? Time becoming a huge problem, though. Has to go quickly. Sees one on the cross. The next one over the top side of the barrier. No, Pentagram tricks incorrectly. And there will not be time for a defuse.
What, you had like maybe a 1 in 5 guess potentially where Scrap's going to be located out there? Well, all the desks, the windows, he only was able to cover out through pillars and what information was gained from his teammates. But a must-needed rebound round coming there for Ultra Academy North America, especially off of the white-hot two-piece that we saw from Pentagram there in the previous round. They quickly get themselves inside of A. They force the hand for Electrify Steel, and admittedly, they did a great job of just being able to win their isolated ones, but just was not enough. Not with how far back we know Ultra NA love to play their post plant.
Electrify Steel have found a lot of success in their offense here through mailroom. It looks like they're going to continue on that way. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. One of those situations. Defensive stuns, though, get to the corner quickly. As Scrap will watch the initial cross, and I believe Hixie actually did get pushed back, but the opening gunfight good. Pentagram, no chance to fight back. Scrap trying to get away with his life, and he's successful as we stay in 4v3s.
Nobody's going to chase for that exit. Everybody for Electrify Steel, the 3 players, are stuck inside a mail because they need to recover the bomb, and that's going to be, again, Hixie on that B hut, just waiting for the push to come all the way through, holding the cross is Assault top fire.
They're waiting to see if Assault's going to peek this. You have no idea who's watching this cross and where from. And there's the information. Assault is watching from topside fire. Bomb collected by Pander. How do you get into B here, though? That's the real question. Assault's going to reposition, play down low. Still watch the same cross, though. Fame over the top is looking, searching for it, wishing a gunfight to come his way. As Electrify Steel have to take a late wrap back over through mid, and look who's on the way there. Scrap and Assault in a good position to read this. Trades come through. 20 seconds on the clock. And it's a good read here. Scrap knows exactly where this bomb's coming from now.
Yep, you got to plan it. You got to try to extend the round. He's trying to stick it. Is Pander. And
he didn't see him.
Oh, Scrap didn't see him. He didn't fully clear behind it, so the bomb's going to get down.
Wait.
And Pander's going to get away with his life.
Not only that, Fame's going to get into fire. They could set the post plant up from the defensive side of the map. Hixie with the sub is no dead silence to work with. Scrap getting the initial, though, is going to force Fame to move, and the shadow's been seen. Hixie's timing is good. And Ultra NA tie us up at 4-4.
Woo! And I'm sure a breath of fresh air comes all the way through because I'm sure Scrap is probably sitting there saying to himself as well, just like, no, I cleared it. It's on the opposite side of the bomb. No way. Gets away with his life, too. I mean, he gave himself a real good look at that, especially Godrex being able to get inside top fire. It just came down to the isolated timings. This one specifically for Hixie being able to find one player of Fame, trying to re-wrap back through lobby. Even more so than that, like you say, all knotted up here on Berlin, search and destroy. Electrify Steel, they have done their homework. They have come rather prepared, but you take a look at Scrap through these few rounds that have been pieced together, 10-4 on a 4 spree. He is definitely that guy that might be able to find another 3.
He's that guy, pal. And once again, gets the read on how many members have crossed. Ultra NA right back onto their ways, looking to burst on in towards the A site. This time, Pentagram is not inside, though. He's playing just outside the back window with an AR, of all things. He's watching the cross as Pander watches the side door, and that means that no one can actually play over towards lobby, but Godrex from the side of fire does well to get first blood. That's Fickle that falls. Now is on to Pentagram trying to reaggress, and he's able to keep the trigger held down long enough to secure another kill. Assault still holding on to some space to work with, but it's desperate, it feels like, but Scrap over the middle of the map. How does he find that angle? And Assault is out. They can reset with still 45 seconds on the clock.
It was such a delayed peek coming out from Scrappy. He was just sitting there holding the warehouse just in case anybody was trying to flank all the way through. But as you say, the coverage is going to be here. And unbeknownst to Godrex and Pander, the play has moved its way over towards B.
And Scrap on the docks saw Godrex break these windows. He's in such a good spot. He just needs to go 1-for-1 here. Taking a peek over to Pander's direction. Does he see the shoulder? Expects the challenge, gets the first, no problem. That's 6 now kills for Scrap. Could the glide bomb possibly be earned? Godrex over the top, a big first win. And now it's him versus Assault, who did pick up a sub, by the way, but the long-range shots come through. No need for the MP40 as Ultra NA are on championship point.
A marvelous showcasing there in round number 9. To be able to have the coverage again, it's Scrap. I was sitting there watching him the entire time, just off spawn. He needs to be the person to watch that cross to count names, depending on who's going to go over towards A. But to be able to bounce back through the middle of the map, find a delay timing to be able to find that kill, and open up the opportunity for Assault to be able to bring themselves back over towards B and have the coverage available, brings ourselves here to round number 10.
Oh, man. What do you call here? And how about this? They're not going to go mailroom. They're going to try to full flood over towards A with GodRX watching them. This is the first time we've seen this. Beagle just inchworming his way in towards a more advanced position. Stuns over the top, not going to connect. They expect Beagle in the corner, or do they? Wait, Beagle gets the first, no problem. That's the bomb down all of a sudden. Pentagram was not a part of the play. He wasn't in all the way. Nade being cooked up. That will tag. The pre-fire coming to the windows. They can't find the elimination. You have to get Beagle out of this spot, and they finally do.
Took a little bit too long. Nade's also going to come through. As Assault does go down via that grenade. 2v2 we go. Bomb still needs to be recovered here. Pentagram unaware of the situation at hand, as Hixie's probably looking for that flank. Scrappy is also finding damage across the map.
But do they know that that's Scrap? Those were shots from behind, so you don't necessarily know that the defender that you saw earlier has left. That could have been Hixie for all you know. So now Tar Ultra and A playing off the backside. Electrify Steel are trying to get a little bit of space to plant for lobby, and they very well may have had it. Yeah, they sure do. Pander gets the bomb down, and he's out immediately to meet up with Pentagram.
Bomb's planted for that side. Back to back they go, but doubled up are Scrap and Hixie.
From the inside, Pander gets smoked, oh my goodness! And then the kill comes out, and Hixie will get another championship from Ultra NA! 6-4 the tally! And what missed them at their home event now comes their way in Boston, as Ultra reigns supreme in challengers once again.
Number 1 seed coming in, they will be your champions here at Boston. What a momentum head of steam ahead of champs, man, because this Ultra North America team throughout the entirety of all matches that we've been watching, whether it's over their shoulders or whether it's been on the main stage when the broadcast did start yesterday, just undeniable. The adaptations continuously coming through. Even when they were battle tested, you were always seeing those adaptations constantly coming through. How many different times were we going to talk about, even in that Berlin Search and Destroy, Scrappy is that person to even find damage, convey the information, double it up with his team. He makes that one alteration to his own personal play, and it throws every other team that they face into the win.
The thing about this is a grand finals for a lot of money, and he's still moving around the map as if it's round 1 of some $500 tournament. Like, he's moving so
like it was
quickly,
Friday.
So much confidence, man. He really is a next level talent without question. I mean, you see it 14-5, dude. I mean, come on. What?
14-5, 11 non-traded kills. He was averaging 138 damage per round.
Stupid.
And you even take a look at the first blood category as well. I mean, it's damn near even. It's very, very close between the two. But there were at least 2 rounds over that Ultra NA did not have numbers, and they converted it into a round win.
Yeah, it really just goes to show how deep this team is. You have to remember that Assault is new to this squad for this event.
That's true.
Like, that is really, it does speak volumes to what the coaching staff thinks they want to do, which, by the way, that's now the most winning coaching staff, I think, in Challengers ever.
The only other one that might be able to rival that would probably be Sam last year, Phoenix.
Yeah.
But that's it. I mean, you got
those
Mayhem.
Were cups, though. Those weren't major opens.
That's what I'm saying. Back-to-back elites, Mayhem, Charles, and then the open.
Yeah.
Both Minnesota and here.
Mm-hmm. It's impressive, man. It really is. Looking like a full collect squad, without question about it. Lots of energy, though. You have to give so much credit to Electrify Steel. This is the second open in a row now that they've been able to make it deep towards not just a long run, but they make it into a Sunday. They earn a ton of points, and it just regains, I think, a lot of the community's trust that this team on LAN is very much so different than what we often see online.
I'm tired of seeing this over and over again, is that Fame still has to prove himself. Like, how do you not understand how much he has proven from these consistent placings back in Toronto and here as well? This Electrify Steel roster is the real deal. Online, maybe not so much of the placings that they've been looking for. That's a conversation for a later day. But even more so than that, GodRX, he was undeniable through so many different instances of time. This Electrify Steel squad is absolutely not done making waves in this scene.
Not at all. Of course, as we start to finish things off, a lot of now focus for the Challengers region starts to look over towards what Champs is going to bring, and at least we know for Ultra NA, they're safe. They're going to be good.
Yep.
They're going to lock in the #1 seed for that international event. If you missed how that format works, the first 4 international teams based on pro points, they are automatically in Champs, and Ultra NA will be leading up that group. Everybody else is going to have to go to the PLQ. 1 team per region. Electrify Steel will have to likely find themselves in the LCQ for a run if they want to have another chance on land. But we want to recap over, of course, what happened here and what was been by far competitively and just logistically the best Challengers event so far this year. I mean, EU came out. They really showed that Toronto was a bit of a fluke. They had a lot of teams that made it into the deep depths of this bracket. But in the end, the top 3 teams, I think, were kind of the 3 that everyone was looking towards. Both Ultra Academy squads and this Electrify Steel team putting together great runs.
Hey, even Team War put on a very deep run
Yeah,
as
from
well.
the lower bracket, long lower bracket.
That reverse sweep for Ultra Academy EU as well, it's just absolutely absurd. The amount of ability to showcase what EU talent does truly look like at its peak. And I'd like to say it's probably Ultra Academy EU. Again, another team that is auto-qualified for Champs, looking to make further waves about why EU is needing to be talked about.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, man. I think that, again, we don't know for sure, but teams like Rocker Academy may all of a sudden be a little bit more fragile in what is currently their 4th place position in overall international pro points. I would not be surprised if some of these North American teams had options in front of them when it comes to trying to get there. But, of course, with that, we have to get a reaction from our champions. Of course, Ultra NA on the stage. We've got our main man, Spaceman, there to take away the interview. Brother, it's all yours.
Appreciate you a lot, Alan. Well done, boys, on the grand finals. I know it's probably loud, but guess what? Guys, can we give it up for our champions, Toronto Ultra, North America? Come on now. Come on now. Okay. This was a long road. This took a while, but it eventually came through. Scrap. What does it mean for this team to put everything together at this stage in the year? You got Champs coming up in, it's literally feels like 48 hours. How does it feel for everything to come together at this point?
Feels great, to be honest. We only had 2 days of practice coming in here, and I wouldn't say it was the best practice we could have had, but we just had to really figure out the fundamentals, and it feels great. 2 weeks or like kind of like a month till Champs. We're just gonna lock in and hopefully come out with another dub.
What's the mindset at this point for this team, knowing that you've just hit this high, Champs coming up, any adjustments you're looking at? You guys seemed pretty flawless throughout the weekend. There were some shaky spots, but you made quick corrections. For you specifically, you had a phenomenal weekend. How does it feel, not only for everything to come together, but moving forward? What does the team feel like right now with this victory?
We're all grinding every day, and we work together, and we feel we're the best. In 1 month, we will feel we're the best. We feel we're the best all the time, and that's why confidence all the time. Grind the game, have fun at the same time, and yeah, that's the process. Trust the process.
It's worked. You guys get a championship out of it, and I know that there had been some great performances online, but we were waiting for like that big land championship. Finally, it does come through. You guys had to go through your brother team on the other side yesterday in the winners finals, and I know for you, who has had a long road and a lot of friendships there, what was that like getting to play the other squad in Toronto and also prove that you guys were the #1 seed for a reason?
That's always the best bit, is playing against the EU friends, Ben, Josh, Steve, Furious, Weeman. I played with them, I played with Weeman especially for so long last year. Don't want to lose to those guys, can never lose to them. At the end of the day, it's just another game, but it obviously means more, and it obviously feels nice to get a win as well.
And then you bring in the addition of Assault onto this roster in the later stage of the year. So again, it's all about the push towards the final trophy, but Assault for you. We've seen your progress through this year, statistically one of the best players in North America, and we've been talking about the additions you bring to this team. How does it feel to be on this roster given the stage of Vanguard, and also what does this team allow you to do in the game that you weren't getting elsewhere?
Yeah, I think with this team, we just have a lot more consistency. I'm like a big person that preaches like teamwork, make sure we're helping each other. And I mean, I'm just trying to get on the same page as them. We pretty much clicked this weekend with barely any practice, so just gotta go home, keep grinding, and keeping our teamwork up.
Well, you guys are now the favorites moving into Challengers Champs. That's pretty exciting. Any last words for the team with this huge victory?
All I gotta say is we've been working really hard, and we've had a really consistent practice system, for a while. And our core 3 and then we bring on Adam. We have developed a lot, and we have a lot of young talent that has developed in the right way, and everybody better watch out for Champs. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's going to be nuts. once more, your champions, first place in the seeds and first place in the end. Toronto Ultra NA. Give it up one more time.
Unreal stuff as the trophy presentation now starts to unfold, and I will say, just no bias. These trophies are dope, dude.
I'm not here as a bias caster. All I'm here is to tell you the facts, and the truth is that those masks are freaking fire. I mean, look at Javi immediately.
Dude, wait. Let me find out. These guys are about to turn into just unbelievable menaces.
Thomas, you gotta take Scrappy. You gotta take off the glasses. The glasses gotta go over the mask. What are we doing out here?
What are we doing out here?
It's impressive.
It really is. I think this the inclusion of obviously the brand and all that, but you know, here's the thing. And the questions that Sean asked, I think, are really, really great ones, especially focused over towards Adam, talking to like, what have you been missing? Because that's kind of been, let's be honest, the kind of storyline around him since BO4, where he didn't have a bad year by any stretch of the imagination, but what do you need to do to get him back to a World War II title MVP form? Maybe it's just this roster.
It's, when you look at the grander scheme of things, just to kind of break down just the answer one more time, right? It's never individually, but the overall teamwork and cohesion. It's like Adam was just preaching, and as he says that he preaches for his team as well, it's that teamwork, cohesion. They want to make sure that that is all well pieced together, because teamwork, no pun intended, makes the dream work.
Ah, I knew you were going there. Oh, boy. That's how we're going to close out this event. And with that in mind, of course, we say farewell to Boston. But that said, you don't have to wait long to see what's going to be happening with challengers, because the regular season may come to a close, but the LCQ across 4 different regions is to come the weekend of July the 23rd, and it all culminates with an 8-team international event in Los Angeles. Of course, Ultra NA with this dub absolutely have earned their #1 spot. Now it just comes down to defending. We'll see you at LCQ.